trial watchers. I will be live with you in just a few minutes. Get your coffees. I've got an action-packed day for you guys.
I'll see when I get back. And he's like, okay, Daddy, love you. And I'm going to finish watching Pokemon. I remember it like it was yesterday.
I didn't have anything to do with it.
Letecia Stauch was taken into custody in Myrtle Beach.
Why are you saying Gannon is dead?
Seen my little man, because I want to live this earth knowing that justice was served for my boy.
Welcome to day 7 of the Letecia Stauch trial on What's the 411 with Jay. Welcome everybody to chat. Good morning. Good morning. I have a pretty action-packed day for you guys. We have the Letecia Stauch trial going on all day, with testimony continuing. And then at lunchtime, I have some fire for y'all in the Daybell case. So get this. I'm 150% invested in the Vallow trial now. Okay, I'm hooked. Let me just say I'm hooked. So I'm gathering all the info I can, and I was going through my playlist on J is for Justice last night, and I came across Melanie Gibb's testimony in Chad Daybell's preliminary. And I was like, wow. So this is probably going to be very similar to her testimony in Lori's trial. And she lies. And she lies. And I think that she was there. I think that she was there when those children were killed. I think she knew a fuck of a lot, you guys. And you're going to die when you hear her testimony. Now, knowing what we know now, back then we didn't know shit, really. But this is going to be interesting, guys. And I cannot wait for you to see it because she lies. She lies about seeing JJ, like literally in a matter of 2 minutes. She's asked, did you see JJ when you were recording the podcast? And this is all around the night that JJ was last seen, the night that Alex took him out of the apartment and everything. She testifies to not seeing JJ. And then she goes, oh, yeah. And then she's asked if she saw Alex. And she's like, yeah, he carried JJ out. So you guys are going to shit. So her testimony, she's going to be testifying in Lori's trial. So it's going to be extremely, extremely interesting. So at lunchtime, we're going to watch Melanie Gibb testify in the prelim of Chad. And we're going to discuss that because it is, wow, it's amazing. I honestly, and you know what? As much as I don't like John Pryor, Chad Daybell's attorney, dude, he did good with her. And I can't believe I'm saying this, but you guys are going to be like, holy shit. He has a way of bringing out her little secrets without, I don't know, he's just got this roundabout way. Y'all are going to be like, oh, holy fuck. I think you're going to have a whole new like respect for Mr. Pryor, even though he's skeezy and shit. I think you're going to be like, wow. Like I was watching him and I'm like, I'd want him to defend me because he was all over her. So he insinuates that she spoke with the FBI and made a deal. He also asks her about the time when she was visiting, right? This whole time when JJ went missing, she was staying at Lori's apartment or condo or whatever. Now get this, Alex was living down the street in the same apartment. Now, can you tell I'm so into this right now? Okay, so get this. Alex living down the road, Lori's apartment, Melanie Gibb and David Warwick, her boyfriend, come and visit. And they record a podcast. So they're recording a podcast from like 9 p.m. until after midnight, Melanie says. And this is when she sees Alex carry JJ out. Well, get this shit. That same weekend, Melanie, David Warwick, Alex, and Chad. No Lori. Lori doesn't go. The four of them go and look at property right next to Chad Daybell's house. Are you fucking kidding me? I'm telling you, all four of those motherfuckers' phones pinged there. And I'm telling you, I think she got immunity. They went out there for an hour looking at quote unquote property next to Chad. And when she was asked why they were looking at this property, she said, because Chad wanted her boyfriend David to build on it. And then she was asked what her boyfriend's profession was, and she said contractor, a general contractor. It's crazy. So this bitch was out there with David Warwick, Alex, and Chad. So why would Alex be there? I could see if it was like David, Chad, and Melanie Gibb, because they're all into this weird religion shiz. I could see that. But Alex in the mix with no Lori? Now that is odd to me. Very odd. Oh, so sorry. I don't mean to go on and on, but holy cow. It is her testimony in that prelim. So yeah, I'm excited. I can't wait for you guys to hear it. And, you know, John Pryor just really, he really lays it out there. And he gets objections, but he words it in a good way. Here we go. 5 minutes early. 5 minutes early, guys. Okay, sorry. Done with Daybell for now. They're still talking about that nurse, the RN. Mr. Tortellini. Ooh, she's a little bit clearer today, y'all. Yeah, sit down. Take a seat, motherfucker. Funky Cole Medina. Oops. You're
The
muted.
trial court, this was back
Sorry,
at a
guys.
time, let's see, it was 1974. So it was back at a time when the issues of guilt and sanity were tried in separate phases. And actually, this case apparently had 3 different trials, all on the same
Sorry.
facts regarding a robbery. And in that case, the
You're
trial
shielding her
court
now.
allowed a sheriff to testify that he thought the defendant was presently sane, and I note that word presently sane, based on a
Very greasy.
contact that the sheriff had with the defendant while transporting the defendant from Dallas, Texas, back to Fort Collins. It does not say when the crime occurred, and it does not say when the sheriff had his first contact with the defendant. So that's not terribly helpful. The next person that was allowed to testify was an investigator. And according to the facts, the investigator did not first met the defendant approximately 2 months after the offense. And the Supreme Court ultimately held that it was that the trial court abused its discretion in allowing that testimony, saying that before such opinion evidence from a non-expert can be admissible, the specific facts upon which the opinion is based must first be stated by the witness, and his testimony must also show a close or intimate relationship with the party alleged to be insane. They also cite a case called People versus Cole from Michigan. And it appears to be that the emphasis of that case was that the witness must establish that he was sufficiently acquainted with the defendant or testator so as to testify to the mental condition on a comparative basis and not merely to some manifested idiosyncrasy or eccentric behavior. Also, however, reviewed the case of People versus Talley, 7 Pacific 3rd, 172, Colorado Appellate 1999. And I will tell you that there is an error in that case because it says that cert was granted August 28, 2000. That's not correct. Cert was denied by both the United States Supreme Court and the Colorado Supreme Court.
Get him,
But
Judge.
in that case,
Fact checking.
it involved I think it was a cable TV installer. Cable television company installer. And the one worker killed another worker for, I guess, infringing on his turf is how it's referred to in the case. And the defendant at that point in time, or some months before the killing occurred, told his supervisor that if the victim was not kept off his turf, he would go to a higher level of security. And the supervisor was called to testify at trial, and was allowed to express an opinion on the defendant's sanity as of the dates other than the date of the offense. And the Court of Appeals in that case found that it was not error to allow such testimony. Also noted People versus Galimanis, Galimanis, 944 Pacific 2nd, 626, Colorado Appellate 1997, holding that it is proper to inquire into the mental condition of the defendant both before and after the commission of the act. And in this case, it said the defendant's supervisor expressed his opinion that the defendant was sane as of 9 days after the killing. Even if his testimony as defendant contends also expressed an opinion that the defendant was sane at an earlier date, that opinion referred to defendant's sanity only 3 months before the killing. So as I see this, I think that the foundation that needs to be laid for an opinion to be provided is what were the circumstances of the contact between the witness that is testifying, the circumstances under which the witness had contact with the defendant, how the defendant was acting, those sorts of things. I also note that in this case,
Yeah. Hello?
everybody except for the defendant's brother and Mr. Stauch had contact with the defendant either at or near the time of the offense, which is alleged to have been committed in this case. So it seems to me that a person can give testimony regarding whether or not, based on their
Hey,
contacts
Michael.
with them,
Hey, everybody who's just
whether
joining.
they thought the defendant was sane at the time. They cannot give testimony unless qualified as an expert and a sufficient foundation is laid. They cannot give testimony regarding a diagnosis that may have rendered the defendant insane, but they can testify as to whether or not they saw certain things, whether she was, I think the prosecution has gone down the line of, did she refer to herself by a different name? Did she seem to know what was going on? In addition, with respect to, I think it was Van Nest was the name of the nurse yesterday.
Very crazy.
She's in a little bit different position. Number one, she was qualified to testify as an expert. True,
She
not
knows
in
greasy hair when she sees
as
the
a
shit.
psychologist or psychiatrist. But part of her job requires her to obtain consent from a patient in order to perform an examination. And before she can obtain that consent validly, as she testified, she has to make sure that the patient understands the procedure, understands what's going on, understands why she is requesting what it is that she's
So
requesting,
gross.
and that the patient has the present
Guys.
capacity to be able to understand all of that and make a decision regarding that. So I think her testimony regarding whether or not the defendant was sane was properly admitted.
What is she doing looking at her ankles?
So with that, Mr. Tellini, did you,
Yep, you're still
excuse me, did you
chained,
want to make
bitch.
for the record, sir?
You ain't going nowhere.
Go ahead.
In regards to, with saying there's,
Sorry.
I think it's different her testifying whether or not she was mentally signed the releases and so forth. I think she has a training on that. And with my objection, my objection with her to confirm that she's sane. I think that has a legal connotation that she's not qualified or does not have the foundation. I understand the court's ruling, but just that's what my objection
Okay.
is too. And I understand there's Medina and there's, in my reading of Medina, there was kind of two issues that the board had with the officers, with the two basically law enforcement people testifying. One was, I understand the court saying the proximity and time when they're in contact with them. It also seemed that they were stressing that the contact was of somewhat of a limited duration. In it, I think one of them only had like an hour-long interview with them. Tally, and I understand Tally, it's unclear from the case how much contact the supervisor had with the defendant,
I
whether
agree with
this was, we've been supervising for years, or been supervising for, a month. And so we don't necessarily have this that we had in the focus on the time. depending on how this case goes out, we'll have some direction from the Supreme Court on how to interpret Medina, even though it's a 50-year-old case. It doesn't seem that there's a lot of cases subsequent to it explaining what the actual foundation is. And so I think I made, the record pretty clear. And again, I don't want, I'm not going to make a long record, in the.
That's fair.
For the district attorney, when they're asking that question, I'm objecting to, I'm going to have that foundation in Medina, and I think that would make it sufficient difference, so they understand what the focusing on.
All right. Prosecution, do you have any other record to add?
Yes, briefly. Good morning, Your Honor. It's the people's position that we agree with the court on the analysis of the cases that you just cited. However, the jury is also going to be instructed on what insanity is. They're also going to be instructed, at least in the packet that we provided, that a layperson can weigh an opinion. Roberta. At the end of the day, all of this goes to the weight of the testimony, because they also going to be getting instruction on the credibility of all witnesses. And they can base the amount of time that the witnesses have spent with the defendant and weigh their credibility on that. So the instructions of law will cure any concerns that defense has.
Okay. All right. And that was a long way to start the morning. Sorry about that. Anything we need to bring up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time?
No, Your Honor.
Yes. Okay. Let's go ahead and bring the jury in.
Very greasy.
Stand up!
Are you going to start with the video?
No, I'll start with some testimony first, obviously. Yeah. And there's actually will be 4 videos during her testimony. The long one will be her interview that she conducted on January 29th, I think it is. It's about a little over 4 hours.
We'll also need to find a breaking point this morning.
Yeah.
Okay. All rise for the jury, please.
Exhibit E, EXHIBITY.
I'm positive. I can see it.
Stand up!
Thank you. May all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358 People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
Has anything occurred since we were last together that causes any of you to believe you could not continue to serve as a fair and impartial juror in this case? If so, please raise your hand. No response. All right. Yesterday, when we took our break, we were still in the midst of the prosecution's case in chief. That's where we will resume today. Mr. Allen, call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. We would call Jessica Bethel. It's my understanding Mr. Cook is doing her cross. I don't know where Mr. Cook went.
Okay.
He's going to be right back. I will stand in for him.
We're good to go then? Okay. All right, Ms. Bethel, if you would raise your right hand. You swear or affirm the testimony about giving this man will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
So we're
Go ahead and
good?
have a seat in the witness stand.
We're okay.
Please watch your
All
step
right.
as you step
Okay.
into the stand.
Everybody does.
Everybody does
May I
that.
proceed,
It's
Your Honor?
okay. You may, go ahead.
Good morning, ma'am. Will you please introduce yourself to our jury and then spell your first and last name for the record?
Good morning. My name is Jessica Bethel, Jessica Bethel.
Ms. Bethel, what do you do currently for work?
I'm currently a stay-at-home mom.
Okay. Did you at one point work for the El Paso County Sheriff's Office?
I did.
What was your last assignment with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office?
I was last assigned to the investigations division.
What kind of education and training allowed you to do that job?
I went through a post academy to become a sworn peace officer for the state of Colorado. And from there, I received on-the-job training and advanced my career into the investigations division.
Are you still a post-certified peace officer in the state of Colorado?
Yes, I am.
How long were you in law enforcement previously?
Total, including my time served as a civilian, would be 14 years.
I want to specifically get us oriented to January 2020 timeframe. Were you working at the El Paso County Sheriff's Office at that time?
Yes, I was.
What was your specific job assignment then?
I was assigned to the majors investigation team, which consisted of detectives that investigated homicides and robberies, assaults against people.
How many different homicide cases did you get involved with investigating, if you have a round figure?
Oh, boy. I would say more than 100.
At some point, did you become involved in the Gannon Stauch disappearance case?
Yes, I did.
What was your role in that case?
I was assigned as the lead detective.
What does a lead detective do?
The lead detective coordinates the investigation mainly on a typical case and receives the leads and the information that's being collected by the other detectives. And then from there, analyzes that information and disseminates further leads, eventually leading up to either an arrest of the person or, looking at potentially a different suspect.
You said in the typical case, was there something about this particular case that made it different from those, what you would classify as a typical homicide investigation?
Yes.
What was different about it just from the initial standpoint?
Initially, this case was receiving a lot of attention in social media, and the case quickly grew to a multi-agency case.
Do you remember off the top of your head how many different agencies got involved with this investigation?
I would say close to 10, if not more.
Did that include both state Colorado agencies like the El Paso County Sheriff's Office and other agencies, also federal agencies?
Yes.
Did it also include agencies in other states?
Yes, it did.
Would that include South Carolina and Florida?
Yes.
Because of the scope of this investigation, did that change the role of a lead investigator from the sheriff's office to some degree?
It did, yes.
In what way did that happen?
Because there was so much information coming in, I assumed more of an investigative role as opposed to sitting back and collecting all of the leads at once.
Would you classify the investigation as almost an all hands on deck effort?
Absolutely.
Speaking about just generally how the course of an investigation might go in a typical case, what are things that can influence the direction a case will develop into?
Things that can influence it, I would say whether or not we have witnesses available, whether or not there's video, whether or not the suspect is willing to do an interview with us. Those types of things can influence it.
What about the potential absence or existence of physical evidence?
Absolutely, that can influence it as well heavily.
You mentioned witnesses, willingness to give statements or lack of willingness to give statements. Can that also influence the course of an investigation?
Yes, it can.
What about misleading statements from witnesses? Can that have an influence on an investigation?
Yes, it can.
Those things that I just referenced, did some of those things occur in this case?
Yes, they did.
Did some of those things have a negative influence on the investigation?
Yes, they did.
Can you, in a general sense, tell us what some of those things might have been that caused a negative influence on the investigation?
This ultimately ended up being a homicide investigation, and we did not have a standard homicide scene where there would be, evidence of the homicide and a body. That was not present in this case. Also, the suspect providing alternate leads, multiple stories of what happened, also influenced how we proceeded with the case.
When you've got that sort of dynamic going where there's different stories being presented to the investigative team, do you have to sometimes chase those down to see if there's any validity to them?
We should always chase those down. Absolutely.
Okay, and why is that?
It's just as important whenever you're trying to prove that someone did something as to prove that they didn't do something. We need to act without bias. And so if they present something to us, we need to take that just as it's a credible piece of information and vet it before we determine that it's not a good lead.
When did you first become aware of this particular investigation? Do you remember?
January 28th.
So the day after Gannon was reported missing by a 911 call and a non-emergency call
That's correct.
by the defendant in this case?
Yes.
Because the initial call was for a missing or runaway child, did that cause a investigative impetus or momentum to try to find this child that potentially had run away?
Initially, patrol handled the case just as a missing or runaway child. But then later, when it was brought to our investigations, our attention, we realized that he was 11 years old. The weather, his medical conditions, it became more important to find him soon.
Were there lots of searches conducted in the area sort of surrounding the victim's home?
Yes, I was aware of many searches being done by neighbors, some coworkers of Albert's, and also law enforcement.
Did that include vast areas of field and even reservoirs and that kind of thing?
Yes.
Did any of those searches in the immediate area turn up any clues that would lead to any investigative leads that you could pursue?
No.
You said that you first learned of this case on January 28, 2020. Did you actually reach out to the person that ended up being the defendant in this case on that particular day?
Yes, I did.
Why did you make that effort?
I wanted to contact Letecia to speak with her more about Gannon's disappearance and to meet with her preferably at her home so that I could look at his room to look for clues as to where he may have gone, if he had left anything behind, a note or any behavioral changes.
Were you able to talk to Letecia?
I was, yes.
How would you describe her demeanor on that phone call? Was she willing to talk to you?
I would say she was hesitant at best.
Do you remember how you described it in your reports?
I don't remember verbatim, no.
Okay. Do you remember if you described it as being apprehensive, that she was apprehensive to talk to you?
Yes.
Did you specifically ask her at that particular time if you could go to the house and talk to her about what had happened?
Yes, I did.
Did she agree to allow you to come to the house?
No, she did not.
Did she give a reason?
Yes, she told me that there were several young children in the home, and she didn't want them overhearing what we were talking about.
What did you do then as far as trying to get her to sit down with you and give some sort of a statement to you?
I offered to meet her at a place of her choice. She ultimately asked that I meet her at Starbucks located on Fountain Mesa.
Prior to this particular phone call, had you ever met Letecia Stauch?
No,
Had you ever talked to her on the phone?
no,
Did you, in fact, then meet up with her at the Starbucks on Fountain Mesa?
I did.
Who was present for that interaction?
Letecia was present. Albert was present. My partner, Detective Mark Riley, was present. Myself and Jason Hess, Sergeant Jason Hess, also was present during part of it.
Okay. Did you actually do this contact with her and Mr. Stauch inside the Starbucks business?
Yes.
So was there a recording made of this particular interaction?
Yes, there was.
Can you hear sort of the normal chatter that you would hear in a Starbucks on the recording of this?
Yes, you can.
May I approach with People's Exhibit 335?
You may.
Ms. Bethel, do you recognize People's Exhibit 335?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
It is a disc containing a field interview with Mr. Stout and Letecia.
Is this the recording of what we were just talking about, your interaction with them at Starbucks on Fountain Mesa on January 28, 2020?
It is.
Have you had a chance to listen to that recording?
I did.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of that interview?
Yes.
At this time, I'd move for admission of People's 335 and request permission to publish.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, Exhibit 335 will be admitted. Go ahead.
And before we publish it, the person that you had contact with that identified as Letecia Stauch, did that person have the same voice as the person you talked to on the phone just a little bit prior to this actual meeting?
Yes, she did.
Do you see that same person in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Will you please identify her for the jury, pointing out where she is sitting and what she's wearing?
She's sitting at the defendant's table. She has a pink shirt on.
With her head resting on her hand?
Yes.
I would ask that the record reflect she has identified the defendant.
The record will so reflect. Go ahead.
And then permission to publish People's 335, and it is 55 minutes and 54 seconds, Your Honor.
And is this audio only?
Yes, this is audio only.
All right, go ahead.
She's currently picking her scalp.
I wasn't sure like what you were gonna be in.
Yeah. So, do you guys want to stand out here, or do you want to go in the?
We can go in.
Okay.
Very greasy.
I'm Detective Bethel, by the way.
Okay.
This is my partner, Detective Riley.
Sorry, I'm just a little, I was like, and I felt that. I guarantee you, I'm gonna get halfway down there and I'm so.
So we were just notified about what's going on in Gannon, and so I just want to start from the beginning, to make sure that I have accurate information. So your name, ma'am?
It's TECIA. And same last name, Stauch. AUCH.
Your date of birth?
8483.
Give me the address, because I don't think that street name's right.
It's just Mandan, MANDAN.
How long have you guys lived there?
A little over a year.
And your name, sir?
First name's Eugene.
Your date of birth?
82.
All right. Where do you work, ma'am?
The beginning.
Which school?
I don't know. I don't like if I think it's it for the other college.
And you, sir?
I'm in Ashland. Full time.
So tell me a little bit about Gannon. How old is he? He's 11?
Switch, I'll put out. That's, come our attention, and that's not true.
Right. That's what I was told too.
So we were like, everything we've been basing the
But someone actually takes.
Yeah, technically last night he texted me. I was in Oklahoma at Fort Sill for training. I had to come home emergency. But he texted me last night. He's like, yeah, we saw him on the camera, came in, did not look distressed. Bought some chips, left on foot. I mean, I can show you the text if you want to see it. But
When did you go to Fort Sill?
when? Yeah, I left Sunday. I've been there 1 day.
What school does Gannon attend?
Grand Mountain.
Grand Mountain?
Yeah, it's in our neighborhood.
I was gonna say, I think that's a new one that opened up down there. Tell me about his friends.
Most of his friends are right there, like right around our house. Like he has boys that live right at the end of the street. He plays with them most of the time. Braden is his name.
What's Braden's last name?
I mean, I got all his parents' phone numbers and we talk to him all the time. But
If I could get their number too.
yeah,
So we have Braden.
Braden, so they're like two families that live in the same house, but they're like related. So
Well, Connor, I know, but Connor goes to Webster.
there's a Connor, but he goes to Webster initially, like because they rezoned him because of the new school or whatever. So he went there last year.
Connor's mom has been with us the past day or two.
She works at
Yeah, she works at Webster.
So this is one of them.
Ian,
So like I said, I think it's two brothers and their families live in the same house. And they got like 3 or 4 kids.
But that's associated to Braden.
I think that's Braden's uncle. I got Braden's mom in there too. But you can get to him through this guy. This is him.
When was the last time that Gannon went to school?
It's been last week.
yeah, so Gannon went to school on Friday.
Friday, yeah.
When does he return home from school?
Get home like 3:15-ish.
Yeah, 3:05 to 3:15,
Yeah.
they changed the new time of the school. Like it used to be like 3:30 to 3:45. Because of like snow days over there.
So Braden and Connor, are those the only two friends?
I mean,
I don't even know if he's parents.
I'm looking.
He wants to meet them all on top of home, so he has all their numbers. I don't even, like, I know them from coming to our house. Like, I don't have a like down.
There's one more. This so Lily is my daughter's friend, but she has a brother that's Gannon's age as well, and they kind of live like right behind us.
What is the brother's name?
Reese.
Reese.
I do know that because
Yeah,
I hear Lane say it all the time.
So they live on the next street over, and sometimes they'll ride their bikes over there, but they mainly play with these boys, these Braden. And then right next door to them is a group of girls that my daughter plays with.
Okay.
I just know their mom.
Campbell.
Canberra is the mom, and that's her number right there. 801.
Oh, yeah.
CAMBRA, I think.
So that's a mom of,
My daughter's friends. There's like 3 girls.
Well, one of them is the age of Gannon.
Yeah, I mean, these kids are like they range from like first grade to like they're 6.
so these are neighbors.
Yeah, basically they live 2 or 3 houses down, but they live next door to one of those 2.
Okay.
And that's about it. That's all they really play with. Now he's got some other friends at school, but he never really goes to their house and stuff like that. The point of concern was this right here. This is where the concern started. I'll show you the text message he sent me. Okay, so this was, he stayed at home yesterday because his stomach was hurting.
So we went hiking on Sunday.
Okay, so yeah,
I would tell her that part.
Yeah,
She sees about the stump. And we went to Garden of Gods and we get probably about, I don't know, a few miles out, a few feet in. He's like, oh, my stomach hurts. I'm like, it's probably because you haven't been, like exercising on everything. He's had this problem for a while because he gets like really bad constipation. And so his stomach was hurting all through the night. And you were either on the plane,
yeah, something. I was
something,
on the way
we were
to,
like texting back and forth. And I was like, should I just stay at home? Because there was like blood and stuff coming out of his blood a little bit. And so I was like, I didn't want him to go to school like that, scared because of like multiple underwear.
Okay.
and he gets really down and embarrassed about
So,
that too.
yeah, so he gets embarrassed. He's very like emotional about that type of thing because he's sad about it. So he stayed at home. Well, we went and got the dogs, some new outfits. We got 2 new puppies. So we went and got the dogs and outfits at the Petco. I think it's on Coles, Nevada exit maybe. I don't know the numbers, but I know it's Nevada and the Coles right there. And so we went to Nevada, the Coles. He sat in the car because he wasn't feeling well, but I wanted to make sure he was gonna eat, and I gave him some Pedialyte and stuff like that. I think that's about it. Petco came back, whatever. So when we came back, he was texting you. That's where you know.
Yeah, so he had spilled a candle in the house, whatever, you know, because he felt like he was smelling bad because of his accident. He lit a candle and was playing. He spilled the candle, so he got really upset because he made a mess with that too. So
it burned a big.
So then this is where he starts texting me. I'm in Oklahoma, so he told me my tummy hurts, blah blah blah. And I'm just trying to stay positive, you know. So he's worried about. Tisha said he was really worried about getting in trouble not for the accident, but for the candle thing. So then right here, I was like, we'll talk later. And he's like, do we have bath salts? And I'm like, immediately, I know what that's all about. So I'm like, what the, you know, what's going on? Or where did he even hear this from? So I immediately texted her. I was like, we have a little bit for baths and stuff. So I was like, put all the stuff we use for our baths and put it away somewhere so he can't access it until we find out what's going on. And then I asked him for what.
So something like that.
Yeah.
So with that, the day before, when he tells me this, I said, he came in and asked me, did we have any the day before, which was Sunday. And I gave him a bath bomb because I really didn't know bath salt. I didn't know. So I gave him a bath bomb and we went to the bath. I still was clueless to the bath salts until we looked it up.
So then he tells me this. My friend said if I got some, we could play this weekend. And I told him no, absolutely not. But we were still talking at this point. And then he was like, he went on a little bit. Then he's like, his brother has a car for a sleepover if I can come over Friday. And that's kind of the end of it. That we need some more haze. So that's where we get the idea that he may have left. Well, no, he told her.
Okay.
He told her he was going to play. So,
Which he does.
which they do all the time. They walk out and they're like, you know, where you going? Be back at such and such time. And they're always, maybe he's 10 minutes late, but you know, nothing like this. So I don't even know who this friend is. That's the biggest concern on the surface. That's why I said, no, like she said, I always like to walk over there and meet, hey, this is blah, blah, blah.
We don't know anyone but the car.
Yeah. With nobody finding that has an older sibling that drives, none of his friends that we're aware of. So from these other people, we got some names of other kids on the bus that he plays with, and so we kind of hunted them down last night. We heard what they did while I was on the way back. Found one kid named Jimmy, but he wasn't. They hadn't seen him, and then they were like, "Well, this kid has an older brother or whatever." And they went to their house, and they're like, "No, we haven't seen him." So that's when it really was
Gave us information that Jimmy had an older sibling. So of course we all went, you know,
we think it was
around.
putting people together. You know.
So then Jimmy's dad answers the door and they show the picture to Jimmy Connor's mom, with the one with my daughter. She's a 17-year-old. So he's like, yeah, I think I know that kid. And then they were like, do you know Jimmy? And the guy was like, yeah, that's my son. And then he was like, I'm sorry to tell you guys, but we don't have a older child that drives. I don't know if she said Jimmy was the oldest, but whatever it was, Dad said there was no older boy that was in their home that drove. But it was like he said, pieces were coming in from different kids trying to give us information and names.
See, the big deal here is it's not like, and I know kids, you know, they get influences, but he's a homebody. I mean, I'm like the same way. He would rather be at home playing his little Nintendo or, you know, watching cartoons. You know, sometimes I gotta make him go ride his bike, that kind of thing. So he's not one just to walk off. And, you know, he's had times where he's been a little embarrassed about his stomach problem, but never anything to drive him to something like that. So that's why I had to come to grips because I'm pretty convinced that something bad. We kind of took ourselves kind of broken down to, you either feel like he's at a house where some of this drug stuff is going on. They convince, you know, that they convince.
Has anybody called the school yet?
Yeah.
So the principal called this morning.
I back up. I emailed the teacher first. I'm like, can you give us any information? I knew she couldn't, but I wanted to start with that dialogue. So can you give us any information about Anna's friends or anything? She's like, no, but I can go to the administration. So, principal, somebody reached out last week. Her principal said he waited up the front just to make sure he didn't come to school today, side or whatever. And an announcement is that, hey, if you have information, we're going to help Gannon. And,
They also just sent an email on the do not reply. The district email just came to us where the principal said he's sending out all families.
okay, so yeah, so they're doing their due diligence.
So that just came to us with that.
What kind of social media accounts does he have?
I don't even let him get online with these things. I have.
Does he have a phone? Obviously, he has a phone
Yeah,
that
it's
he's
in the
texting.
truck, but like, we check through that. I check the phone logs on my TNT account, and we hadn't texted anybody other than the one friend.
So we have the capability to do a download on the phone and potentially see things that are deleted that you and I wouldn't see immediately. It would be like in cache data or whatever. Would you be willing to let us look at his phone,
Yeah.
do that download, see, just to make sure that he didn't delete something that, that we need to look at? Okay, so it's an iPhone?
Yes. You want me to grab that?
You need to take it with you.
Yeah, that would be great if we could.
I know we'll get to that, but I brought this because some of my buddies at work were like, you can track, Nintendo has a way to track if the device is hooked to the internet somewhere.
Okay.
So maybe he's somewhere and play this game on their Wi-Fi or something.
That, is the Nintendo Switch missing?
Yeah, he had it with him. So like he was going to play games. That's what obviously he was going to play games with his buddy or something.
What's the serial number on that?
That's going to be right there if I'm not mistaken. Everything should be in it. I think that's it.
So does he, other than the stomach issues, does he have any other ailments, disabilities?
He just, he takes, ADHD medicine, but that's never really caused him a problem other than, I mean, he makes straight A's. He actually got his first B this past time, so.
That's his phone there.
Yeah, that's 292 was the best one.
2922.
Yeah, let me give you this phone number. And I don't know if you have to subpoena the information or not, but so my friend looked this up and found, it said that, police can subpoena connection location for the switch, and that's the phone. And he found something on the internet that said that, so it's at least worth looking into, I think.
Yeah, we've got a database of stuff that we work with, so we'll be able to find a contact if that service exists with that. Any,
Can I show you something?
Yeah.
I mean, I know you'll find it up, but I was just not sure about the history.
Oh, yeah, he had looked up only one, something that was.
Oh, that's, where's the history?
are there any other children in the home?
Oh, it's.
I'm sorry, I haven't got.
You turned a 17-year-old. So, biologically both of yours?
No, so I have Gannon and my 8-year-old daughter. And their mom is on the way now, so she's gonna be here tonight. But
What's his sister's name?
Lena, Laina.
What's her date of birth?
1/22/12.
And you have custody of both of them?
I do.
What is
Well,
mom's name?
technically shared, but they live with me and go to our senior summer. So we call it shared, but I really have this. Mom's name is Landon, Landeen.
Do you know her last name?
Hyatt, Hiott.
Date of birth?
411?
4/11/85. And we have one other child in the home as well, her biological daughter.
Okay, what is mom's phone number?
Phone number?
Yep. And you said it's your biological daughter?
Harley. H-U-N-T, no, Harley.
Oh, Harley.
Yes, ma'am.
What's Harley's date of birth?
5102.
You mentioned younger children in the home.
Well, mainly I was meeting Lena because here's what happened. One of the people called this morning and she was sleeping and heard a lot of conversations and she's been like just crying and things like that. So, yeah, and she already has like, I don't know, preconditioner with anxiety, but she gets very,
It's worked up.
yeah, worked up easily. So I just, she's having a hard time because like the National Guard came earlier, so many people have been coming, so it's a lot.
Like you said, there, I guess the search history had been deleted, but like that right there, Monday afternoon. I don't know, I don't see a time on that, so I don't know when that happened, but I'm sure that can be found, but it says, can my parent find my cell phone if it's off? So I don't know if he intended to take the phone.
What is this? Where does FGTV live?
That's, so this FGTV, some little kids show that they watch, what the kids watch, and, they got.
Like famous YouTubers.
It's like a YouTube thing that's going on, so. But he left the phone.
Is he talking to any girls?
No, actually, I joked with him about that, but
He
he,
had a puberty class and he was like,
Yeah.
ooh, I don't want to do like, and
they just had a little puberty class in school, so he's still in the ooh phase. Yeah, go ahead.
now, if you see the messages that say to mommy in the last day, that's me talking to his mom. Because I don't give her my.
To see if you get any, searches and stuff on the maps. So he searched for 10315 declaration. Is that you guys?
Declaration is probably somewhere, it's probably somewhere.
It's old.
Yeah, it's probably,
Old Glory?
yeah, it's probably something that we were, it could have been things that people.
What date was that?
10315 Declaration Drive.
When was that? So
It says Classic Homes, Wilson Ranch.
Yeah, I mean, that's our neighborhood.
Right.
Declaration.
I didn't look for any declaration.
Bethany lives on Kearsarge, so.
Yeah.
Kearsarge or whatever. But we were driving around over there and somebody said that they saw a camera
That was the,
on the Old Glory.
address on there.
Wow, I didn't think about looking at that. But this kind of doesn't make any sense because he went the other direction.
Three, I feel like that's someone's address.
Yeah.
I mean, some of the people. Is it recently? Because like,
So this is how it was, when I pulled up his map. I don't have his, so you'll observe. When address that listed, that address. So when I click on it, I don't.
if you just put Orson Ranch, so is that the random address for that office?
different address of declaration. Up top.
Bring up this now to see, look for hours. I'll send the car down the back. We'll figure out what that is. It's in most, I know it's right there, goes off to the south. They're going to drive by their house.
But it's kind of farther towards the school than our house, toward that backside.
Yeah.
We're up right at the front. That first section.
What model iPhone is that?
That's like a 6. Yeah.
Search. They're over here.
So this here is, it's a computer, so it's but we're gonna use cell phone. So basically, what the cell phone waivers would say, is that we're gonna dump this phone with your permission. You have the constitutional right not to have it searched without having a warrant. I think that at this point, in time, it would be good to start it.
Yes.
But everything that's on that, to include all deleted items, everything, it just makes a copy of everything. And then we'll get it back to you and we'll analyze the copy that we take from it. Again, it's, you're providing consent. I can't force you into doing it. And I would have to obtain a search warrant, if you didn't consent.
28.
I believe so, yep.
28.
So we'll keep the phone and start searching through that. Where might he go other than, does he have any other relatives in the area?
No,
No relatives in the area.
it's just us and those few friends. Yeah, I don't know. I don't recognize it.
We're listening to the car over there.
Okay.
Figure out why it's in this car. Did you ask about the bath salt and the address?
Yeah, so we don't know just the friend. We don't know who the friend is.
I could show you all it said.
in that text.
He said to me with bath salts, like, do we have any?
You wanted to take him to a friend's house?
Yeah, let me pull it up so I don't get it wrong. Huh?
I was trying to think like this.
Ordered these for you.
Oh, thank you.
And I got another water coming for you guys.
Thank you so much. So you can just read through it. It starts, I was in Oklahoma, it starts right there, so you can just scroll down. So to get this details we did with him, he's been having some stomach problems, so that's when he talks about his tummy. He made a little accident, dropped a candle, so he's upset about that, but then you can read the part about the bath salts. And in context with that, at the same time, as soon as you say bath salts, I got on the phone with her and was like, hey, yeah, because we do have some legit take baths with and stuff.
Yeah.
That's like, get it all, hide it, put it away.
And I told him that
Figure out what's going on.
he did ask me the day before,
Yeah.
and I gave him, because I didn't.
So like, see, it's very vague. There's no like friend's name or where they live or anything. Because the intent was to have that conversation face to face or whatever.
I'm sorry, when did you say you went to Fort Hill?
I left Sunday morning. Well, actually, I went Sunday night because my mom flew out Saturday night. My flight was Sunday morning, and then of course, got there Sunday. Had one day of class, and then this all happened Monday night. So, which was yesterday. I came back and
What time did you guys go to Petco?
I don't know, I probably looked at what time we set the alarm.
Okay.
that was Sunday, right?
No, Sunday was, we went hiking Sunday.
Didn't go to Petco Sunday?
No, we went,
Petco Monday?
yeah, because it was just me again and again on the car because the stomach.
Okay.
Because Lena went with us hiking, but Lena was. What's that date? So.
Tell you what, yesterday was 27. So we're at that address. You said you're sending a car to the house?
The only thing I can think of though, if that was the person that we took the jingle basket to,
How would you use this phone?
Gannon was with me.
Okay.
So if it ends up being the person with like the neighborhoods do the jingle basket, that's the only thing, because it was somebody in North Ridge. So you go like with people, but that would have been December. So I don't know what they got. I don't know if that's their address. I'm just saying that.
Any clothes missing?
I mean, like I said, like literally from what she explained, everything was consistent with, I'm going to play with my friends. So it was like, whatever clothes he had on, we make him put his play shoes on. We got nice shoes and play shoes. He had his play shoes on. So, I mean, it was pretty obvious that his intent was like, I'm not leaving, but I'm going to play. And I'm, doing everything I'm supposed to do. And she let him take his switch. I mean, don't really ever do that, so. It's in.
When was the last time he talked to his mom, his biological mother?
Or something. He talks to her, right? They talk almost, I'd say 5 times a week. I know he talked to her Friday and Saturday because my mom was here and, he was on the phone first, so.
Sorry, there's just a lot of 27 numbers.
So bio mom's coming in from.
Yeah, she's on the way now. I think she just got on a plane, South Carolina. Yeah, that's where we're all originally from, South Carolina, but I'm right here for the military. So, I mean, not to add any confusion to it, but like the mom's married to a guy that's got a lot of trouble with the law. That was one of my first instincts when it was like, when the come and go thing came up and they said that he walked in all nonchalant, like everything was normal. It was like the dude was here or something, because he's got a lot of trouble like that in his background. So I was like, it came to my mind. It's worth putting down, but I mean, I don't know if it's anything legit.
Does she have your address?
Yeah, she does.
I know it says I disarmed the panel at Monday, January 27th at 2:29. So that's when we would have, and I set the back door to close. Because I would have like let the dogs out back then. So that's when
you got home?
Came home. I'm still scrolling up. I just didn't want to have to go to the back. And then, let's see, it says basement motion. I might have didn't set, I had to set the alarm. It's not showing when I set the alarm, but it says, living room and basement motion at 10:10 a.m. Oh, here it is. Armed by master right here. So Monday, January 27th, I armed the alarm at 10:05 a.m.
10:05, you guys went?
That's what time I armed it, so I'm assuming, yeah, because we had motion that morning because we were there.
Which alarm do you use?
ADT.
What did you participate in? Bingo?
But they do these little basket things where like they would like a group on Facebook or wherever, of like say 10 women or 10 families, just set a dollar amount. It's like, okay, you bring a basket of stuff to their house.
Okay.
So it's like a Secret Santa, I don't know, something like that, but for the neighborhood.
I could either look on the lady who sends it. You want to see if that's the address she sent?
It doesn't matter. We're going to send it to
Okay.
anyway.
Okay.
So we'll make contact,
Okay.
verify.
Okay.
It's weird to hear without that address installed.
Yeah.
But that, I mean, if that's like recent, or I know we
I
don't.
don't have a way to see when it was searched. I can just see what the address is, the only address on there.
Right.
Has he ever left before?
So, I tell you, I mean, I know every parent says this, but he's a pretty straight up kid. And, if ever he does wrong, like the only thing he ever sneaks is, playing his games if he's grounded or something. That's it. I mean, other than that, he does his chores. I mean, he makes straight A's, kind-hearted. I mean, he fusses with his sister, but.
And to add to that, I know Spirit K was saying that the counselor has said
Yes.
yeah.
So I because of, so his mom and the situation with that, her husband, like she basically has lost everything. Doesn't have a place to live, gone through a lot, and on drugs and stuff. So I got custody of them. It's been pretty hard, for any kid. And I went through some of that as a kid. So I was like, let's get them counseling, just to be, certain there's nothing that they're dealing with, and they know it's okay to talk. So they go like once a month on base. And I always ask at the end of the session, hey, is there anything alarming that you brought up or anything I need to know about. And
Yeah, she always says
for
that.
him, it's nothing, that he's just open and, he's going through normal emotions of, loving mom and loving dad and stuff like that, but nothing like, hey, you need to.
Does he go on Carson?
Yes.
And what's his counselor's name?
Dr. Burtek, I have her number.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Looking through this phone and listening to you, it's exactly like looking through a 12-year-old's phone and talking to him. I mean, exactly. He communicates over a couple of game chats. They play the game on, You guys play a computer game.
This is it right here. And I refuse, unless he's done it behind my back. I know he gets on YouTube and watches some stuff, but I have absolutely said no online gaming. So unless he's got on there and figured it out, then
So not necessarily communicating through the game. We have apps and stuff. If you can talk back and forth with your
maybe
while you game and stuff, and he likes to use those instead of text messages. And you use different apps. I was looking to see if I recognize any of the ones. Our son did before.
Yeah.
So I don't recognize any of them on there from what he uses.
Yeah, and usually, once again, he's pretty innocent by telling us, or at least hinting at things. And he's never even like said, "Oh, I learned this from this." How he learns is he researches like YouTube and stuff.
I can see the way he was talking to you in his text messages about feeling in trouble if he still plays game and stuff like that.
But I did block him from the Wi-Fi because he was using TikTok. He had something about some choking game.
Yes, I noticed, and paying attention to what the news and all that. I banned them from TikTok and said remove it from all your devices because of the bad. I'm sure there's good stuff, but that stuff that encourages those challenges or whatever
When was that?
within the past week.
Yeah, I took him off, but like he was on the Xfinity Squad.
Yeah,
And shut the
Yeah.
device off.
yeah, he did
So
that.
I did that because I look over and it was some people were choking and quarters. I don't know what it's like. I guess to get high,
This is counseling.
like you choke yourself or something. And so he was laughing, but I think he saw it as just people being silly. I don't think he was realizing like
How serious it
how
was?
serious that was. So I told him a story of which was a true story. He was playing a quarter game and it went down his throat and he had to be rushed to the hospital, blah, 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 blah. And so then he kind of looked at me like, like it was serious. So I didn't think anything else about it. Didn't think he was going to do anything like that. I just thought he thought it was funny.
To see, the kid is so like tenderhearted, like I know the kids are obviously influenced, we know that, but he would never like smoking or anything like that because his mom's got into that stuff since we split up, and stepdad as well, and his grandma, his mom's mom smokes real bad, and so he knows that causes bad stuff.
But then the thing was in his book bag.
What was in his book bag?
So she found after the bath
Harley
salts,
found it.
I said, go check his book bag just in case. Initially, she found nothing, but then after he disappeared, they went back and,
No, I didn't let her go look at it initially.
oh, I thought you looked at it.
No, you asked me to go look at it, but I was doing other things.
So they
I sent
found
Harley-
a 2-pack of those little Swisher Sweets.
Yeah, I sent
So-
Harley to go look at it.
I don't know, somebody had to give him those
When did you find those?
last night.
Yeah, so I sent Harley to go do it. So Harley was like pulling out the book bag stuff and she's like, oh, I didn't see anything. And then she had a folder in her hand that dropped that folder. So she immediately texted out. But it didn't look like anything was used.
His best friend leaving that was.
It's kids at English.
Braden and Connor.
Connor, not as much because,
Have we been to their house?
I don't know, did they talk to the police last night?
Connor's mom did.
Connor's mom was there, but I was texting the other parents because they were out in the neighborhood looking.
Was Brady's parents one of them?
Yeah, out in the neighborhood looking around, yeah.
Yeah.
We've talked to Brady's parents.
I'm not sure if y'all talked to Braden.
I know they talked to Braden's mom, but she was at a.
Okay, all right, there you go.
I don't know that you talked to Connor's mom, but I do know she was there at the time everyone was there.
What is the Rubicon Drive address?
Rubicon Drive, actually?
So Lily and,
Is that,
like the friends that live on that address? Okay.
9865 Rubicon Drive.
I don't know the number, but that Lily and Reese I spoke about earlier, they live on Rubicon, which I think is the street right behind us. Is that Rubicon?
Yeah, Rubicon's behind us, but I don't know anybody. I thought Gap Home was behind us.
Okay, hold on, let me look at it.
What is it again?
9865 Rubicon Drive.
No, what is this? Something.
That was the usual hangout, yeah.
Oh, okay. Who gave you this?
It was listed in the report. You guys gave it through.
Yeah, I didn't give anybody no.
So there was information that you wanted to go to a party with the basalts. That was the sleepover. Is that right?
No, he said I want to go to a friend's house. They said bring bath salts and my older brother.
Yeah.
That's piecing it all together, but in his terms, that's.
Yeah, but I didn't hear the same thing
But,
anybody about.
so this Rubicon, so we live on Mandan right here. That Rubicon would be those boys, that Braden's family right here. I'm sure that's,
Okay, so that's Braden's house.
I would assume that because they don't know anybody else in Rubicon.
Yeah, I wouldn't have given
And
you.
Lily and Reese,
Because I don't even know.
well, I don't know, Rubicon goes around here, so unless he was going to somewhere right there, I don't know, but the boys do live there, Rubicon. Lily and Reese live on Capitol.
So we also have a deputy back over at the Cummingville.
Okay.
So we asked them to send us the videos. They can't do it in the store. They have to do it in the corporate office. It's a wireless system or whatever, if you're cloud, I can send it to the deputies. We're going back over to review that.
It's Linda Reese. Or Reese Linda.
Oh, at that Declaration House? I mean, to know if there's any kids there, we'd have to go through the school probably.
That's what they're doing now. They're going down to see if anybody home, they have any kids, it's on tape.
Okay.
And then why he would have searched that address, et cetera, and start from there. So they're headed down there to do that now. The deputy over, taking a look and focus you over there. Did you talk to Deputy Donatello yesterday?
Would this been late last night?
No, it would have been probably before 4 p.m.
I'm trying to, the only deputy I spoke with that I remember, one called me because we were getting overwhelmed.
Yeah.
I don't know who I spoke with. They were at the house though, right?
There's a lot.
I think they were at the house and then, Donahue,
Donatello, yeah.
Sean Donahue.
Now, Chris Donatello,
This is El Paso County? Yes. Deputy Sean Donahue, I think is the one I talked to because he said
The recording.
he said he would text me the case number. And then he said that we got come and go footage. So I texted him back. Yeah, I mean, you can read through it. if you want.
so the deputy that went to the coming show, the clerk said, oh yeah, he was getting it. The deputy reviewed the video, and he does not do video.
It doesn't lie.
I got all he saw here
The one viewed today or last night?
last night. He's going back again today.
Let's see, Donahue said basically that it said there was nothing out of the ordinary. He didn't seem under duress. He left on foot. He only purchased a bag of chips. And I continued to ask him questions about.
First of all, I think that came from the clerk. And the clerk said, yeah, it's no. But the deputy ran the new video. The kid is in the video buying the chips.
Yeah.
He doesn't think it's your son.
Okay.
But he's over there back now. And we can go there and look at it, but we can't get a copy of it.
Yeah.
Doesn't have to have the video.
I mean, I was over there when, I don't know who was over there at like 11:30. There was another deputy over there around.
That would not have been the guys over there.
Yeah, so we were driving around, I saw a squad car or whatever there. I pulled in and I said, hey, can I look at the footage? He said, like, I don't have permission for that. But he said, I've looked over an hour and a half. I don't see description of your son or something that's close to it.
What kind of iCloud sign in? Sorry.
Let's text real quick, and it's in my note. I think it's the kid's stuff, isn't it?
I'll need a username and password.
Yeah, I got it in my phone.
You see anything there is worth. Video. I saw a screenshot on the phone of a kid on a sidewalk or something like that. You guys, camera.
Somebody sent that.
So there's been like 100 videos, photos that I went through. And I know that a couple of them were what appears to be him because it's the same outfit, the same, looks like him, there were people scrolling on the. So we had like 400 comics to go through.
So
That
that should be the iCloud
we sent.
username and password for his phone.
Was available, we write them
And
back.
then,
Or whatever, so yeah.
yeah, you can write all that. And that's the Gmail username and password attached.
So yeah, we.
Do you care if I just take a picture of that?
Hey, how about I screenshot it and send it to you? How about that?
That's
So like it was on Gatlin. One of them I sent to my cousin, I just don't remember where this one.
There, that's it.
Gatlin's behind us.
Always a cap.
Oh, yeah, no, Gatlin.
That's
Okay.
way up in the city.
That's it. All right, what's your number?
719
Okay.
208
Okay.
1406.
So, do my stop one?
And I just left that's my daughter's iCloud too. Not that it'll matter, but just in case, I just left that one on there for you.
You're pretty sure that's right?
Yeah, okay. But I mean,
So where was this one taken at what time?
I need to look back. If you've got this, thought of the same thing there.
Can I give you a number? I can send a picture to you. I'm gonna send it to the guy that's overlooking that video.
Okay.
719.
So.
No.
We're in
5657. And that one was somewhere over by your house?
Yeah, what video here? We didn't.
You can beat over the come and go.
Oh, I didn't. Safeway, I was like, I don't really make costume for this house like that.
So I did see he has a whole bunch of emails for somebody.
Well, this is why. This is why. So we'll all be in there. They only let you do the just for you, keep on clipping. So everybody in the house with phones has to get it. So she.
Game in the system.
So
Well, our son gets random emails from.
you'll notice
Like,
pink stickers on there too.
Like, my email box.
Yeah.
That's your point.
That's why it's.
So let's all really-
That's all, that's. And then I'll get in there and be like, what number am I putting in and try them all.
Has anybody searched the guy's house yet?
Yeah, so that was the first thing they did was, it was about 6 people, showed up. And because we waited about 4 hours. And the first thing they do, they come in, they just were like, hey, we need to get your ID. You know, you have to run in like, I guess like search thing and stuff like that. And then they said, well, typically, or sometimes kids can like hide, and someone told me something about kids could be in the dryer and not realize that they could breathe, you know, like different places. So the guy went through every room and all the officers and everybody else like stood this way. And he did like flashlights and checked all the spots to make sure he wasn't like hiding, because at this point, it had already been so long, he doesn't ever come in to hide. He might do like a play, like jump out behind the thing, but not like anything specific. Yeah, so he went in like all of our closets, we like moved stuff, everybody was silent. Then we looked at the alarm to see like if there was any motion that might have been in any direction that we, like we didn't know. And so I didn't do it, he did it. We spent a while doing that, going over certain things. Like they walked me around, they were like, does he always leave this here? The clothes that were laid out, because we laid up, when he goes out of town and it's just me there, I try to lay out all the clothes, and I do it for him too if I'm somewhere. So they can just get up and find their clothes. So they were like, all these clothes are laid out. And I was like, yeah, it says Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Because he's got like 2 beds. So he used to see other beds, is like to lay out all this stuff. So they walk through, just asking simple questions. Would you normally do this? Would you normally do that? You know.
I'm working on the Nintendo right now.
Okay.
Does he have a gamer ID on that switch?
Yeah, you don't remember the. Did it come through on his phone?
Can I see this phone? It might be.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah. I'll find it.
Yeah, he had one and then when he got the new system, we just created a new one. It was pretty much a password for it. So.
Hey, you got a vehicle, maybe they'll just put big car and stuff all over the place.
When he goes to play, I know you had said that you have to like basically kick him out the door to go ride his bike event, but when he does play outside, where does he go?
Just to Braden's house.
Well, you don't have to kick him outside if he's not on his medicine. If he's not on his medicine, he's hyper, he'll go to. But if he's on his medicine, it's more like if till it wears off, it's 5 minutes for ADHD. So until it wears off, it might be a, like I don't want to play, like it's zombie mode at first. So when it wears off, like if it's the weekend and we give it to him because we have to go to church, he would not go outside on a Sunday because it's still in his system at church. But he didn't take it because he didn't take it Saturday. He didn't take it because we went hiking, because we did a 6-mile hike. He didn't take it Sunday. I'm sorry, that was Sunday. He didn't take it Saturday, he didn't take it Sunday, and he didn't take it Monday, which caused the stomach problems. So he was off his medicine.
Look at that, time go a lot. No,
I don't even think he ever done it.
it said that the manager of the store says knows the kid, he comes in giving with the dad. So, that's not us, right, which we constantly, commonly have, sometimes see something and go, oh yeah, that's the kid I see, so they said that the kid that
I don't know.
they're saying it's him, but he knows him, he comes in all the time with you.
Do like put
So,
it's in
you guys like,
the.
you don't show back on, bro, definitely not enough for a clerk to know. No, I don't, I think it's.
It's, all this says is this. I don't know if that's,
We go get gas over here.
that's always there. Purchase, so sometimes.
And the Gmail account associated.
I think.
Should be the.
I don't think he was last week.
Sounds like
So, I don't think he was last year. The guy that Brister reported in there saw him, that one worked. He's saying, yeah, I know, I'm like, this guy comes in all the time, obviously that's not your guy.
Right, yeah, no, I don't think it's ever even, I might have been there one
The
time.
deputy was looking, the deputy did not think it was him. He's going back to look to see if this kid that he sees in the store that I think buys the chip, gets back into the car. I don't think that's gonna be, I don't think he made it up. It is, I could be wrong, but it does not look like that to me based on.
Did you get what you needed?
Yes.
ID thing,
I
okay.
have a lieutenant and a deputy going down after that, he's right now, but we went down and talked to them. Talked to a couple deputies, so looking this morning,
Okay.
checking the golf course.
Yeah, because we saw him put the light on and we thought like there was people out there, but they were doing like another call, so he like kind of chased them down.
No, it was actually for,
Oh.
they didn't know what they were gonna find and whatnot.
Yeah.
They didn't want to give people all riled up. They were checking on it, there was some noise coming from their shed. I think it was in that golf course area.
Oh.
So they went in and started, you can see where the business pushed down.
Right.
He was not it. But I want you to know, that wasn't him looking for anything or following tips.
Because they were just like, we were going to talk to somebody and we both drove off and was like, we both drove, make sure it's not the car. We both drove off and like, we're going into the woods to talk to people. Because we thought like,
Yeah.
okay, whatever, and drove on.
So they were going into that, I mean, because there's an abandoned shed or something back there. That they went in there and fenced in, you can tell people going there and messing around. They were going there looking for it.
Okay, thank you. I mean, like, I'm glad they weren't like saying that soon it would have been like.
They just didn't want to.
Right, right.
Yeah, you got a tip, you might be over here.
Yeah,
You know, 30
exactly.
people are running toward the shed.
Exactly.
You guys can work with. I would like to talk to, talk to your students. out there, you know what I mean?
Yep.
They might know where this party is supposed to be.
What color is Braden's house?
But my talk with parents on
Yeah, I don't handle anything. I don't even know. I think it's like 10. I don't even, I've never even spoken to their parents. So now,
Would your husband know?
yeah, I think it's like 10. I mean, I drove by it. I just don't.
Eugene,
They
Oh, yeah.
what color is Braden's house?
I told her I didn't know.
Is it on your street?
But you, so come in our neighborhood, our house is like third from the end, something like that. Two intersections, dead end right here. There's Canberra, where I referenced, and then Braden. Basically, you go straight to their house from the intersection.
So this is,
This is us. That's Mandan, Rubicon, right? Rubicon.
Find out about that declaration house. If nobody's there, we'll start doing a back search.
Braden.
And then and go from there. We'll be out there trying. All right.
you said,
Canberra, which she's in there somewhere. And
where's
this is-
Connor at?
Connor, they live over,
Like Academy or something.
somewhere, yeah, way over up Academy. It's just his mom teaches at that Webster school or works there, so that he goes to that.
They just
Connor's mom's number.
Did you give her that?
No, we got sidetracked
She
on
just actually,
15 other things.
Yeah.
sorry.
I don't
So
have a
Braden is
street.
on Rubicon.
Goes by Gannon.
Go back in.
Gannon, yeah.
Connor's gone.
Yeah.
You guys let me know when you be down that section. Okay, we'll do. Well, we're doing everything we can for you right now.
Thank you so
Hit
much.
you guys up, we got your number. Make sure it's charged, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Okay. That'll work.
And so, this is school. It's down here, Grand Mountain. Just to the reference. And what is it? What is it? Fontaine? Fontaine was the main drag coming in.
Right.
Mark Shuffle.
Yep. I didn't know that part.
We're the first term when you come in. So anyways.
Okay, perfect. So what I think we're gonna do is do you have a card on you? I left mine in the car. We're gonna head down to talk to see if we can get a hold of Braden. See what time.
That's right. Time I break.
Well,
My gosh, sorry.
might be at school. We may, and he goes to Grand Mountain.
Yeah, they all, the whole neighborhood does now.
Except Connor.
Okay,
Well, Connor, because he's way over
Yeah.
here somewhere. I'll just have him, like I said. Braden does.
we're gonna try and talk to Braden. We're gonna get a dump on the phone. Sergeant Hess, the guy that was sitting here, he's also working on things in the area too with other patrols. He's sort of like the lead for in the field. We're gonna see what information we can gather from there. And I will inform you guys as soon as I can with what we find. If something comes up, no matter how minute, please call us, okay? That 208 number that you texted, that's my direct dial. So, and I think I called you from it, so you should have it in your phone. So, yeah, hit me up, let me know what's going on. If I don't answer immediately, send me a text too,
Okay.
okay? All right, guys.
That's a good place for a break. Ladies and gentlemen, we will take our morning break. If I can have everyone back in the jury room at, say, 10:40, we should be able to start on time at that point. All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Ms. Bethel, I want to apologize to you. I didn't realize that the video was, or the audio was going to be that long. I would have offered you a seat in the gallery as we have other witnesses, because that witness chair is not the most comfortable to be sitting there for
Summer?
55 minutes and 12 seconds listening to something. So
Summer.
next
Sorry.
time we'll do a better job about that. So what
Sorry.
are we doing next?
Just continuing with her. There will be another video here shortly that is much shorter. Let's see. 3 minutes and 43 seconds will be coming up here in just a little bit. And then we'll get into the really long one, which is 4 hours and 19 minutes.
Okay. So we'll probably get about
Okay, so that's not the
a
long
little
one
less
yet.
than half of that done before lunch.
Hopefully, yeah.
Just find a good breaking point for that, and then we'll go from there.
Sounds good.
Okay. All right, court will be in recess. Just
All
Bethel,
right.
you can go ahead and step down. Thank you, man.
Everybody does.
Everybody does that. It's okay.
All right, we are officially on break. Welcome, Skittles. I hope your move goes well. That sucks. Good luck getting settled. Hopefully you get settled really fast and you can put all that shiz behind you. Behind you. All right, so we are officially on break. So today we are going to be at lunchtime. We're going to be watching Melanie Gibb. But right now we're going to watch something else. So hold on. Let me get a minute. Give me a minute. Let's get this 3 p.m. thing off here. That's not true. We're just on a short little recess, stretching our legs.
Very greasy.
Jasmine, I am Aladdin.
I am not Jasmine. I am Aladdin. Hey, Ann Johns. Ann Johns is in the house, Mandy. There's your girl. She was missing you, Ann Johns. So we're going to have another audio when we get back, and then we're going to have 4 hours this afternoon of audio. And hopefully it's a little more exciting than the one we just listened to, because I got absolutely nothing from that. I honestly got nothing from that, to be honest. All right, hold on. I'm getting my video up here for you guys. Bear with me. All right, so what we're going to do, actually, I'm going to switch gears and go to Twitter and see what's going on in the Daybell trial. Let's catch up on that. Oh my God. This is this is terrible. Okay, let's pull up Twitter and we'll look at some of the news going on too. But I am super excited for lunchtime. I can't wait for you guys to hear Melanie Gibb. I'm hooked on this stupid Daybell trial. Yesterday was very crazy. Lori wanted to leave and Judge Boyce was like, fuck no, you're sitting your ass there and you're not going nowhere. Okay. So let's see what we've got here. 11-year-old boy dead. Mom charged with murder after vehicle found in ocean. The hell? Okay, so let's go to Nate Eaton. Ten minutes ago, they're in their recess. So let's see what's going down here. He is tweeting a lot. Okay, so let's see. 1 hour ago, back in court this morning, sitting on the left side of the courtroom, directly behind Lori. She is wearing black pants, black jacket, and black boots. She is smiling and chatting with her attorneys. A big change from yesterday when she was supposedly all upset. Boards were found on top of JJ's body. Hermosillo said similar boards were found in Chad Daybell's garage area, but they were never able to find the identical matching boards. Thomas asked Hermosillo if photos were taken of their searches at Daybell's property, and he says yes. He also asked if there was any trace evidence that was collected from JJ's autopsy. The detective says they stood in the back and were not directly involved in the autopsy. Wood is now asking Hermosillo questions on redirect. He asked the detective if he knows if the weapons found at the house belonged to Lori. Hermosillo says he did not know. It was extremely suspicious to have those guns along with everything else we located. We took photographs and took the guns out of the residence because when we went inside the residence, the door was broken and unable to lock. We went on to the weapons. We held on to the weapons for safety. Lori is looking back and forth between Wood and Hermosillo as questions are asked. She also looks down at the notes her attorneys are taking during questioning. Hermosillo recalls the events of the day that they first went to Lori's apartment on the welfare check. He says they knocked on 3 doors at the apartment, Lori, Alex, and Melanie, and nobody was there. He and Detective Hope drove to the prosecutor's office to try and get a warrant, but they made contact with Lori, and she was told to open the front door because detectives wanted to speak with her. Wood asked about Melanie Gibb. Here we go with Melanie. I knew it. I knew this bitch was going to be, she is going to be like, you guys, this is going to be gold. I cannot wait. Wood asked about Melanie Gibb. He recalls Lori telling police that JJ was with Gibb watching Frozen 2. Now, mind you, Melanie Gibb lied. Melanie Gibb lied to the police and said, yeah, JJ was with me, but now he's back with Lori. She's for sure getting immunity. She lied. She fucking lied. Ugh, I can't stand her. Okay, so police eventually reached Melanie, and she said she did not have JJ. I spoke with Gibb in May of 2020, and this is his interview with Melanie. But get this, yeah, she totally said, see, they reported back then that she just said, oh, no, I don't have JJ. And then went on to be like this great informant who like recorded calls with Lori and Chad and shit like that. But the bottom line is she freaking lied and she got caught. So I think that she totally made a deal in order to have immunity because this bitch knew a lot. Hermosillo explains how the police department handled tips received on the missing kids and says all of them were followed up on. He also explained the process of sifting through the dirt at the fire pit. He says the FBI brought a sifter with them so they could scoop up dirt and solid objects, teeth and bone. Found in the sifter would be laid out on the blue tarp. Photos would be taken, it would be logged into evidence, then police would go back to sifting. Hermosillo says the warrant was served between 8 and 8:30 a.m. on June 9th. No evidence to suggest JJ was alive after September 22nd and September 23rd. Now remember those dates, okay? September 22nd and 23rd is when Gibb and David Warwick were staying at Lori's. So now they're just asking questions about the jail calls. Now here is the first piece of evidence an hour ago is a USB drive containing a phone call between Chad and Lori. The call was originally played at the preliminary. We listened to that yesterday, I think, where they were like, hi, babe. Hi. And then the next piece of evidence is a thumb drive containing a digital video visit between Summer Shiflett and Lori. Oh, I can't wait to hear this tonight. The call between Chad and Lori was made on the day police were searching his property. Lori begins by asking, hi, babe. Yeah, we listened to that yesterday. Okay, did they play Shiflett? Powell is sworn in. Lieutenant Joe Powell from Fremont County Sheriff is on the stand. Powell was on Tammy Daybell's death. He learned of her death on October 19th of 2019. Gilbert police contacted the department on October 31st of 2019, and Powell was asked about Daybell's death. See, there were lines crossing between Gilbert PD, Rexburg PD. Then they went to Hawaii, and then they were in Texas. So there was a lot of lines crossed, and Lori knew exactly what she was doing. Rawlings admits a photo of Chad and Lori at Cafe Rio on November 1st of 2019. They were in conversation while eating. Chad and Lori go to Hobby Lobby holding hands on that same day. Tammy had no signs of high blood pressure or health issues. State admits a photo of Tammy Daybell's grave and backhoe. Other photos show the vault, the gravesite, and the casket. Jurors see the autopsy photo of Tammy Daybell's body. Okay, he's saying he couldn't overhear the conversation they were having. He says he was not involved in the investigation of the paintball shooting of Tammy Daybell. And he's not aware of where Lori was the day Tammy died. And Kay Woodcock is back in the courtroom today. She was not there yesterday. So that gets us up to speed on that. And now I want to take you guys. I wonder if we have time. We have 10 more minutes. Hold on a sec. I want to show you guys where Nate Eaton was in a helicopter on the day they were searching the Daybell property. And I wanted to show you guys some of that. Where's my Daybell playlist? How do you guys find playlists on people's channels? Because I can't even find my own when I look. I hate it. I wish there was a way to organize them better. There's the Valo Vault. I don't think it's in the Valo Vault, though. Here it is. Okay, shit. So I also have an interview with one of Lori's friends from Hawaii in my playlist as well. Echo, her friend Echo, who was, her daughter was really good friends with Tylee. Okay, but let's go where they're searching Chadley's Chin's property. Melanie's boyfriend. Oh, then David Warwick. We have his testimony too. Oh my God. David Warwick and Melanie Gibb. Here's Melanie.
Went down. You came to Rexburg around the 19th of September, is that right?
The 19th.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And,
hey, Megan.
Part of your visit, you brought your boyfriend at the time, David Warwick, correct?
He met me there.
Okay, you guys met there.
Correct.
And then you were
This
staying
is a clip of
in,
what we're going to watch.
And I've had an opportunity to go through all of the police reports and all the evidence, but you were staying in Lori Vallow's apartment, is that correct?
Correct.
And you and David were staying in Tylee's room, from what I understand the statements that were previously given, is that correct?
I was.
Oh, where was David staying?
In JJ's room.
Okay.
Get this. These fuckers came and visited. And Pryor's bringing it out. He's bringing it out. Where were you sleeping? She says in Tylee's room. Well, where was Tylee? Oh, Lori told me she was at BYU. That's where Tylee was. Oh, but wait a minute. David was sleeping in JJ's room. Where was JJ? Melanie.
Now, and obviously correct me if I'm wrong, but you had a poor relationship with Tylee, and isn't that correct?
I would say I had pretty much a no relationship with Tylee.
Right. She didn't care. Well, all right, I want to strike this because I don't want to misrepresent. Both of you weren't particularly fond of each other. Is that correct?
Objection asked and answered.
Tylee didn't like her.
That hasn't been asked and answered, Judge.
Overruled. I'll allow the question.
You and Tylee were not particularly fond of each other. Is that correct?
I don't know how she felt about me, but I did not have a relationship with her. I would not say that.
Okay. Okay. But it's no surprise that she didn't necessarily want to be around you, did she?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
You could really care less whether you were around her as well. Isn't that true, ma'am?
Not necessarily.
Okay. Well, if it's not necessarily, does that mean yes, no, or you just don't want to answer?
Objection argumentative.
Sustained.
How would you describe your relationship with Tylee, other than not at all? Did you care to be around her or not?
Very
Objection
little.
asked and answered.
Okay.
Sustained.
Hear that, Shiz? There is so much to come out with this. She didn't like Tylee. Tylee didn't like her. Tylee didn't like her. Now listen to this clip.
On the Sunday, the 22nd, did David and Chad go to deal with some real estate matters together?
I did as well, and so Alex was there too.
Oh, that was news to me. I wasn't aware you went as well. Where did you guys go?
We went to a lot that was close to Mr. Daybell's home.
And what time was that? Do you recall?
It was sometime in the afternoon. I don't recall exactly.
Okay. Sometime meaning between 12 and 5 or 6?
I would say either late morning or early afternoon.
Okay. And the purpose of that was for what, ma'am?
Chad wanted to show this piece of land to David, and he encouraged him to consider building on that land.
Okay. It's your boyfriend. Is your boyfriend in the real
Because
estate
you're a
business?
liar.
General contractor.
General contractor. Okay.
So this is the little clips of what we're going to listen to today. This bish. Hold on, I'm looking for that clip of Chad Daybell's The Search. Hopefully I find it before we get back to court. God, I've got so much. I didn't realize I had this much. We also have video of, remember when Chad got pulled over and he was taken into custody right after that phone call. Someone commented, this shit is batshit crazy. It really is. And Chad Daybell was making a movie. Check this out.
September was the last time that we got a response from him at all.
And then he said, thanks so much. This is on Monday, September 23rd of 2019.
Hold up. We got to make this full screen. We got about 7 minutes, I think. Or maybe 2 minutes. Shit. Jay, you better hurry the fuck up. Trying to juggle 2 cases here. I love it. Here we go. There's the vault. Welcome to J is for Justice podcast. Please consider subscribing to my channel. And if you like what you see in my video, thumbs up.
to the jury at this point in
The
time?
cover of this book is
Not
the
from
face
us,
of Valentina Yingling, which took her by
Let's go ahead
surprise
and
when
read
her
it.
family saw it in a
we're
store
back.
earlier
Shit.
this year.
They're like, hey, is this you or do you
We're back. All right, we'll pick up this Daybell conversation
Really is
later.
a pain, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's
And
just,
there's not a different setting, is there?
no. And it's, yeah, proud of it, but it's easy, but
You just got to remember to do it because
Yeah.
it would be disastrous otherwise.
Disastrous. That'll be a good soundbite.
It's going to be a disaster.
It just is that camera's view when it automatically reboots up and starts again. Every time we start it, it has the whole jury box.
Oh,
And so
Yeah,
you
it's
have
annoying. You have to
to
redo
zoom
it.
it in to cut out Ms. Gratiano so that we know that we're not getting the jury box. And because there's a juror that sits right behind her too, so you can't.
It's tricky, Judge. It is what it is.
All rise for the jury, please.
Stand up.
All right, I'll see you guys at lunch. See you guys at lunch. And FYI, we are over halfway to our weekly member goal. Thank you guys for the ones that have been gifting. I appreciate you.
Thank you. May all be seated. Record should reflect the jury have returned to the courtroom. We will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Mr. Allen?
Thank you, Your Honor. So after we had a chance to watch that initial conversation that you had, I guess the initial recorded conversation that you had with the defendant, I want to clear up some things that we hear in there. In your initial question and answers prior to us getting into what actually watching the video, you mentioned that there were concerns about any health issues. Did some of that come out in this particular recording?
Yes, it did.
Was that the ADHD and the bleeding from the rectum report?
Yes.
There was reference of a Petco on North Nevada that the defendant indicated she had visited. Is that the area up at University Village dominated sort of by that Costco that's in that shopping center?
Yes, it is.
There was reference to a Nintendo Switch and trying to track that. During the investigation, did you learn whether you could or could not do any tracking on the Nintendo Switch?
We could not track the switch.
Did you learn later that the Switch was actually found in the house?
I did.
There's lots of discussion in that video, or that recording, I should say, about things that required investigative resources. Do you remember hearing those things?
Yes.
Does that include going to different residences like that? I think it's 10350 Declaration Drive to look for potentially clues that would lead to discovery of where Gannon might be?
Yes.
In your experience as a seasoned homicide investigator and detective, is time an important element in an investigation?
Yes, it is.
Is the fact that resources are being expended to chase down potentially a runaway child as opposed to a homicide investigation, did that waste valuable time in the investigation?
Yes.
And was that wasting of resources a direct result of misdirection from the defendant?
It is.
During your course of conversation with the defendant at that Starbucks on January 28th, is this essentially the fourth time at least that she's given this story that Gannon has run away? Meaning there's the 911 call, the call for service, reporting it to Al, and then now reporting it to you in this recorded phone call.
Yes.
So almost a quadrupling down of that runaway story.
Yes.
What was her demeanor like? I guess because we can only hear what is being said. What were her outward demeanor expressions like? Were they normal?
She was calm and collected.
Did she ever change personalities while you were with her during this recorded interaction?
No, she did not.
Was her personality consistent throughout that interaction?
Yes, it was.
And then there was reference to, by the defendant, there was reference to ADT data to show what time she had returned from doing the run to Petco. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Did you also, during this investigation, become aware of neighborhood ring or doorbell cameras that caught that action as well?
Yes.
That confirmed sort of that timeline?
Yes.
Was it consistent during your course of this investigation that there would be some kernel that could be confirmed, a kernel of truth that could be confirmed from the defendant wrapped around things that were unconfirmable or turned out to be totally false?
Yes.
Some point later that particular day, 3:45 p.m., did you reach out to the defendant again by phone to request particular items?
I did.
What were those items?
I requested that she bring a toothbrush and or hairbrush with her of Gannon's
What was the purpose for that?
to collect for DNA purposes.
Yeah, definitely
to
not
develop a DNA
hers because
profile.
she's like, for
Is that a
Gannon,
common thing to
not your
do in
greasy
a
brush.
missing child case like this?
Yes.
Why is that?
Because if the child is located and is deceased, we're able to identify them.
By comparing the DNA from the body to the DNA profile that you might gather from toothbrush or a hairbrush?
Yes.
Were you making efforts to get the defendant down to the sheriff's office to sit for a formal interview?
Yes.
While that was happening, did Al Stauch, Gannon's father, show up at the sheriff's office and actually sit for an interview?
Yes, he did.
Was that at about 4:30 p.m. on January 28th?
Yes.
Did you send a text to the defendant asking her to come down at roughly the same time?
I did.
Did she come down?
No, she did not.
Did she even respond to your text message?
I don't believe she responded initially, no.
Okay. Later that evening at about 6 p.m., did you get a call from the defendant?
Yes, I did.
What's the, and what was the call? Was it to your cell phone?
Yes.
Does the sheriff's office have areas in the building that make cell phone service difficult?
Yes, they do.
Did you experience that with this particular phone call?
Yes, I did.
So what did you do in response to that?
Because I wasn't able to completely talk to Letecia on the phone, I hung up with her and I called from a landline located within the sheriff's office.
Did you get a better connection on that?
I did.
Was that particular phone call recorded?
No, it was not.
Do you remember what she told you or what the discussion was during that phone call?
She was discussing her relationship with Gannon and Lena. She told me about how her parenting and Al's parenting was separate, that they never formally adopted each other's children, that she wasn't allowed to make parenting decisions for Gannon or Lena, and Al was not allowed to make parenting decisions for Harley.
Okay. And then did she tell you during this particular phone call the last time that she actually saw Gannon, at least the way that she's reporting it?
She did. She mentioned that she saw him, I believe it was between 3:15 and 4, and she had mentioned that there was a TV show on that she had liked to watch. And I asked her what that TV show was, and she could not tell me the name of the TV show.
Did she describe the clothing that Gannon was last seen wearing by her?
Yes, she did.
What was that?
She said it was a blue shirt, blue pants, and his tennis shoes.
Did she also mention a blue hoodie?
Yes.
Did you ask her during this phone call if she would come down and talk with you at the sheriff's office?
Yes.
Did she accept that invitation or did she decline it?
She declined.
Did she give you a reason why she was declining it?
She said that her stomach was bothering her and she was having to make multiple stops at different Walgreens to use the restroom.
Okay. Later on at about 7:03 p.m., did you get another call from the defendant?
I did.
What was that phone call about?
She was FaceTiming me and she was mad because her daughter was left alone with a bunch of men in the home, she claimed. At that time, the sheriff's office was at the home to get Lena at Al's request.
So I think that's later on when she's asking about that. Would that potentially have been at 11:52 p.m., that particular call? A FaceTime call where she's upset about and needing Al to come home?
That could have been, yes.
Okay. I guess after that 7:03 call, did you get another call from Al in which he was upset?
Yes, I did.
What was that all about?
Al called me and he was sobbing. I could tell that he was upset. And he told me that he didn't tell us everything. He had previously done an interview with my partner, Mark Riley. And he explained that Letecia had rented a vehicle from the airport when she picked him up, and that he did not disclose that to us.
Did he also talk about trying to find her normal vehicle, the black Tiguan?
Yes,
Was he able to find it?
he was not, no.
Was that causing him distress, at least as he's relaying it to you?
Yes,
Did that lead to him coming back into the sheriff's office for another interview?
yes.
And then later on that night, about 10:45 p.m., did you get a text message from the defendant? A rather long text message?
She's texted me multiple times that night, yes.
Do you remember the specific content of that text message?
I don't for that time frame.
Okay. If I showed you a report, would that refresh your memory as to the specific content of that text message?
Yes.
Your may approach.
You may.
Seeing this paragraph here. Had a chance to review that?
I just read in the Daybell trial there is no court on Monday. No court on Monday the 17th. FYI.
And for the record, what I'd handed to Ms. Bethel is pagination 01-0043. Did that refresh your memory as to this longer text message?
Yes.
What did the text message say to you?
She was asking what I wanted from her, and she was saying that she was being set up and that she learned that information from a fellow Blue with El Paso County.
Was that basically an implication that she had an inside source to the investigation to you?
Yes.
Was that, did that turn out to be true?
No, it was not true.
Did she also express during that text message the same sort of theme that she was upset about her daughter being in the house with people from the sheriff's office, men from the sheriff's office?
Yes.
Did she relay in that particular text message the idea that she could hear what was being discussed inside the home because of cameras or something in the home?
Yes.
Did you respond to her?
I did.
What did you respond with?
I asked her if she had any information to help me find Gannon.
Did you also invite her to come into the sheriff's office to talk with you?
Yes.
Did she accept or what happened?
She declined.
I'm going to retrieve that page from you. And then just a few minutes after that, 11:52 p.m., is this the FaceTime call that you got from the defendant?
Yes.
Was this a recorded FaceTime call?
Yes, it was.
Audio recorded?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach with People's Exhibit 336?
You may.
Do you recognize People's Exhibit 336?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
It is a FaceTime interview with Letecia.
Have you had a chance to listen to the content of that disc?
Yes, I have.
Is the recording file on there a fair and accurate representation of the audio of that FaceTime call?
Yes, it is.
At this time, I'd move forward admission of People's Exhibit 336 and ask for permission to publish.
All right, you may go ahead.
What, are you accepting it as being admitted?
Yes, yes, it's admitted.
Okay.
You can go ahead and play it.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I was distracted because I was looking down at this. This is, while it says FaceTime, it's only audio, right?
It's only audio, yep. And just so that the record is clear, I never did hear whether there was an objection or not from defense as to it moving admission.
All right. All right, Exhibit 336 will be admitted.
Very greasy.
I'm just trying to figure out I got your message about something. I talked to you earlier. You didn't say anything else. I'm just trying to I'm confused at what you want me to do, what's going on. You talked to me, now you want to talk to me again.
Well, you sent me that message saying, I don't know what you want from me, so.
Yes, because
You went down to
my child couldn't leave. I couldn't go home. I don't have anywhere to sleep. I just don't understand.
Well, I'm sorry. That sort of kind of came out of left field for me. All I'm trying to do is gather information to find Gannon.
I don't understand what you mean came out of left field. My own child could not leave. So how is that out of left field?
What do you mean your child couldn't leave?
She was trying to go to Starbucks and was left there and forced to stay there with men in and out of the home by herself.
Okay, I don't know what happened at your home. I know that she was offered the opportunity to come into the office and she didn't want to, so she didn't go into the office.
But what does she need to go in the office for? She can't go get food. She can't go get coffee and had to be asked why she gets coffee. Either Starbucks app to see that she gets coffee like every day. Hello.
Is there anything more that you might be able to share with me to help me find Gannon?
Just give me this.
Where are you now?
You keep asking me this over and over and over.
Where are you now?
I'm not going in to talk to you without an attorney when you already talked to me earlier.
Okay, that's perfectly fine.
But I just don't understand what's going on.
Do you have anything, any further information to give me that may help me find Gannon? Any new developments, new information?
I told you this.
Okay. Well then, I'm going to go ahead and end the conversation then, because we've already spoken.
Okay, so why do you keep saying because someone came and looking for me, wanted me to go talk to them, so now it's you. So I'm trying to figure out what's going on.
You and I have already spoken. If you don't want to come in to speak with me at the office, that's completely fine.
Okay, but why was someone?
I don't know. And so what I'm saying at this point in time, Letecia, is if you don't have any other information for me to actively look through to find Gannon, there's no point in me continuing this conversation. I need to get off the phone here and start working on leads and developments.
Okay.
All right, thanks.
So, first of all, where were you when you got that FaceTime call?
I was in the sheriff's office.
The other noises that you can sort of hear in the background, do you know what those other noises were?
To me, if I remember correctly, it sounded like windshield wipers on a car.
Okay, making that weird moaning sound?
Yes, they're rhythmic.
Okay. The, sounds like potentially, her demeanor is a little bit different than what was happening at Starbucks. How would you describe that?
She was angry with me.
And angry because of the idea of trying to get her down and talk to you at the sheriff's office?
I'm not exactly sure why she was angry with me, but she was angry with me.
What was your goal? What were you trying to achieve as you're accepting this FaceTime call from her?
I thought that maybe she had additional information for me to follow up on so I could find Gannon.
And did she resist that giving you additional information that might help find Gannon?
Yes.
Besides the fact that she's expressing anger, did she have a consistent personality with what you had experienced in a previous phone call and at Starbucks?
Yes.
There was reference made by her that she wasn't going to come down and talk to you at the sheriff's office unless she had an attorney.
Correct.
Did that indicate that she had a good understanding of what her rights might be if she does come down?
Yes.
Object to speculation.
What was your answer?
Yes.
And then did you basically throughout that night, early morning hours, were you getting text messages from the defendant?
Yes, I was.
What was the nature of those text messages?
A lot of them were about her, focused around her. I kept asking her to come in to talk to me if she had any additional information for me. And eventually in the early morning hours of the 29th, she gave me a story that she needed to talk to me. She was asking for a friend if we released information to the media. I told her we did not. She said something that had happened to her and she couldn't tell me around Albert because he would be mad and would become violent. And I ultimately arranged an interview for her, which was supposed to start at 10 o'clock at the sheriff's office on that Wednesday.
10 o'clock a.m.?
Yes.
Okay. Was it odd to you, as you're describing those text messages, the early text messages, that the focus from her perspective was on her as opposed to finding Gannon?
Absolutely, yes.
Why was that odd?
In my experience, investigating other crimes and investigating other missing children, the parents are always willing to give me whatever information they can to find their child. And I've never experienced a parent being concerned about their own well-being or welfare while their child is missing.
In those text messages, did she also describe injuries that Gannon had suffered?
Yes.
What were those?
She said that he had blood on him.
Did she say from cuts?
Yes.
Did she also describe burns?
Yes.
Did she deflect any cause of those injuries away from herself?
Yes.
Did she in fact say that she did not hurt Gannon?
She did.
At that stage of the investigation, was that an odd development that she's now indicating that he was hurt, but she didn't hurt him?
Yes.
In what way?
Most times, if you don't know what happened to somebody, you wouldn't put yourself out there to say that you didn't do something to that person.
So you mentioned that you arranged in these text messages to have the defendant show up for an interview at the sheriff's office at 10 a.m. on January 29th, which would be Wednesday. Did she show up at 10 a.m.?
She did not.
Were you able to have any contact with her around that time frame to indicate where she might be or why she wasn't there?
I did text her, yes.
Did you get any responses?
She eventually did respond to me and told me that she had to put measures in place because she was being, or excuse me, her daughter was being stalked and her family was receiving death threats. And so she wasn't able to come in until she got those things taken care of.
Was there any indication, I mean, the investigation that either her or her daughter was actually receiving death threats?
No.
What time did she arrive?
12 o'clock noon.
All right, may I approach with 337?
You may.
Detective, or I'm sorry, I keep doing that. Miss Bethel, do you recognize People's Exhibit 337?
I do.
What do you recognize it as?
It is a copy of the interview I conducted along with Detective Kat Houston with Letecia at the Office of the Sheriff.
Is this the interview from January 29th, 2020 starting at roughly 12 p.m.?
It is.
Have you had a chance to review the contents of, I think that's actually a thumb drive or a portable drive, right?
Yes.
Is the content of that thumb drive a fair and accurate representation of that interview of the defendant?
It is.
All right, at this time, I'd move for admission of People's 337.
Mr. Cook?
No objection.
Exhibit 337 will be admitted. Go ahead.
And Your Honor, permission to publish, and just for reference sake, this recording is 4 hours, 19 minutes and 46 seconds long. And so we will have to stop it for the lunch break and then probably a second time as well.
Okay. All right. So ladies and gentlemen, what we'll do is, this is both video and audio, right?
It is.
Okay. So we're going to start this. We will take a break, a normal lunch break. We'll flex that to a reasonable breaking period. And then we'll send you on your way and we'll come back. But in the meantime, start with that. And Ms. Bethel, you can step down and sit in some place that's a little bit more comfortable for that long a period of time. And prosecution, go ahead.
Thank you.
All right, this is the beginning of the 4-hour tour. Oh, video too. I'll try to zoom in on that. All right. I'll see you guys in a few at lunch. Is this her interrogation video?
And slide it to when they actually come in the room.
Good idea.
Good idea. Okay, let me get rid of this. Okay, guys. This might be good stuff.
And then just because you're in here and you're in our building and stuff, do you mind if I just pat you down really quick? We hug. I just need you to face that way for me. Sure, if you need me. Yeah, go ahead and put your arms out for me and just separate your legs slightly for me. There you go. Nothing that's gonna like poke me or anything. Like you're not diabetic or anything, are you? No. Okay. This is phone. Anything in your purse?
She's going to regret telling her to separate them legs.
Perfect. Thank you. Right, if you have a seat on the couch. We'll be right back with you.
Did I ask them to do that?
You know they're watching her ass right now. She's very fidgety. Look at her watching herself, too. She is a... Time to act crazy.
Your Honor, just while we're actually watching this part, I do want to put something on the record. Normally, I wouldn't necessarily want to play the dead time when there's not an interview happening, but I think her actions inside the room are also relevant for mental health issues.
That's
So
your call.
I'm playing it differently than I know.
All right, that's your call.
Right. She wanted to watch herself, didn't she? She's disgusting. I wonder how long they have her sit there by herself because her actions, I have a feeling she's going to act freaking weird. I wonder if they're also going to show how combative she's been because she got in trouble for like assaulting a jail guard, I think. It's very cozy. It'd make you very comfortable, wouldn't it? It seems so much smarter than those cold rooms. Okay, I'm going to mute.
How you doing? Did you get some sleep?
I'm eating today.
Oh my goodness. Want something to eat? I've got some stuff.
I would love that.
What would you like? I've got some pizza hot pockets and some tamales, a breakfast burrito.
Hot pockets would be good. But I mean, you don't have to like, I don't.
No, we can get you something. Yeah, that's totally fine. Yeah. Let me get that started for you. I have like Coke and Sprite and like apple juice. Do you want something like that?
You have diet?
We searched high and low for diet. There's no diet.
I'll take a regular Coke. Thank you.
All the vending machines are even sold out.
Thank you so much for getting that.
Yeah, absolutely. Here's my card, just so you have it, so I don't forget later. I'll get that, Judge. Okay. So that's my partner, Detective Houston. I know you saw Mark with me yesterday. Right. I work with a couple different people.
Okay. So you're like in charge of.
No, I wouldn't necessarily say I'm in charge. It's just, we all pitch in and help out where we can. So Mark helps me whenever I'm out and about, and Kat helps me whenever I'm here.
Right.
So she's going to be hanging out with us. And I also have something going on. So if this ends up going over, which is totally fine, I just want you to know who Kat is and that. Okay.
No problem.
Where did you park? Did you park in the garage? Mm-hmm. The garage that's right behind our building?
I parked in ticket. Yeah, that one.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Perfect. For validation, what kind of vehicle were you in? So that I can put that on the validation slip whenever because I'll give you something to turn in so you don't have to pay.
Yeah, it's a Volkswagen Tiguan.
It's a Volkswagen Tiguan?
Yeah.
Okay. And let's see, what else? So I'm just going to go through my normal spiel with you.
Okay.
I know that we talked last night, but because you're in here in the police building, I want you to know certain things, okay?
Right.
So first of all, you're in here voluntarily. You can leave.
Okay.
You just have to let me know that you want to leave.
Right.
Because I need to escort you out of the building, okay? If there's ever a time that you need to take a break, you need the bathroom, you need more water, you're still hungry, whatever it is, let me know. Okay, I can't read your mind, so I need you to let me know what's going on with you,
okay,
so that I can help you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, because the whole purpose of this, of us talking, is to gather some information. And I know
have a question about that. I understand that. I know it's recording and all that. It's totally fine. But does that usually stay within the court and stuff like that? And I'm just asking.
Yeah. So this
because I'm gonna have to tell you some very personal things. So.
Okay. And that's perfectly fine.
Yeah,
and so it is not our common practice to go and be releasing stuff like that. Also, another little admin thing that I do just to sort of kind of cover my butt whenever I have people in here talking is to go over a Miranda waiver. It doesn't mean that you're in trouble. It's just because you're in a police station and I want you to be absolutely certain of your rights.
Right.
Okay? So I'm going to go over that with you right now. So you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to talk to a lawyer and have him present with you while you're being questioned. If you can afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you before any questioning if you wish. Okay. You can decide at any time to exercise these rights and not answer any questions or make any statements. Right. Do you understand each of the rights that I've explained to you? Yes. And having these rights in mind, do you wish to speak with me? Yes. Okay. So if you could circle yes, or I'm sorry, circle yes and then initial. It's sort of redundant, but if you'll initial next to yes. And then down at the bottom is an X here. If you'll sign that for me. Now, sorry, this was, I got a new watch and it doesn't like to work for me. It's 12:10. Thank you. So, because, I know I met with you yesterday. We talked on the phone, we texted, we've been talking with each other a lot. But because this is recorded, I want to get, let's start from the basics. Okay. Of who you are. Do you have your ID? Yeah. In your purse? Well, those are my glasses. Yeah, this. What are they? This. I haven't heard of that. Is that a new, like a Quay brand? Wait, yeah. They're really good. They're better in the Michael Kors and things like
really?
that. Yeah. Okay. I know this is your South Carolina ID. Thank you so much. What's your middle name?
Well, it's I do my maiden name, which is Hardin, Hardin.
Hardin?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that's your maiden name?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Let me just write downstairs the deal number. Have a given middle name?
Lynn.
Mm-hmm. L-Y-N-N?
Yes, ma'am.
There you are. Thank you. What's a good phone number for you in case I need to get a hold of you?
843.
Okay.
655-7460. I don't ever drink sugar, so this is probably going to be so good.
What is, in case I need to send you any documentation via email, how can I do that?
Lecia, like my name, Lynn, and then 2006 at yahoo.com.
Are you on any social media platform, Facebook, Instagram?
Well, I wasn't for a long time, but just recently I just got my Facebook back because we didn't have for 2 years. So I do have Facebook, but I've always had Instagram, but it's mostly my a travel YouTube type thing.
Okay, what's Facebook?
It's just my name.
Is it Letecia or Tisha?
It's Letecia.
I'm sorry, you said it's under Tisha?
Oh, actually, it's not. It's because I abbreviated it. It's TT.
Is it your same last name? Stauch.
Yeah, because I don't. It's really. I really don't my first name. I'm always oh, Tesha. They're what Kesha? So I just put T because
have I been saying your name wrong?
No, you haven't. But I always try to change it. My mom didn't like it, so we tried to change it. So yeah, so I just gave up. Just to put T.
What do you want me to call
you?
You
can call me. You can call me Tisha, which is my
Tisha. Okay.
We always have a name we don't like or something.
And you said Instagram.
Now my Instagram is under Dr. Stauch.
Dr. what?
Stauch.
Is it the spelling of your last name? Okay.
Because I have my doctorate degree in education.
Okay.
Dr.
Is this a Dr. Pimple Popper kind of thing? So it's for your education doctorate.
Is
All right.
it like a Dr.
And then
Pimple Popper?
address that I need to send if I need to mail anything. It's 6627
Mandan Drive.
Mandan Drive.
And then 80925.
And where are you working?
Well,
I was working with WD3, but I didn't want to work as a teacher anymore.
Mhm.
So I decided I was going to be a flight attendant. So that's currently what I started doing with Spirit. So I had been going back and forth doing like FAA. First you have to get like a study guide. I know you probably like, oh, you have your doctorate degree, you want to be a flight attendant. You know, I just like to travel. But my goal is to like teach online too and do the flight attendant, so I could do both.
Sure.
So I've been looking over my books with Spirit and like things like that so that I could go to training. So I was supposed to go to training. We get like a training date February, March, April. So in the meantime, I was just doing like subbing at the early college. That's why I told you early college, picking up sub shifts and stuff like that.
Okay, so you're more of a substitute.
Well, I was just a 5th grade teacher at French, but teaching has gotten so difficult in the elementary schools. I don't want to do it anymore.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's kind of like in between. I just finished working with them, and
Yeah, I'm sure kids nowadays are a handful, right?
it's hard because I did special ed for so long, because that's what my doctorate's in, and then you're like, oh, like
You get burned
try to help so many people, and it's just hard.
All right. So you're gonna do flight attendant with Spirit?
Well,
Have you been picked up by them yet?
well, I got an offer letter from Spirit, an offer letter I just got one yesterday from SkyWest.
Oh, okay.
And the reason I like SkyWest is because they have a domicile in Colorado Springs and in Denver, so you can actually like work there, and I could do both at the college. So I was gonna, I thought it was something to vibrate. I was gonna do like Pikes Peak, and like I'm sure I wouldn't have a problem because I just finished this past year. I was going to just do them both. And then, so I hadn't decided, but now that SkyWest just had offered it, I was like, that would be perfect because it was just like centrally located, you know.
Right.
So you could come home all the time.
Yeah.
So that was a big problem that we had, is because I was going to take the Spirit job and then I wouldn't be based anywhere. They don't have a base anywhere in our area. So
Oh.
like I would have had to be in Las Vegas.
Oh, wow.
So I would never get to see anybody at home. And then you like stay in these crash pads. Are you familiar with it?
We were on vacation with some people who, the wife used to be a nurse, and she actually transitioned into being a flight attendant.
Right.
She was telling us all about it, actually.
Right, yeah. So
it's scary, like,
started getting
familiar.
I did start getting scared about it being in Vegas, and I was like, man, I'll never get to see everybody at home. And like, I mean, I love the travel part. So then I was stuck with traveling, but being alone, or traveling with everybody else, but maybe not as much here. So, but you know, that was in a nutshell. I was kind of in a self-evaluating. Is it okay if I just stop that? Because it's like
that's fine.
Drives me crazy. But yeah, look at, so I was in like a self evaluation type thing, trying to figure out, you know, transitioning from education and never having like another career. And then like worrying about how people would look at you like, oh, you have a doctorate degree, you're a flight attendant, you know, you guys like don't make money.
Right.
You know, so.
My niece is actually a flight attendant, so for Southwest.
They said that's the best one, and whenever they have openings, it shuts the website down.
Oh.
That's what I heard.
That's pretty awesome. I didn't know about that. And apparently it's really hard to get into, because they're supposed to like handle emergencies in the air, so.
Yeah, and like the training is so, you think people just think we will serve people, but the training is so.
I heard it's very intense.
Yeah, they like do ditching exercises. They kick people out every day. If you're late for class for 1 minute, kick you out.
Oh wow,
and
that's good. We need standards like that whenever we're
so like,
flying.
and let me just tell you this in case it comes up like somewhere. But Spirit flew me out to do the December 20-something training, right? Problem is, I didn't have anybody to watch Harley, and I was working night shifts. And so it's always hard because it's always on me to find babysitters for everybody, all the kids. It's always on me. So I get out there, and he was supposed to help. I know she's 17. We let her stay by herself, whatever. But through the night, because he was working 6 p.m. to 6 a.m., that kind of scared me.
Yeah.
So like she just joined the Air Force, so like I know she's gonna have to learn how to like shoot a gun, protection, but you know, like she's not ready yet. Mature, like she's very mature, but she's not ready. So I came back, you know, and I was like talking to them. I just told them I was like, my daughter's at home, whatever, and they're like, we can move you to the next class. Like I think it was February, whatever. So anyway, so just in case you're like, oh, I thought you were, but I did fly out. They flew you out or whatever, and I came back because I was panicking about her, the dogs, everybody, and take care of. So
she's your baby, right?
Yeah.
So Why don't we talk a little bit about what's going on? So I understand, so initially you didn't tell me some things because Albert was there. And when we say Albert, we're talking about Eugene.
He doesn't like Eugene because his dad is Eugene, and he was a child molester.
Okay.
So like he like raped his sister. So he freaks out about the word, like if he hears Eugene. But I said maybe that might help you. If you don't have to call him Eugene, it probably would be.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what I want you to do is take me through Sunday into Monday.
Okay.
And be as detailed as possible as to what you were doing, who was there, where you were at, how long you spent, et cetera, et cetera. Because the more detail I have, it might spark something for me.
Is it okay if I take my notes out? Because like I wrote down all kinds of stuff.
Yeah,
and I was like,
absolutely.
because I was like, I tried to write down anything he might like say, and just in case, because I have like notes from different things or whatever. So we already talked about the beginning things. I figured you read that. So my paper is that we're at the same story that we started with, but then you want me to start with Sunday, which was the day that we went hiking, right?
Yes.
Okay. So we went hiking at Garden of the Gods. Did you see the picture from Garden of Gods?
I didn't.
Okay, so we have pictures where we went to Garden of Gods. We were going to take the dog for a walk, but then my daughter got called in to work because she works at Massage Day.
Okay.
So we were like, okay, we're going to go hiking. Crazy thing is, like, it's always like you got one kid likes to hike a lot, the other one don't. So spent the whole time like, come on, let's go. We got to burn calories. Excuse me, all those type of things. Gannon, he started having a stomach problem, and he pooped in his pants. So it kind of cut our hike a little bit short. But I was like, it's okay. It was kind of cold. I say cold for me, but I'm used to like 80-degree weather, so it was kind of getting cold. So we decided to go home.
Okay.
So we go home. I don't really remember what we did the rest of the day. It was probably just like random things around the house. I feel like we went to dinner. Oh no, we didn't get dinner because he wanted to take a bath. That's it. So he came in and that's when he asked me about the whole bath ball.
Okay.
And he had pooped in his pants, so I thought he wanted to like take a shower. So I gave him a bath bomb.
Okay.
So went through the night. We were just doing like a regular random. I don't know who I should be talking to, but
you can talk to both of us.
We used to be doing like random things around the house. It's Sunday, no football on. You know, I mean, I don't know like specific every little detail we did, but just a normal everyday situation. Other than he was in a lot of pain because he gets really bad. Is it okay if I like show you like graphic, like not graphic, but like with my hand motions?
Yeah, that's fine.
He'll get where he has to like poop, and like I swear they're like that big. It might take like 2 to 3 weeks. He has like a GI problem, so because he takes Vyvanse, so like he had went the whole time without Vyvanse. So whenever that happens, sometimes it'll get where his stomach like wants to work, but then like can't. So he spends a lot of time in the bathroom, like kind of like hurting and things like that.
Okay.
All right. So then at this point, the dogs, we have 2 new little, a Frenchie and an English bulldog. They're really like,
French and English bulldog.
Yeah, they are. They're really kind of like Sadie's the French bulldog. She's kind of like high maintenance. But the kids always help out a lot with them, but Gannon wasn't feeling too well. And the dogs, they all, how they like know someone's not feeling well. So they were all laying down there, and it was gassy, like very, very. They're back with that, very, very gassy or whatever. And life goes on. But so Gannon had started a candle. Again, normal day. He's very like responsible in terms of like if you give him something and say do this, and like a list to prepare, it's fine. So we let him, do things like that. Like Albert lets him like use the box cutter to cut the boxes down, and like teaching things to be like a independent, growing up adolescent. So I didn't see a problem with him, light a candle, whatever.
Okay.
Well, I don't remember the exact time. I'd have to look at when the fire thing went off. I was tired. Albert had left because we spent the whole night up prior with Saturday because he was going to train in Oklahoma. So we stayed up most of the night.
Okay.
Just everybody was going to miss each other, wouldn't see each other for a while, whatever. So I was kind of like, tired. I had dozed off for a little bit. And Lena asked me, could she stay up and still watch the rest of her iPad or whatever. Usually I'm always like, no, strict, like, hey, no, you can, whatever. But I did feel kind of bad because it was just her birthday. And at the same time being her birthday, we had a lot of stuff going on.
Right.
So we made it about her, but like I was trying to give her a little bit extra because not everybody got to make it there. And we went all out for Gannon's birthday. Like we took him to a Rockies game. We took friends with him. I mean, like popcorn, hot dogs, but we didn't do that with her. But in her defense, we bought her a Switch. So it was kind of like different, but she didn't understand that. So I let her stay up longer than she's supposed to as like a, kind of sort of bribery, but, So she stayed up a little bit later. And so she was still she's a very hard sleeper and she's hard to like pick up, move if she falls asleep, whatever. But I could tell she was just barely asleep when I went in there. So it starts beeping, like a beep, 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 beep. And I thought that someone was coming in the house. So I look and don't see anyone at any doors or hear anything. So I was like, I thought it was just a sensor. So I hit in our 2564, which is our alarm code, but it didn't go off. And I was like, what's wrong with this thing? So I walked through Lena's room, because the alarm is in her room, and I walk back like through the top part of the house. And you've been in the house, so you know the top part of the house.
I haven't been in there.
Okay, so there's the upper level and then there's the below basement. So I like walk back and forth or whatever. I didn't see anything going on. Then it started saying fire, 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 fire. Like it kept saying fire.
Oh wow.
So and I thought it was you know how like so there's like sensors for your fire alarm and then there's sensors for your like alarm.
Mm-hmm.
So I was just going to everything trying to like ban it while it was going off because I was thinking kitchen, fire, nothing's wrong, whatever. So I was putting like towels over some of the sensors because I thought that was like monitoring the fire thing, whatever. And then I realized it kept going and going. So then I see smoke coming up from the downstairs. So I run downstairs and my idea of a big fire is anything that I see on fire pretty much and there's smoke, that's just because I grew up in the country. So, like I remember bonfires and like things like that, So there was smoke coming up through the basement. So the basement so if you walk down the basement, there's just sofa and stuff over here. It was coming up through the basement. So I like run back up the stairs, go grab Lane, and luckily, my point telling you about her being not a rough sleeper, she woke right up. So she woke back up and I like almost like grabbed her and I was like, get up, get up, get up, get up. I gave her the keys. I said, can you go? I don't remember the exact order, but I said something along the lines of, can you go take the dog to Daddy's truck and sit there and wait?
Right.
So I don't remember the order of how we all ran out the house, but I know that at that point I did. She ran out, and I can't remember if I ran out to make sure they got the truck or if she ran out by herself. I don't remember that part, but I do know that they weren't. I know that they had gotten in the truck. I came back inside, run back downstairs, and that's when I was trying to get Gannon because I couldn't get. I didn't know how to get everybody at once. So my main thing was to get the front people out, and then go. So then I ran back downstairs to get Gannon, and then the fire was on the floor over here, then on the sofa. So I'm pretending this is the sofa and this is our floor. So it was right here and right here. And I saw the candle that was over here. So there was covers everywhere because the kids always get on them about, they leave a lot of covers laying around all the time. I mean, there's like 10 clothes and LOLs and blankets and all this. So they were all right here. So I take a whole bunch of them and I go and like basically smash down on the sofa and the fire to put it out. So I got a burn and then I was like, get up again and started running at that point because it wakes him up. He's alert. He's realizing that the covers and everything's on fire, the carpet's on fire, and we all go outside. So we get in Albert's truck and we drive. And I drove off in panic because I saw that I put the fire out. So I knew that there was no, like nothing wrong, like it wasn't gonna keep going. I drove off in panic because I just like, oh my gosh, what do I do now? Like we broke the carpet, we done this and this. Gannon's upset, freaking out because he's scared he's going to get in trouble and da 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 da. So, like the whole talk was going on. So we drove maybe around the block a little bit and came right back. So we came back in and like developed a plan for the next day to figure out, honestly, we were going to fix the carpet and try to like not say anything. And the reason for that is because like Albert freaks out about every little thing. If the kids do something and I'm on like, me, and he'll be like, you didn't do this, you weren't being a good mom, you weren't doing this, you weren't doing that. And so we both kind of were like a little like worried about it, and he gets very like crazy like if something goes wrong. So that was the plan. Go to sleep, rest. He was going to stay out of school. We were going to get the carpet fixed and then go from there. Plus, something hurting. So Lena didn't want to sleep in her room. You know, everybody was still kind of like frazzled. And I think Lena slept with me or on the sofa. I brought the dogs up. And again, he wanted to go in his room at that point because he was already sleeping on the sofa. So that's where Sunday, like pretty much kind of like stopped and everybody went to bed and yada, yada, yada. And I think I sent Albert messages because he was sleeping, was on a different time zone, and he didn't see him that night. So.
Okay.
And I didn't feel that no one was in harm. Make sure I say that because the fire was not going. Now, I know that Gannon had like black marks all on his shirt, like smoke marks. But he had on a long sleeve shirt and a short sleeve shirt because sometimes he has on whatever. He had on a short sleeve shirt with a long sleeve shirt. So I didn't see him in any kind of like nothing other than the little burns that we had. I didn't see.
Where did you see
anything
burns on Gannon?
All right, so with Gannon, I just saw that. Okay, so like on the top, like right here, so like say the shirts are here, so like right here there was a burn, and the reason for that was I think whenever like he was trying to come up, it kind of burned him a little bit. I'm not gonna make an assumption. I don't really know. And as far as that, I didn't see anything else. Like I didn't know any like other differences or anything like that. All I saw was that. I said, "You okay?" He ran out the house. He was firing out the house. Everything was normal. Yada yada yada. Now I'm gonna let you know in a little bit why he was bleeding. But
Okay.
at that point, when you get to the Monday morning thing, I'll let you know about that.
Describe the flames for me. How tall are these flames? Is it like smoldering on the carpets or kind of creeping across like a grass fire, or is it like coming up, working its way up the couch? Like how is it?
I really don't know. I know that it was like here, centralized on the floor, but like I could see. I think the smoke might have like kind of intimidated me more because I spent the whole night coughing. So I think that kind of intimidated me so much because I couldn't. The visibility was starting to be a little bit, like as if I had walked into a small little fire, and I was just afraid that it was gonna, because like upholstery for the couch. That was my biggest concern, was the upholstery for the couch. So.
Okay.
So I would say, it was like maybe like in this area, like right here. It wasn't like here.
So the flames were, 2-3 feet high, you think? How much light did you see coming off of this through the smoke?
No.
Okay, and that's fine if you don't know.
I'm not like a professional, and I was in the moment of freaking out to like give you an accurate answer.
Sure.
Because I don't want to tell you what's here, and it might have been here. I don't want to tell you this, and it's. I don't know.
This is all based off of your memories to the best of your ability. Right. And that's all it is. Okay.
I do know that I saw covers coming up on fire.
What was what covers were coming up on fire?
Like he had a cover on because he was sleeping on the sofa.
What was he covered with?
What do you mean?
What kind of blanket? You had mentioned there was LOLs, there's quilts, there's
color.
What blanket was he using?
Oh, I'm not sure. There was a couple that were there. There was a black. They were all. I put them all back in that bin that was sitting there. Did you? You said you didn't.
I haven't been in.
Okay, so there was black. It was like a little furry. There was watermelon ones. I don't remember specifically which one he had, but I know that there was blankets in the area because they always leave blankets around. It was a mermaid one around. But the whole operation of when I grabbed them and put it out, I grabbed them all and done it. So,
okay.
Yeah.
All right. Were any of them like damaged whenever that happened?
Oh yeah, they all. I left them all there when I showed them that night that, like they were damaged or whatever.
Okay. Well, I haven't been in the house either.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm speaking to you like you.
Yeah, no, I didn't go into the house either, so I was like trying to make sure that we're.
Yeah.
So then Gannon decides that he doesn't want to go to school because of his tummy issues or because he's going to help you with the carpet. What is?
It was kind of a combination of both.
Okay, and who excused him from school?
Well, I had texted Albert and said, could he not go to school for his stomach?
Okay.
Because he was hurting with his stomach, but also the whole plan was that we were going to figure it out.
So who actually contacted the school to excuse him?
It wasn't me. I didn't. I don't know.
Okay.
Did someone contact? Because I didn't.
I would assume that somebody would contact the school, or you probably would get like a phone call. I know with my kids' school, if they're not there by 8:15, the office.
Then they would call Albert, not me, because he would have the like the automated system where it's like, your child's missing. I mean, your child is missing from school today, whatever.
Okay. So that's Sunday, and you're saying a lot of we and that kind of thing. So you mentioned earlier that Harley had gone to work.
Mm-hmm.
She got called into massage envy.
Mm-hmm.
So who went on the hike?
So it was originally going to be all of us. Harley, me, Gannon, and Lena. And then Harley got called in. She switched shifts with someone, but then that person, like, I guess the policy is if that person agrees to take your shift, but then don't come, you still have to come or something. I don't know. But, so she just was like, I have to go. She's only gonna be working there like a few more weeks or whatever. So I told her, I was like, don't burn any bridges. I know it sounds crazy that you have to do that, but you got to go in. So she went into work on Sunday.
Okay. So it ended up being you, Gannon and Lena that went hiking.
Right.
Okay. And so then let's go through Monday. Yep.
So we wake up on Monday. Normal. How we wake up. And you're like, everybody gets up, whatever. Gannon stays in bed. He already knows that we are going out and about today. That was the plan. I walked Lena out, because usually Gannon walks her outside. So I walked Lena out to the front door and around to make sure I seen her around the corner to get to the bus stop. And she did.
Okay.
I come back inside. I don't remember if I laid down a little bit. I probably played on my phone for a little bit, wasted a little bit. Because she goes outside at like 6:50, 6:55. Still early. Take the dogs out, things like that. Well, I go down, start talking to Gannon about, hey, like, this is the plan. Like, go downstairs, the basement, whatever. I say basement, but as in, like, his room is downstairs. It's a furnished basement. And I realized that Gannon, he actually had, like, marks, like, on his arm. And they were actually, like, peeling at that point. And I swear, I did not realize that they had, I don't know if, like, they start, like, because burns are sitting there. I don't know if they started, like, peeling, like, overnight or, like, whatever. And he has, like, really bad anxieties. So whenever things are peely or, like, things like that, he bites his own nails a lot anyway. Like, anything that's, like, loose and things like that, he bites them. So I don't know if, like, as burns, like, burned a little bit. And when I do this, I don't mean, like, I'm giving you a location. I'm just saying, like, as in burns, like, on your skin. I guess when, like, like, pull a little bit stretchy or whatever. So, like, on the arm, it kind of gets a little stretchy and peeling.
Mm-hmm.
So then I was, like, freaked out because I was like, I didn't know that his arms were like that. So I'm, like, crying because, and this is where I have to start telling you, like, I'm, like, very, like, I was scared because my thought process was Albert is going to kill me. Like, because I made a mistake as a parent and forgot to, like, really check him down. And he really got a little bit more burnt than he should have. So I was freaking out because, like, it's going to kill me. And Gannon's like, it's okay. Like, there was blood. And, like, he had on his arm. And as it was peeling, I should have called.
What did they have?
I should have called the hospital and just asked, I don't know enough about burns. But I should have called the hospital and just asked, like, I made a mistake. I did. I swear to y'all, I didn't know they were that bad. I did it all. So I feel horrible. Here I am. I know it's not, about me, but as a person, I was feeling horrible that I didn't call Albert to say, they're like this. So I told him, I said, okay, listen, this is what we're going to do. We're going to put some, like, aloe on your arms, and things like that. And I was like, it's going to be okay. We're going to fix it. We're going to, and all I kept thinking about was we're going to fix it. And I don't know in my mind how I was going to fix it as far as he wasn't in pain. He wasn't saying, like, I'm hurting or anything like that. He was more of, like, peeling it. Like, like, it was like, it was like a boil. Am I saying the right word? Boil, like, blister? Like a blister. Like it was pulling a blister, Okay. So there was blood, and then so I'm, like, holding him, and I had blood on me. And when I say blood, let me explain to you. I don't mean, like, dripping out, pouring everywhere blood. So let me not, like, give you that thought process, because sometimes when I say, like, if I say flames, to me, I'm like, this is a big claim, you know. There was blood. So I was just so like freaked out. So I was like, we'll just clean it up. Don't worry about it. We'll figure it out.
Where's the blood at?
So the blood was on his arms, on his sheet that he had, which we washed the sheet. So it was on his sheet. It was on his arms, and he had some on like his arm had, I guess from like sleeping or whatever. He had some on the wall. So we cleaned up everything. I put like garnish the. Am I saying that? Garnish the wrap thing, but a wrap thing. And I was like, we'll check it with the aloe and see if it gets better. Because my next thing was, I'm gonna assess the situation in so many hours, and if it looks, because I did look online and it said like if it turns a yellow color that it could be infected or whatever. And I was like, that was gonna be my next step. So I don't want you to think that I was like neglecting the fact that.
So you realize that he's got a burn. You do some treatment that you think is appropriate at the time, and then you tell yourself, I'm going to do this follow up with him. Okay. Right. So then what happens after you take care again and make sure he's okay?
Honestly, I'm pacing the house, and I know there's two things I got to fix. And when I tell you that Albert will freak out over things, I just want you to know that. So I want you to picture in my mind of how I'm like afraid to be like, okay, I got to fix these situations, and I need to fix them fast with carpet and things like that.
Okay.
So number one, I was like, I need to fix the carpet, and number two, I need to figure out, assess. Like I said, does Gannon need to go get like some burn cream or whatever? So I said, let's get.
This is probably as good a time as I need to pause it and then pick back up after lunch.
Okay, I was wondering when we get there. Okay. Council approach for a minute. All right, ladies and gentlemen, if I can have everyone back in the jury room at say 1:20, we should be able to start this afternoon on time. What we're going to do is I've been talking with the attorneys, and when we come back, there's still going to be about 3 hours and 20 minutes or so of the video to go. We will take another break during that. That's just too long to have you sitting. So we will take another break during that, but that's what you can expect when you come back. So if you want to bring beverages or something like that, feel free to do that so that you have something to drink. It seems like it's getting a little warmer in the courtroom. When we came in this morning, it was a sweltering 64 degrees, but it's a little bit warmer now. So, and I expect it will be this afternoon as well. So anyway, we will see you at 1:20. All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. May all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution?
No, Your Honor.
Defense?
No, ma'am.
Okay, all right. See everybody back. Then.
All right, we are officially on the lunch break, and I am going to get this video pulled up. We're going to watch the Melanie Gibb thing that I've been waiting for. I had it open and I closed it. So when we come back after lunch, we've got 3 hours left. They're going to take a recess in that 3 hours. So we've got 3 more hours of Letecia being interviewed, I guess. So hopefully we have more. I haven't really gotten anything from this yet, but I'm kind of working on something on the side here at the same time. But I am going to be front and center now to watch this video with you guys. This is Melanie Gibb. Now, let me get this up here. Let's go to our intermission. Boop. Here we are. We're not going to watch her. Oh, it's kind of stupid. That's actually just the model that Chad asked to be on his book. Creepy. Creep Town. But here is Melanie Gibb. Now here, this will just be like a flashback because she's going to testify in Lori's trial. And I want you guys, I'm going to be cutting in and butting in and saying shit, but I want you guys to pay really close attention to Pryor. And we're back in court at 3:20. Let me see how long this is. Bear with me for a sec. All right. Let's see. This is an hour. Okay. We're going to skip Rob Wood and we're going to go right to Pryor because that's where it gets good.
Hello, sweet Melanie.
Hi, Chad. Hey, Mary. Hi.
Hey, let me put on speaker.
Okay, this is the first. I'm going to go back a little bit.
Someone asked you to record a conversation with Mrs. Vallow or Mr. Daybell?
No.
Okay. So this was something you did of your own accord?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so this is the call. They play the call that she recorded on her own accord, she says. We're going to listen to that, and then we'll play Pryor.
You shared with law enforcement?
Yes.
And was it Detective Pillar that you shared that with?
Yes.
Okay. And
and it's interesting to note as well that this bitch got called by the Rexburg police about JJ and waited a whole day and didn't even call them back. She called the Gilbert, Arizona police, not the Idaho police. She's a snake.
the recording on that disc, is it a true and accurate representation of the original recording you made?
Yes.
Okay.
Daybell's
Your Honor,
lawyer.
the state would ask that State's Exhibit 19 be entered into evidence.
No objection. Exhibit 19 will be admitted.
Your Honor, the state would request that
their
Exhibit
audio-
19 be published.
Their audio was horrible, so it's really muffly, so bear with me.
Is there video and audio or just audio?
Just audio.
Miss Warwick, or excuse me, Miss Gibb, if you'll
Miss
hand that
Warwick. He called her
exhibit
Miss Warwick.
to Madam Bailiff.
Yeah, grab the link, Shell. Oh, I got it.
Madam Bailiff, was there another disc in there? Yes. Will you please hand that disc to Mr.
Can you
Wood so
hold-
that he
oh,
can
and
identify it
another
and make
thing
sure
that's
that gets
funny.
Put into evidence.
Oh, another thing that's funny. Hold on. Melanie and Pryor fuck with each other with not being able to hear one another. And then Judge Boyce is like, can you please hold that microphone close to your chin?
Your Honor, that is State's.
Pull it down below your chin and aim it at your chin.
14. It's no longer in the case with the marker.
I had a hard time hearing you. Do you mind pulling your microphone down and then aiming it up at your chin?
And Chad answers the phone.
Recording.
Hello, sweet Lori.
8 at 3:43 p.m. And I am calling Chad Daybell's phone number, and hopefully I will be talking to both of them, Chad and Lori. So here goes the phone call.
Hello, sweet Melanie.
Hi, Chad. Hey, Mary. Hi.
Hey, let me put on speaker.
Oh, okay.
No, this is Chad's prelim.
How are you guys? Okay. How are you doing, Mary? I'm doing pretty good, thanks. I was wondering, where are you guys?
We're just hanging out.
Are you in Idaho?
We're in Idaho.
Okay. I just wanted to ask you a question, if you don't mind, Mary. Yeah, I want to know, you remember we talked about JJ going to Kay's house, and you told me they went there, and now he's not there? I was wondering what happened. Well,
She's so obvious,
I had
too.
to move him somewhere else because of her actions. So, was she doing something? Like, was she trying to come get him or something? Or, like, trying to kidnap him? Yeah, she said that lots of times before, but, okay, I asked Chad the other day, I was like, hey, where is JJ? And he said, for my security, he didn't want me to know, so is there a reason I should be in danger to know where he is? No, it's nobody. It's his danger. It's the danger that there's people after me. Okay. So,
If you knew, that puts you in a danger.
Well, just in a bad position.
Yeah, bad position.
Everybody, if they don't know anything, then they don't have to say they know. Right, so you're just worried. Okay. I'm just to keep him protected and
keep you protected.
And keep everybody else. I appreciate that. Well, I was wondering why you told the police why he was with me. I just needed to have somebody so I wouldn't have to tell them where he really was, because they were going to tell Kay where he is. Oh, yeah. So do you think it's like your family, or like your family, your dad, or
Well, my family, well, not my whole family, but as you know, most of my family is working against me and with her, basically.
Yeah. Is JJ safe?
She is safe and happy.
Okay, well, that's good to hear. Are you afraid of anything? Like, are you afraid to tell me that you're just afraid that that I could be in danger? Like like if I knew, like how could that hurt me? I don't understand how that could hurt me if I knew where he was.
Well, I'm just not telling anybody so that nobody has to say where he is or get questioned where he is, so I can keep him as safe as possible.
Yeah. Okay, I hope that he's okay. I hope you guys are okay. I did have a question I asked Al at one point, your brother, if I wanted to know, like where he was, and he said I did not want to know, and that he could not be found. So what does that mean?
I don't know why he would say that, but it's the same story. Like I don't even want Al to know. I don't want anybody to know, so that nobody has to be.
Oh, I can turn CC on. Sorry.
Worried about it. I mean, nobody has to be questioned about it, so he can be safe.
Yeah. So how long are you gonna be away for? Like, are you ever gonna be able to come out and come back to society again, or are you gonna keep, come back? What does that look like?
I do whatever the Lord needs me to do every day. So
I just wondered if I was ever going to see you again.
Absolutely, you will.
Okay, so maybe when they're done chasing you, you'll be able to come out again, or?
Yeah, I mean, it's a ridiculous thing for them to be working with Kay to find me. There's nothing that's going on that's, you know what I'm saying? Like, they're working with her in some dark capacity. The police are working with her in some dark capacity. There's no reason for them to be after me in the first place.
Yeah, has she threatened you at all?
Yes, lots of times.
Oh boy, what did she say?
Well, it's in emails and everything.
So like, she said she was going to come take them, or she was?
There's a lot of things.
Yeah.
Nellie.
Well, yeah, it sounds like it. I'm just worried for you guys because, you know, he's missing, and, you know.
I know exactly where he is. He's perfectly fine and happy.
Okay, well, I hope so. I had a scripture I wanted to share with you, if you don't mind.
I love it.
I was thinking about some of the things you guys have gone through, and I saw this scripture today, and I want you to
Let me ask you a question. About scripture. Okay. So, did Alma turn himself into King Noah, or what was he required to do?
Well, King Noah was incredibly wicked.
Yes.
So he fled his evil ways, which is adultery and living riotously and breaking all the commandments.
Right. So what was he required to do?
He had to go and flee so that he would be safe, and then help other people realize how, you know, jacked up the system was and the government was.
What about Moroni? What was he required to do at the end?
To carry on those plates and bury them. That was his responsibility.
What did he have to do to do that? Did he hide?
He had to hide. He had to hide because they were so. Everybody was killing everybody in the society. Everybody was dying. They were killing all the natives.
And the scriptures had to hide in the cavity of a rock by day and go out by night.
The prophets did.
They did.
Yeah. Okay, so thank you for sharing that with me. Okay, this scripture is just something that may be thoughtful for you. For behold, this is Doctrine and Covenants, section 3, verse 7 and 8, says, For behold, you should not have feared man more than God. Although men set not the counsels of God and despise his words, yet you should have been faithful, and he would have extended his arm and supported you against all the fiery darts of the adversary. He would have been with you in every trouble. So when we work with the Lord and are obedient, He's going to protect us from adversarial darts and all kinds of negativity. But when we open the door to Satan, he comes in and then he attacks. And then he takes away to make it look like somebody else took it away. But that's not how God works. He doesn't work in darkness.
I agree with you 100%. And that's what the Lord is doing for me. Exactly what he's doing for me.
Oh, it just sounds weird.
For darkness now. Darkness is knocking on the door all the time because that's the way dark works with the light. And I promise you that I have done nothing wrong in this case, that sometimes you have to hide in the cavity of a rock for your own life safety. And that's what the Lord requires of you sometimes. And that's how it is. And I'm sorry that's how it is, because there is a lot of darkness on the earth.
I know.
It's been after me for zero reason besides the darkness of Kay, which you already know she's dark.
I haven't met her enough to know if she is dark or not. I've just met her slightly, and she seemed like a normal kind of person, but then I haven't engaged with her that much, so I don't know that personally.
So you don't know about her changing the thing for herself to be the beneficiary of a policy and all that stuff? None of that's dark, right?
Well, I haven't seen those documents, so I have no way of knowing.
You've seen them on my computer.
No, I have not. I haven't even looked in on your computer before. You haven't showed me anything.
I don't know why you're being controversial to me, or if you're recording this conversation for the police or whatever. I don't know what your intention is on this phone call.
Well,
with all my heart, and I have forever, and I will always love you.
I appreciate those words, but if you really love me, you wouldn't have told the police that I had JJ with me. That's not what a friend does. I mean, that just makes me look weird, and it's not safe for me. That doesn't look good. I mean, you had to think of my welfare if you love me.
I do, and I did exactly what I felt the Lord was instructing me to do. And I appreciate you, and I love you. And I've never do anything to harm you, and you can have all of this confirmed to you by the Lord.
I have. And my conscience is clear. I feel very understanding what's really going on, Lori. And I believe that you have been very deceived by Satan. I believe that he has tricked you. And I don't believe that what you're doing is correct. I mean, Tammy dies, and then your husband died, and then he's missing. It just doesn't sound like God's plan to me. It gives me a gut feeling, like in my gut, it feels weird. It doesn't feel right. I don't have peace about it. I never have felt 100% peace about it. I always felt like a little weird in my stomach about all these things.
You know me, Mel. You know me. This does not sound like you. This sounds like you've been influenced by somebody dark who wants you to believe dark things and have fear of the celestial world.
I don't have fear.
You obviously do.
No, I have a peace of conscience, and I can see clearly.
Well, I'm sorry that you feel that way. I love you so much.
I know you do. I don't know what else to say.
Stand Christ when he comes again, and he's coming soon, and we will all stand there, and you will know at that point that he has supported me and has supported me the whole time, and I have not been deceived.
I just want to testify that I know Tammy lost the conspiracy theories. My sister-in-law right behind it all, and I hope that you're not being influenced by that dark team.
I don't know who she is. I'm sorry, you said your sister-in-law? I don't even know her.
Oh, I know, but she's coming up with the same type of theories. And it's just not true. My own children were there. They testified that Tammy had been getting weaker and sick, and I begged her to go to the doctor. Her heart was failing her. She was physically falling apart, and she hates doctors, and she just passed away. That's how it happened. My son Garth was right there with me the whole time. My kids were at the house within 20 minutes of her passing. There were 2 coroners. They checked her out right there on the bed. All these conspiracy theories just make me sick to my stomach. Just absolutely sick. I know it's been told for years that Tammy would pass away at a young age. And I had no idea that Lori would even be a part of my life. I just knew that my life had 2 segments. And that I know Tammy's on a special mission, and she's with my kids. She's visited them. There's so much, Melanie, that you just have to have faith, and this is not some sort of master plan. There's no way, Lori, and I could ever come up with this. It's just...
You can understand my concern, correct?
I can, from an outside perspective, but
From someone who knows as much as you know, no, not really. But we can feel Dave's influence on you. I can feel that, for sure.
He's a very good man, and he has a very strong foundation, that I know.
I know, but he seems to be the one that's putting the doubts in your mind.
No, you know what? I have come to understand that my gut feeling, I was not listening to it. And I always felt uncomfortable with many things.
Okay.
Well, I'm sorry that I included you in those teachings then for your own sake, because I wish that you didn't have as much knowledge as you have, because you will be accountable for the knowledge that you do have now.
So will you.
I agree 100%.
Yeah.
100%. I have no fear.
Yeah.
I have no fear of that.
But I really, as I was reading the story of Chloroform, and it is so very similar to this, you just can't see it. But he did it because he was trying to reclaim a people, and he thought at the very end, because of his carnal and natural desires, that's what influenced him. And he was very, very
carnal natural desires?
Well, honey, you got a lot of natural desires. We all know that.
That's what you think is me, Coroner? Are you kidding me right now?
I think both of you have similarities. It's in the scriptures. It's in the scriptures. And the scriptures are very powerful.
Yes, they are. I live by the scriptures, as you know.
I know, but we can wrest the scriptures for our own vain glory.
I wrested the scriptures?
We can do that, and I feel that you have to our belief systems.
Do I wrest the scriptures? Is that what you're accusing me of at this point?
I feel that you have.
Why do you feel that way? I need an explanation on this.
Because if you look, like the scripture just said,
you read the scriptures every single day, you know?
I know you read them. I know about that. But this scripture right here says that you will be supported by all against the fiery darts of the adversary. You would have been supported if you had not opened dark portals and dark junk. You would have been safe if you would have obeyed God. He would have had your back. But you have been chased and tortured.
Whether you do this or not,
I'm sorry?
He has your back. So,
well, if he has your back, you would not be able to tell me where you are, and we couldn't find JJ. Like, where is he? I've been asking, where is he? And you know what I mean? Like, that's...
I can tell everything where JJ is right now, and that would not be good for JJ. So, I'm sorry that you don't want me to protect my children, but I would never ask you to not protect your children.
Of course you wouldn't.
So, I can tell that you're just adversarial now. I love you. I'm sorry that you feel this way.
Because I actually do care. I'm sharing what I feel for you because I know your salvation's in trouble for what you've done.
And my salvation is not in trouble at all. And I think you should check that with the Lord again.
Well, I felt a lot of things from the Lord. And this doesn't feel right.
Well, I'm sorry that you feel that way, sweetheart. I'm sorry that you're friends with all those who are against me. Joseph Smith's friends turned against me.
I'm not friends with people that are against you.
Apparently you are.
I am not. I don't know Kay. I don't know who you're talking about. Your sister. I don't even know what her name or who she is. I don't know any of those people. Why would they contact me anyway? How would I even know about that?
Well, you're friends with Dave, and he's apparently,
Well, David is a very righteous man, and I've always known that grounding about him. And he has a lot of beautiful experiences with the Lord, and these are not the same. You know, when you get the priesthood, that's Peter, James, and John shows up, and then he confirms all those in the circle that are to get it, and everybody's a witness of that. Everybody's a witness that the pattern is in the scriptures. There's no witness that you ever received what you think you received. Nobody has seen that but you. There's no witness. The witness, Joseph Smith, all of the Calvary, Martin Harris, the 8 witnesses, they all showed up.
There's no witness, and Jesus, Heavenly Father, gave that to Joseph Smith by himself in the grove as their witness.
No, but they had it later with other people. That was one experience, but others joined in later. When he brought other people into it, they had experiences.
Scriptures, yes or no?
I'm sorry?
Is that in the scriptures, yes or no?
That Joseph was alone when he saw God the Father and Jesus Christ?
Yes.
Yes, he was alone.
He was alone.
But he had to open it up first.
That's not a pattern at all.
Honey, what I'm saying is that after he saw that and other people joined in, they saw the things with him. He wasn't alone. There was a witness for them. There was no witness. Anybody's never seen what you've seen or experienced what you've seen. That's your own witness, but nobody said that.
No, God knows it, and I will never deny it. For my soul would be at stake if I did. So you can say it didn't happen to me now, but if I say it, then I am accountable. You didn't witness it.
Okay,
I did.
But your behaviors is not, okay, I understand that's what you believe you saw, but this is the thing, as I see, is that
Your behavior is not one of somebody that's in Christ. Your behavior. What?
Never had any idea that you would be the person of all people to turn me. I cannot
I am
believe it.
asking questions, and I am concerned for you. That is what somebody does when they care.
You don't sound like you're concerned. You sound like you're accusatory. You do not sound concerned. You sound pissed off.
I'm not. I am troubled. Maybe that's the better word. Troubled. Because these things, like you being with Chad before he's even divorced, is unusual behavior for a person that's seen Jesus Christ.
I was never with him and he was never divorced.
Honey, I've seen you guys together. So I haven't ever seen you with, I've never seen you with Chad kiss him and walk around the track at BYU with him. I never saw that. You say
you're the one that's just feeling guilty about being with someone before they were divorced.
Oh, honey.
Oh, honey.
I think that's not what we're talking about here.
No, it's not what we're talking about here. That's what I'm saying. You are going off the deep end.
Well, I'm just saying this is not a behavior of someone that sees Jesus Christ. It's not the behavior.
Really? Have you ever seen Jesus Christ? So do you know what the future behavior would be if you had seen Jesus Christ?
I know that when I pray.
Lord asks me to do every day, and he does protect me, and he is protecting me, and he will protect me against this accusation as well. And we will both stand there with him, and you tell me if I was lying or not. But we're both standing there with Jesus Christ.
Okay.
Pull it down below your chin and aim it at your chin.
Okay, hold up. Wait for this. She clearly was hung up on, but listen.
Skip, was that the natural ending of that conversation?
I'm sorry?
Was that how that conversation ended?
The phone cut off. I could have been because it was in a basement apartment.
No. No, ma'am. That's not why it cut off. Lori hung up on your ass. And now we're going to forward to Pryor. Okay? This is where it gets good.
Miss Gibb, with a new day, will swear you in here again.
Okay, so this is the next day. I cut it, put it all together. Oh, this is good. This is rich.
Miss Gibb, you can be seated there in that witness chair. If you'll pull that microphone up to your chin and aim it at your chin again.
You can't make this up. You know
Mr.
she thinks
Pryor,
of Chad's chin.
You may inquire on cross-examination when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, now.
Mr. Pryor, in looking at some of the recording last night, I noticed that the one audio that we couldn't hear very well was yours. So again, if you don't mind making your microphone look like this, it will record it a lot better if it's pointed at your chin. I know it looks weird. That's the way to do it.
Okay, thank you, Judge. Can you hear me now?
I can.
And Ms. Gibbs, can you hear me as well?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Gibbs, Ms. Gibb, I apologize. When did you first meet Mr. Daybell?
About, I think 2 or 3 years ago.
Okay, if I reflect that the information I have is that you were at a preparedness camp in July of 2017 in Ogden, Utah. Is that correct?
In Morgan, Utah. Yes, that's correct.
Morgan, Utah?
He brings up these preparedness camps a lot. And it seems like Melanie doesn't want to talk about the preparedness camps and what went on there. So pay attention to when he mentions these camps. She's very evasive.
Is Morgan close to Ogden?
Yes.
Okay, okay. And would you explain to me what a preparedness camp is?
It was
Objection,
a camp.
relevance.
Mr. Pryor's been objection as to relevance.
Well, Judge, there was testimony that they met. I think I can inquire as to the nature of that relationship and what they were both there for, and I don't think it's necessarily irrelevant. There's a discussion. It's much like we went to a concert or we went to a play. It's the same thing. I think I'm allowed to inquire about that. I don't see that that's necessarily irrelevant.
I'll overrule the objection. You may continue with that question, Mr. Pryor.
And again, ma'am, before Mr. Wood injected his objection, there was a question about what is a preparedness camp?
It's a camp where people get together, families and individuals, where they're learning about how to cook outside or how to filter water or different preparedness skills.
Preparedness for what?
For if there's times where you may not have those types of things readily available to you, that you could learn to do it if you didn't have electricity, things like that.
Okay, well, I noticed when I was listening to your tape, and obviously I've heard that before, there were some religious references on that tape between you and Miss Vallow. And I'm just curious as to whether this preparedness camp has any kind of a religious undertone as well.
Objection, relevance.
Overruled. I think there was a lot of religious undertones that were put forth yesterday. I'm going to allow Mr. Pryor to go down this road in a limited way here today.
Okay, so see how he's pushing for these preparedness camps to be, he wants her to talk about the religion and the religious undertones behind these camps. And Rob Wood objects every time. And I'm like, why does Rob Wood not want religion to come up like it's going to?
That question. And again, there was a religious undertone, and I don't want to go into complete detail about this, and it's not necessary. But I would like you to explain what is, in your mind, the religious nature of these preparedness camps.
Your client was one of those people that spoke at that, and he was expressing his visions and dreams.
I'm going to move to strike. The question is what's the religious undertone? It's not when my client participated, ma'am. It's what is the undertone of this? So I'd like you to answer my question as opposed to pushing some blame on my client. So would you answer the question?
Objection, this is argumentative.
Hold up, we're going to take a timeout here. Mr. Pryor, I want you to ask the question. Ms. Gibb, I want you to answer the question that Mr. Pryor is asking you. I'm not going to tell you how to answer that question, but I want you to listen carefully to the question that he asks. Understand, after Mr. Pryor asks you these questions, Mr. Wood will get a chance to offer any redirect if he deems that's necessary, which can often provide clarification. But I want you to listen carefully to the question that's being asked of you and answer only that question. Mr. Pryor, you can ask the question again.
So I noticed you just took a look at Mr. Wood. Is there a reason why you just did that?
I looked around.
Oh, you looked around?
Mm-hmm. Okay. I didn't actually look at his face.
Okay. Just over in that direction. So why don't you tell me what the religious nature of this preparedness camp is, ma'am?
People sharing their spiritual experiences,
okay,
scriptural based to personal dreams.
Does it have a specific religious affiliation in this religious preparedness camp?
People that belong to our church.
What church is that, ma'am?
The Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
So you represent yourself as an LDS person, is that
correct?
Okay, all right. And the first opportunity for you to meet Mr. Daybell was in July of 2017. Did you have a face-to-face meeting with him?
Yes.
Okay, did you discuss anything in particular?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Judge, I heard some voices in the corner and it distracted me. I apologize. And then,
dude, this guy calls out everything. Like, he gives no fucks. And that's why I said I would love to have him defend me, because he is all about defending his client. As much of a dick as he is, people are talking smack behind him, which I think maybe was the Woodcocks. I'm not sure, but that's who I've been seeing right behind there. I don't know who it was, but he's like, oh, I'm sorry. He's making note of everything.
Did you have any contact with him prior to the July 18th organization that you went to in Mesa, Arizona?
I'm not sure.
Okay, so you don't have any recollection of whether you spoke to him again between July of 2017 and July of 2018, is that correct?
I'm not sure. Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. And then you were at some sort of an organization in July of 2018, is that right?
I'm sorry, 2018?
Look at Chad.
In Mesa, Arizona.
I'm just checking my mind with my dates. I believe so.
I'm checking my mind.
Is there anything that you have in terms of a medical condition that affects your ability to recollect anything, ma'am?
This is great.
Is there any condition such as an auditory disorder that you've been diagnosed with that affects your ability to understand and hear things?
No.
You've never been medically diagnosed with an auditory disorder?
No.
Okay. At some point you met Lori Vallow, is that correct?
Correct.
And when was that?
October 2018.
Did you meet Chad Daybell at the same time?
No.
That was a different occasion. And where did you meet Miss Vallow, ma'am?
In Mesa, Arizona at a church building.
Okay, and what was the nature of the proceeding that you were at? Was it a preparedness camp again?
No, it was a held by the church, inside the church, about preparedness type of classes that they asked me to speak on.
Okay, and this was the church that was supporting this preparedness situation was part of the LDS church, is that correct?
Yes, but these groups are separate.
I'm sorry, say that again?
These groups are not affiliated with each other.
Okay, but it was at an LDS church and it was an LDS sponsored event, is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, was Mr. Daybell there?
No.
Okay. And then on July of 18th, when you met him in Mesa, Arizona, when is the next time that you met him?
I met him, we saw each other in October 2018, probably a week or two after I met Lori.
Okay. And that was in St. George?
Yes.
And what was the nature of that meeting? Where was that taking place at? In a church as well?
No, I think it was in an elementary school.
Okay. And what was the name?
Okay, now that's concerning. They were doing these in an elementary school. Now, granted, it was in the evening, but still.
Of that meeting? What was
It was a variety of speakers.
Okay. And what was the topics?
We had some talking about science.
Okay.
We had some talking about Book of Mormon evidence.
Okay.
We had some talking about their dreams and visions.
Okay. And were you a speaker at that as well?
No.
There's a gentleman's name who came up, and it's Mr. Warwick. You mentioned him a couple of times
Yes.
yesterday. What's your relationship with Mr. Warwick?
He's my boyfriend.
Okay.
He's my boyfriend. This is where
Are
it
you
gets
two
good.
living together?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Do you know where Mr. Warwick lives?
Yes.
Where does he live?
He lives in Utah,
Where in Utah?
Pleasant Grove,
Okay. Where do you live, ma'am?
Gilbert, Arizona.
And that's your permanent address in Gilbert, Arizona?
Correct.
Okay. And again, the October 26th at St. George, did that have religious overtones as well?
Yes.
And that was also somewhat sponsored by the LDS Church, is that correct?
Not by the church, by individuals.
Okay. But the theme of that was consistent with what your religious faith is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And are you telling me that on October 26th, Mr. Daybell was there as well?
Yes.
Okay.
If you could speak a little closer to your mic.
Okay, sorry. Thank you for telling me that.
Mhm.
And Mr. Daybell, do you recall what his topic was at that time on October of 2018?
Yes, he talked about the different visions he had of what he saw was going to happen in the last days.
Is that something that interested you?
Yes.
Is that something that's inconsistent with your religious beliefs?
No.
Okay. So it's something that's consistent with your religious beliefs, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, all right. And then at some point, do you have a recollection when Mr. Daybell and Lori Vallow met?
Yes.
And you were present for that meeting, is that correct?
Yes.
And was that in Arizona?
He plays dumb.
No. As you recall, I said St. George, Utah.
That was on the 26th of 2018 in St. George. That's correct. Okay. So you had known Miss Vallow at that point for how long?
A few weeks.
Okay. Did you form a friendship?
Yes.
Was it an immediate friendship?
Yes.
Would you describe, obviously I heard some of your testimony on that tape, but from that time in October until, maybe the beginning of last year, you had a very close friendship. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Sisters?
Possibly.
Well, possibly, or were you that close?
We were close.
Okay. You
Within a
shared
few
number of
weeks?
things.
Yes.
You shared your belief about having visions about things that may happen in the future, correct?
Not my visions, not her visions.
Okay. Okay. But you're not in disbelief about having visions about things, are you?
I'm not in disbelief.
Right. Okay. Can you tell me how many times you spoke with the Gilbert Police Department?
Oh, multiple times, maybe 5 or 6.
Okay. Do you have a recollection of the first time you spoke with the Gilbert Police Department?
I believe it was December, I'm sorry, in person or on phone?
On the phone?
On phone. I believe it was December 7th or 8th.
Is it possible that in November, Officer Pillar left you a phone message to get back to him and call him?
In November. Yes,
Okay. And then in November, you didn't call him back right away, is that correct?
correct.
And then at some point, you did have contact with him. Did you initiate the contact, or did Officer Gilbert initiate the contact?
Well, he first initiated it, and then I secondly initiated it.
So you called him back?
Correct.
Sometime after he had called you, correct?
That's correct.
How much time passed between when he left the message and when you got back to him?
I would say within an hour, possibly.
Okay. And then at some point, there was a question regarding the whereabouts of JJ, is that right?
Correct.
And at that point, you had advised him that you had JJ in your care, correct?
I told him that I had him, and then I didn't have him.
Okay. So the initial time that you told him that you had JJ, that was not a truthful statement to Officer Pillar, was it?
Correct.
And when you tell a statement that's not accurate to a police officer, that's a lie, is it not?
Correct.
So you lied to a police officer, is that correct?
Correct.
And then at some point, how long between the time when you told that lie to the police officer regarding the whereabouts of JJ Vallow did you correct your lie? How much time passed?
Till I spoke to him on December 6th, I believe. I could be off a day or two.
December 6th. Do you hear this? December 6th. She freaking lied. This woman got immunity times 10.
I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I want an accurate reflection of the amount of time that we're talking about. The initial call from Officer Gilbert occurred sometime in late November. Would you have any reason to disagree with that, ma'am?
No.
And then the time when you decided to tell Officer Gilbert the truth, or at least what you think the truth is, was sometime in December, the 6th of December.
Correct.
So approximately 10 to 12 days passed from the time you told your first lie to when you decided to come up with a different story for Officer Gilbert later on, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Get her, Pryor.
So at least at that point, we have 2 phone calls with Officer Gilbert, correct?
Correct.
Officer Gilbert, Officer Pillar, I'm sorry, I apologize. Officer Pillar, I can't get Gilbert, Arizona out of my mind.
Mm-hmm.
Officer Pillar.
Can't get Gilbert,
When was the
Arizona
next
out
time
of
you
my
spoke with
mind.
Officer Pillar?
Maybe the next day.
Maybe?
And
What was the purpose of that phone call?
we were just trying to make arrangements to get together.
To
Arrangements.
discuss the case?
Correct.
And where did you make arrangements to discuss the case?
In his office in Gilbert, Arizona.
Okay, and when did you have that office visit with him? Do you recall?
I know I have it written down. I cannot recall right now. It's on my phone though.
Was it a significant amount of time, or was it a brief?
Well, I was in Utah at the time.
Where were
So
you,
he
where
was-
were you
he-
in Utah?
Oh, hold up. So,
judge says hold
Mr. Pryor, you're interrupting the witness before she can answer.
I
the question.
apologize, Your Honor.
We're making a record here, so it's crucial that nobody talk over each other. So, Mr. Pryor, I want you to make an effort here to let the witness finish the answer before you ask the next question. And Ms. Gibb, if you'll make sure he finishes the question before you start to answer.
Okay.
So the last thing I heard is that you were in Utah, and I did interrupt you. I apologize for that.
It's okay.
Where were you in Utah?
I was at David Warwick's home in Pleasant Grove, Utah.
How long had you been there?
A few days, I can't recall.
And do you recall the approximate date as when you were there?
I'm sorry?
The approximate date when you were there, ma'am?
I don't have those dates memorized right now.
Okay. But at some point, you then had an face-to-face conversation with Officer Pillar of the Gilbert Police
When I
Department.
arrived home from my trip to Utah, I immediately went there that day. I didn't even go home first.
Okay.
I'm sure you did because
And
you were
how
getting
long was the
immunity.
conversation with Officer Pillar?
I would say at least 2 hours.
Okay. Did he advise you whether or not that was a recorded conversation?
I believe he did.
He said it was a recorded conversation?
I believe so, but I can't exactly recall.
And then did you have another visit with him at a later time after that?
I did.
Okay, when was that, ma'am?
I can't recall the time, but it was probably a few weeks.
A few weeks later? Okay.
Weeks.
And again, was that a recorded conversation was that a recorded conversation?
I don't know for sure, but it could have been.
Was it an in-person discussion?
Yes.
Who else was present for that meeting?
The second meeting, I believe it was just Officer Pryor. Or Pillar, sorry.
Pillar? Okay. And then
She
at
said
some point,
Officer
were you interviewed by the Rexburg Police Department?
A little bit.
When you say a little bit, could you just tell me what that means?
I just had a brief conversation, and then he told me to just contact Gilbert Police to tell the whole story.
Did you have any other visits with the Gilbert Police Department after that, the last one you spoke of?
Yes.
Okay, when was the next one?
Oh, could have been like a month or two later. I can't recall.
And at any time, did you have a face-to-face meeting with anybody from the Rexburg Police Department?
Not until just a few months ago when they came down to speak to me.
Okay, and who came down to speak with you?
Detective Ball and Detective Hermosillo and Rob Woods.
Right. So at that point, do you recall what that date of that meeting was?
I believe it was in June,
Okay.
but I can't recall the date.
Okay. And again, that meeting, Officer Hermosillo was present?
Correct.
Did Officer Hermosillo say that he was recording that conversation?
I do not know.
Do you recall whether he told you that?
I can't recall.
Did Lieutenant Ball say he was recording the conversation?
I cannot recall.
Okay. Mr. Wood was present for a discussion with you in June as well, because he was present for that meeting. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Then the topic of discussion was Lori Vallow?
It was everybody.
Okay. And everybody meaning Lori Vallow, correct?
Correct.
Chad Daybell?
Correct.
Alex Cox?
Correct.
Was there also a discussion about potential difficulties you might have as a result of lying to the Gilbert Police Department?
No.
There was never any reference or any offer of any deal to testify about anything, and they would forego going after you for lying to a police officer?
No.
And you've never been offered anything by anyone?
Do you believe
in regards to the fact that you lied about, or at least you
Objection asked and answered.
Mr. Pryor?
Judge, it's a different question. It's a slightly different question.
I'll allow you to ask the question.
So again, Mr. Wood has never specifically offered you any deal to testify in any manner in this case. Is that correct?
Never.
Okay. And when you came into town, when did you arrive in town this week?
Saturday.
Okay. Did you have a meeting with Mr. Wood prior to testifying today?
Here we go.
Yes.
Did he tell you what to say on the stand?
No.
Did he coach you in any way?
No.
Did he ask you to testify in a certain manner or wear a certain amount of clothes a certain way?
No.
He didn't tell you anything.
We talked about a lot of things.
Well, that's what I'm trying to get into. It wasn't the weather, was it, ma'am?
No.
It was about how and what you were going to say in this hearing today, correct?
He asked me questions and I gave him answers.
Do you know whether or not that recording, that conversation was recorded or not?
Yes.
I have no idea.
So if what you're telling me is that when you arrived here on Saturday, you had a meeting with Mr. Wood. Who else was present for that meeting?
David Warwick and two of the women he works with.
Okay, two of the women Mr. Warwick works with?
No, Rob Woods.
Okay, so his staff was there as well?
Correct.
Okay, was any law enforcement officer there?
Probably, yes. I saw Detective Hermosillo, and some of the detectives, I didn't know their name and I didn't know their titles, but I know they told me, I just can't recall the people.
And when you say probably, the answer is there were other officers there, correct?
Yes.
And how many other officers, and you don't need to give me their names, but how many in number were in this place where you were being interviewed?
I cannot recall. There was several people going in and out. It was a busy kind of a movement.
I'm sorry again. And where did this interview take place?
In the Madison County Courthouse.
Okay. At the prosecutor's office?
Yes.
So if I understand this correctly, that you spoke to numerous law enforcement officers about your testimony. Mr. Wood and...
Objection. He's misstating her testimony.
Mr. Pryor?
Well, there have been at least 4 or 5 discussions with Officer Pillar, is that correct?
I'm sorry?
Officer Pillar, how many times have you spoken?
Your Honor, I misunderstood his question. Never mind. I'll withdraw my objection.
Okay.
Mr. Pryor, please proceed.
You've had numerous discussions with law enforcement officers, is that correct?
Yes. If you could speak a little closer to your mic.
Okay, I will. Other than Officer Hermosillo and Officer Ball and Officer Pillar from the Gilbert Police Department, have you spoken to anybody with the FBI?
Yes.
And how many times did you speak with the FBI?
Maybe 2 or 3 times.
When were those, ma'am?
Oh.
Oh, she can't remember.
Sometime in 2020 and sometime in the beginning of the year. I cannot recall the dates.
All right, so sometime in 2020, that's a very broad range.
I know.
Are you having difficulty remembering when you spoke with an FBI agent?
Yes.
And is it your common practice to regularly speak with FBI agents? Is that why you can't remember that you spoke with one?
Objection compound. And argumentative.
Sustained on the argumentative. Mr. Pryor, if you'll divide your questions so that we can get one answer per question.
You testified that sometime in 2020 you spoke with the FBI. Did you speak to him in August of 2020?
I can't recall.
Okay.
August? That would be this month.
That would be. So that's why I'm trying to wonder whether or not you can't recall because there's...
I didn't know. I didn't speak to anybody in August.
Okay. Did you speak to anybody in July of 2020?
I don't think so.
June of 2020.
I'm sorry?
June of 2020. Did you speak to the FBI?
Probably not, but I can't recall.
Okay. Did you speak to the FBI in May of 2020?
I can't recall.
Do you have any recollection of any month that you may have spoken to the FBI?
No.
He's convinced the FBI gave
You don't
her
remember
immunity.
even talking to them?
I remember talking to them.
You just don't know what month it was?
I want to be accurate, so I don't remember.
Okay. Okay. So in 2019, do you have a more distinct recollection of when you spoke with the FBI?
No.
Was it an uneventful discussion? Is that why you don't remember it?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Was it an uneventful discussion? Is that why you don't remember it?
I just can't recall the time because it didn't have any significance of it was on the phone, so I don't remember the date.
Oh, you've never had a face-to-face discussion with the FBI?
No.
It's always been on the phone?
Correct.
Okay. Do you keep your phone records?
Mostly, yes.
Okay. And you have your phone records available for the last couple of years?
I don't think they date back that long.
Wow.
I want to switch gears a little bit if we may, and I'd like to talk about Alex Cox. How would you describe your relationship with Alex Cox?
A friend, friendly with each other.
Friends with Alex.
How many times did you meet Alex Cox?
Multiple times, I cannot recall.
When is the first time you met Alex Cox?
Shortly after meeting Lori, between October and November 2018.
Okay. How would you describe the relationship based on the knowledge that you have of between Alex Cox and Lori Vallow?
He's insinuating.
I'm sorry, the relationship I have or they have?
They have, the two of them.
Wait for
Those
it.
two together. They were good friends and siblings to each other.
Good friends.
They got along really well.
So they were very close with each other, were they not?
Time for a drink, Melanie. Because now we're talking about Alex and Lori's relationship. Ooh la la. Nasty grams.
Yes.
In fact, isn't it true that when they moved from Arizona to Idaho, Alex moved as well? Isn't that true?
Correct.
And in fact, he tried to get an apartment right next to Lori's. Isn't that correct?
I believe so.
Right. And he actually gave up a job so that he could be with Lori in Idaho. Is that correct?
I don't know if he gave it up.
Yikes.
Okay. Did you do that previously as well? In Texas or something like that? Do you have any recollection of that?
I don't know. But
No, I think Alex and Lori had.
When you described they have a close relationship, it was a little more than close. They were extremely close, weren't they?
Objection, speculative.
Oh!
There's no speculation. It's a specific question.
Ms.
Were they
Gibb,
extremely close?
Ms. Gibb, I'm going to authorize the question to be answered if you know the answer to that question.
I would say yes.
Oh!
Now you listened to the tape recording that you recorded, and that was in what was that? November? Was that December of last year? Is that correct? That tape recording, the 21-minute record with Lori.
Yeah, December 8th.
Okay.
Wait a minute. I just had a thought. Is that why Alex had to die? Did Chad use Alex to do the dirty work and then poison his ass to get rid of him? Because he followed Lori everywhere, didn't he? He followed her everywhere. He got rid of her kids. Did he get rid of her brother too?
The date.
I did.
Okay. Were you prompted by law enforcement to make that phone call?
Nope.
You did that on your own.
Yep.
And the questions you asked were questions that you planned ahead of time to ask Lori about what was going on, correct?
Correct.
And you planned this as a means of trying to gain some information to somehow either clarify things for you, correct?
Partially correct. I had many objectives in that, and that was
Okay.
one of them,
Okay.
to show my innocence.
Okay. And one of the other objectives, then we'll talk about that, is to impress upon the police that you did nothing wrong. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you needed to prove to the police that you were innocent of no wrongdoing. Is that correct?
That wasn't my full objective.
But it was one of the objectives, wasn't it?
Yes.
Now, I took the liberty of listening to that tape a number of times, and I found something quite interesting, is that Lori Vallow said on the tape that she would not tell anything to Al. When she said she would not tell anything to Al, who's the Al she's talking about?
Her brother.
That would be Alex Cox?
Correct.
And she also talked about not telling you anything as well, correct?
Correct.
And you two were more than close friends. You were almost sisters with Lori Vallow, weren't you?
Sisters!
We were really close.
Well, were you almost sisters? Would you describe it as that close?
Possibly.
Okay. Is there a reason why you're not saying yes?
Well, it's just a big word to say your sister's with somebody. I haven't known her for very long, so it's only been a few months.
Okay. But you knew her long enough to make that phone call to try to get her to help you clear your name, right?
Partially.
Okay. Now, would you describe Lori as someone who's a persuasive person?
Yes.
And she's got quite a dynamic personality, doesn't she?
Yes.
And she's very convincing, isn't she?
Yes.
And if she says that she would not discuss anything with any of her children or the whereabouts with anybody close to her, would that be a fair statement?
Yes.
So she would, no matter who it is, she would probably refrain from giving out any information if it served her purpose.
Objection speculative. Calls for facts, not in evidence.
Sustained.
I'd like to talk a little bit and switch gears a little bit.
This guy blows my mind.
You went down to, you came to Rexburg around the 19th of September, is that right?
What was that? What was that slippage? Guys, this dude kills me. He is putting all her shiz out there without putting it out there like straight out.
Partially.
Okay.
Listen again.
Now, would you describe Lori as someone who's a persuasive person?
Yes.
And she's got quite a dynamic personality, doesn't she?
Yes.
And she's very convincing, isn't she?
Yes.
Lori convinced her
And
to do
if she says that she would not discuss anything with any of her children or the whereabouts with anybody close to her, would that be a fair statement?
Yes.
So she would, no matter who it is, she would probably refrain from giving out any information if it
can't wait
served
till
her
she
purpose.
takes the
Objection
stand.
speculative. Calls for facts, not in evidence.
Sustained.
Look at Chad.
I'd like to talk a little bit and switch gears a little bit. You went down to, You came to Rexburg around the 19th of September, is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And part of your visit, you brought your boyfriend at the time, David Warwick, correct?
He met me there.
Okay, you guys met there.
Correct.
And then you were staying in, and I've had an opportunity to go through all of the police reports and all the evidence.
Okay, I'm putting the puzzle pieces together. I think what he's getting at, too, is that these camps, dude, I think these people did orgies. I think these people had these weird-ass orgies. That's what I'm thinking.
You were staying in Lori Vallow's apartment, is that correct?
Correct.
And you and David were staying in Tylee's room, from what I understand the statements that were previously given, is that correct?
I was.
Oh, where was David staying?
In JJ's room.
Oh, okay. Where was JJ? Where was JJ, bitch? Where was she?
Now, and obviously correct me if I'm wrong, but you had a poor relationship with Tylee, and isn't that correct?
I would say I had pretty much a no relationship with Tylee.
Right. She didn't care. Well, all right, I want to strike this because I don't want to misrepresent. Both of you weren't particularly fond of each other. Is that correct?
Objection asked and answered.
That hasn't been asked and answered, Judge.
Overruled. I'll allow the question.
You and Tylee were not particularly fond of each other. Is that correct?
I don't know how she felt about me, but I did not have a relationship with her. I would
Kylie
not
didn't
say
like
that.
you, bitch.
Okay. Okay.
You
But
hurt
it's
her
no
brother.
surprise that she didn't necessarily want to be around you, did she?
Objection calls for
I
speculation.
think she was there the whole time from the 19th on,
You
guys.
could really care less whether you were around her as well. Isn't that true, ma'am?
Not necessarily.
Okay. Well, if it's not necessarily, does that mean yes, no, or you just don't want to answer?
Objection argumentative.
Sustained.
How would you describe your relationship with Tylee, other than not at all? Did you care to be around her or not?
Very
Objection
little.
asked and answered.
Okay. I'm fine,
Sustained.
Judge. I'm going to move on. How would you describe your relationship with JJ?
I tried to communicate, but he didn't reciprocate, so there was not a relationship.
Do you hear this, Bish? I tried to communicate, bullshit. She called JJ a drug baby on the recorded call. Someone recorded this bish. She thought she was doing all the recording and she wasn't. Someone else recorded her and she called JJ a drug baby. She didn't like him. She didn't like Tylee. Last known sign of life for Tylee was September 8th. This bitch arrived September 19th. The last known sign of life for JJ, I believe, was September, what was it? Hold on, I'm looking. Does anybody know offhand the last? I know they went to Yellowstone on the 8th, and that is the last known sign of life for Tylee. But what about JJ? I think it was like September 23rd or 24th, if I'm not mistaken. I think it was the 23rd or the 24th. Now, mind you, this bish arrived on the 19th. Tylee had already been missing since the 8th. No pictures. But I think it was the 23rd or 24th. And I think they do talk about it, but let's keep going.
Okay. He was autistic, obviously, right?
Correct.
And you're familiar with that as well. You share with Lori the job of caring for autistic children as well, do you not?
Objection, relevance.
See? Look at her. Look at Wood. He says, you share with Lori that you care for autistic children. And look at her. She's looking at Rob Wood, the prosecutor, right now. What? And he objected. Okay, so it was 9:23. Thank you.
Repeat the question for me, Mr. Pryor.
You share the job and the obligation of caring for an autistic child as well, do you not, Miss Gibb?
I'd also renew the objection on the grounds that it's beyond the scope of the direct.
I don't know how far you're going to go along this road, Mr. Pryor. I'll allow that one question, but
I see now why they didn't want Boyce to continue. He allowed all this questioning, even when Rob Wood was objecting. Makes sense, doesn't it?
relevance goes, I agree. You're bordering on the relevant.
All right. You share that with Ms. Vallow, as you have an autistic child as well, do you not, ma'am?
Correct.
Okay.
Oh!
Now, that child was also interviewed by the police about the whereabouts of J.J. Vallow. Do you recall that?
Okay, so he's saying that Melanie Gibb has a child that's autistic and that this child was interviewed about JJ.
Yes.
Were you present for that?
No.
Okay. You chose not to be?
I was in Utah.
Okay.
He was in Gilbert.
So the Gilbert.
Okay. So he's trying to get her to admit that she lives with David Warwick, and he says no. Or not Boyce. I'm sorry. I don't remember this guy's name. I can't remember this guy's name. Not Boyce. My bad. But he's trying to get her to admit that she lives with David Warwick. And she's like, no, I live in Gilbert, Arizona. I live in Gilbert, Arizona. And then he's like, your autistic son was interviewed about this case. Were you there? And she's like, no, I was in Utah. He was in Gilbert.
Police approached him and interviewed him about, to your knowledge, about the whereabouts of JJ?
They asked him questions.
Okay. Do you have any recollection as to whether or not he cooperated with the officers?
He says he had a short visit with them.
Okay. And when did he say that short visit was?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Okay. To your recollection, were you ever present when your son and J.J. Vallow had a short visit? At the time period that he was talking about, ma'am?
They never had a visit during that period.
Okay. So that was not a truthful statement that your son made to the Gilbert police?
My son did not understand
Objection,
the
calls for
question.
hearsay.
Hold on. Wood is objecting like a mofo. Why? Because her autistic son told investigators that he had a visit with JJ. So is there some truth? Did Lori send JJ to Melanie? What is going on here, guys?
It's not calling for hearsay. That's just asking whether or not she believes it was a truthful statement to the police department about her son saying she had a visit with J.J. Vallow when it didn't happen.
Your Honor, he's just trying to sneak in a statement of someone who's not here in the courtroom. It's calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
Okay, I'm going to move on, Judge.
Thank you.
Dude, that was not, what? Do you see the facts that Pryor's putting out without, he's brilliant. I have to say it. The dude is brilliant. This is bombshell shit. I can't believe they're even having her testify for Lori's. She's horrible. She admitted to lying to the police. She's saying she didn't get a deal, which is clearly a lie. She's part of this. Melanie Gibb is part of this. I fully believe it. Yes, Judge Edens. This is Judge Edens.
On the 23rd of September, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And at that time, you didn't see Tylee at all, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, on the Sunday, the 22nd,
320, Scott.
Did David and Chad go to deal with some real estate matters together?
I did as well, and so Alex was there too.
Oh, that was news to me. I wasn't aware you went as well. Where did you guys go?
We went to a lot that was close to Mr. Daybell's home.
And what time was that? Do you recall?
It was sometime
on the 23rd. This is when they say JJ's last sign of life was. Now, he plays dumb. Oh, where'd you guys go? And Alex goes with them to look at this property, but Lori doesn't go. Listen closely again.
You left on the 23rd of September, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And at that time, you didn't see Tylee at all, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, on the Sunday, the 22nd, did David and Chad go to deal with some real estate matters together?
I did as well, and so Alex was there too.
Oh, that was news to me. I wasn't aware you went as well. Where did you guys go?
We went to a lot that was close to Mr. Daybell's home.
And what time was that? Do you recall?
It was sometime in the afternoon. I don't recall exactly.
Was this when they buried them?
Okay. Sometime meaning between 12 and 5 or 6?
I would say either late morning or early afternoon.
Okay. And the purpose of that was for what, ma'am?
Chad wanted to show this piece of land to David, and he encouraged him to consider building on that land.
Why would Alex go?
It's your boyfriend. Is your boyfriend in the real estate business, ma'am?
General contractor.
General contractor, okay. Was Lori Vallow present for that?
No.
Was Alex present for that?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh. Why would Alex be present, but not Lori? Why would Melanie, David Warwick, Chad, and Alex go to property near Chad? Lies. I think it's lies. I think they were all at Chad's house, and they're excusing their pings as being at a property near his house. They're liars. She's a freaking liar. She's a liar. And she didn't give a shit about those kids.
And what time did that end?
I don't recall.
Was it a long visit?
I would say an hour-ish.
Okay.
An hour? They were out looking at property an hour? Mm-mm-mm.
Now, on the night of the 22nd,
Anne, you think so?
Alex Cox was babysitting JJ. Is that what I recall from your testimony?
Yes.
Okay. So I'd like to go through a brief timeline, if I may.
Okay.
Do it.
So you got back from a real estate event sometime
Real estate event.
late afternoon, something like that. Is that correct?
Something like that.
Then you and your boyfriend drove over to Lori's apartment?
After that meeting, yes.
Yeah. Did Alex go with you in the same car?
No, he had his own vehicle.
Okay. Did Alex go over to Lori's apartment as well that day afterwards?
I don't recall when he did. He was in and out often.
He was, I'm sorry, what?
He was in and out. He would come in and out of the house, so I don't recall exactly when he arrived or exactly when he did. I don't remember.
He had an ability to just visit Lori. They were very close in that he would just come in when he felt like it. Is that fair to say?
I would say that's fair.
Okay. All right. And so at some point on the 22nd, he was coming in and out, correct?
Yes.
You talked a little bit about Alex carrying JJ back into Lori's apartment.
Correct.
Do you recall when that was approximately?
As I shared yesterday, it was sometime between the hours of 9 p.m. to midnight-ish.
Did Alex stay in the apartment that night?
You hear that? So the day before they went out to the property, Alex was in and out, and he was babysitting JJ.
Not to my knowledge.
Well, how big of an apartment is this?
There are 3 bedrooms upstairs and none downstairs.
So with you in one bedroom and your boyfriend in the other bedroom and Lori in a bedroom, where was JJ?
He had like a little bed in the corner of her room. And so that's where she would have him sleep.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Was that a permanent structure in there, ma'am?
It was a bed in a corner.
Okay. And to your knowledge, was JJ there at night between 9 and 12?
To my knowledge, he was.
And Alex put him to bed, is that correct?
I just remember him coming in the house holding him, and then I turned back to the recording that I was doing that evening.
Okay. And what was the nature of the recording? Then?
Okay, let me pause it. This is Lori's alibi, is that they were recording this podcast from 9 p.m. till after midnight. In the meantime, Alex is in and out, and he carries JJ in. And she just went back to her recording. Do you believe her?
Recording a podcast with Lori present, and we were interviewing David, and he was sharing a lot of his personal spiritual experiences and conversion to our church.
Okay, and that's the LDS religion?
Correct.
So Lori was actively involved as well in the LDS religion at that time during that meeting as well, correct?
Correct.
And she shared the same beliefs that you share in terms of the religion, is that correct?
Correct.
And Chad shared the same religious beliefs as part of the LDS church as well, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so he's trying to prove point. This isn't a cult. And I have a feeling that the state has made a narrative that this is some kind of cult. But I think he's trying to prove that they're literally just going off the LDS church. That's what he's trying to prove. Now, I don't know if that's true or not, because I don't know anything about it. But I think he's trying to prove for Chad's benefit that he didn't have a cult, is what I think that's about.
So all of you, David, yourself, Lori, and Chad all share the same and are consistent with your LDS beliefs. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
You got up in the morning on the 23rd?
Sometime.
you recall about what time, ma'am?
I don't.
Okay.
How convenient.
But you do recall that JJ wasn't there?
Correct.
Well, if you didn't know he slept there when you were doing your podcast, how did you know he was there, wasn't there?
As I said, I don't recall seeing him. I never recall
Absolutely.
seeing him.
Oh, so he may have been there.
I didn't see him.
Okay, but he may have been there or he may not have been there. Would that be a fair statement?
Sure.
Well, I don't need sure. Is that a fair statement or is it an unfair statement?
It could be fair.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. They're serial killers. I think that's what they are. Fuck the religion shit. These people are serial killers.
Did Lori rely on Alex for babysitting?
Sometimes. I don't believe all the time. I wouldn't know all her babysitting moments.
And up until the time that Lori moved here around September 1st, Mr. Daybell wasn't a regular visitor with Lori Daybell prior to September 1st. Would that be fair?
Calls for facts outside of evidence.
Will you please repeat the question, Mr. Pryor?
Would it be fair to say that Mr. Daybell was not a regular visitor with Lori Vallow until she moved here on September 1st? Would that be fair?
Would it be fair that who is not a regular visitor?
Would it be fair that Mr. Daybell was not a regular visitor with Miss Vallow until after she moved here on September 1st, ma'am?
Mr. Wood, your objection
I'll
is...
withdraw the objection.
Okay. Ms. Gibb, if you know the answer to that question, you can answer it.
I know, according to knowledge from what Lori shared, that they visited often.
Oh, they did. Was that prior to September 1st?
Yes.
Oh, so he would go to where was Lori living?
She lived multiple places.
Well, let's talk about that. Where was she living prior to September 1st?
She was living in Chandler, Arizona.
Okay, did she move somewhere else prior to Chandler?
Yes.
Where she lived?
She lived in Texas. I'm sorry. Yes, Texas.
Do you have a recollection of when she lived in Texas?
I'm not sure exactly the months, but I want to say somewhere between April or May or
of what year, ma'am?
Or June of 2019, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah, 2019.
And about how long did she live in Texas, ma'am?
It seemed that it was around 2 months. It could have been a little bit more, a little bit less.
And then she moved to Chandler, Arizona, is that correct?
Correct.
Did she live any place after Chandler before she came to Rexburg?
I don't think so, no.
Well, you said multiple places, that's what I'm trying to get at. Was it just 2 places?
No. So she lived with Alex Cox for a period of time.
Oh, when did she live with Alex?
So the beginning of 2019, after she left Charles, and she also lived in Hawaii for a period of time, so.
Right.
She lived with Alex?
Was she in Hawaii, and I'm not talking about the time that she was with Chad. Was she in Hawaii with Alex as well?
I don't think he was there. I don't know for sure.
It's possible he was in Hawaii as well.
I don't recall it.
He had a habit of kind of following her, didn't he?
I don't know, following, but they were around each other a lot, and then she went to his house to live, so
Right.
she went over there.
So they were pretty strongly bonded with each other, weren't they?
Yes.
Unbelievable. Chad got rid of Alex. I know it.
And I didn't hear what the name was, and I apologize for my ignorance. Talk to me a little bit about, I think you said King Noah. Was it King Noah? Is that what you mentioned on the tape when you were talking to Lori Vallow?
Yes.
Okay. And the date of that conversation with Lori was when, December 8th again?
Yes.
And I was having some difficulty kind of gathering what the reference to King Noah was about. Tell me about that.
Well, she brought the reference up to the fact that a prophet named Alma, and she asked me about Alma, and so I explained to her, the people that were surrounded with that occurrence of Alma's experience.
What's the occurrence of Alma?
Mr. Pryor, you keep interrupting the witness, so it's extremely difficult for me to hear the last few words of her
Nah,
answer.
I don't think he
before you
killed
answer. So
himself.
if you'll please allow her to finish.
He
before you
choked on his
interrupt.
own
Again,
vomit.
Your Honor, I apologize.
No,
He was
no
foaming
problem.
at the mouth, bleeding out the
So ma'am,
freaking
I'm
mouth.
sorry, and I'll try to do better. I'm just intrigued by this. And obviously, please excuse my ignorance. Tell me a little bit about Alma.
Alma was a prophet.
Maybe Zulema.
But before he became that prophet, he was in a court as a high priest to a king called King Noah. But this King Noah was a very unrighteous king.
Okay.
And so Alma, being one of the judges or high priests that were listening to another prophet, called him to repentance, named Abinadi, he started to feel that the actions of King Noah were evil, and he broke away from this group, and then he left.
Okay. And I got the sense that there was some sort of adultery undertone there. Am I misunderstanding that?
Yeah, King Noah and his group of people tend to be breaking the commandments, and he became an unrighteous prophet.
Okay, so adultery is obviously that's
Your
something.
Honor, I objection relevance.
Very relevant.
Mr. Pryor, do you want to respond to that?
Well, Judge, there was some reference to Miss Vallow's behavior and some reference to King Noah and Angel Maroney or something like that. And I think, quite honestly, I ought to be able to inquire. The tape was played. It was presented as evidence. And I think I at least ought to inquire what that reference and what she was referring to. So that's what I'm trying to get at is get an explanation of what that reference was, because I am terribly confused about what they were talking about.
Objection overruled. I'll allow the questioning.
Okay. So was adultery part of this, the dynamic of this issue with King Noah and the such?
It was multiple things that King Noah. I said riotous living.
Okay. What do you mean by right? I've got to stop. I'm sorry, Judge. Go ahead.
Well, I don't know everything that they were doing in the scriptural reference other than they noted it. So whatever that meant in their day.
So in multiple things, adultery obviously was one of those, correct?
It was one of those.
Okay. And in the scripture that you're referring to, is there a biblical source of that information and that story that you're telling me?
Which scripture reference are you referring to?
The one about King Noah that you were discussing with Lori Vallow. What is the source? What is there a book or a document that story is told in?
Oh, it's in the Book of Mormon.
It's in the Book of Mormon. Okay.
There we go.
So your reference with Lori, obviously she understands that because she was actively and still participating in the LDS religion.
Correct.
And Mr. Daybell was actively participating in the LDS religion, correct?
That I know of.
Okay. And you are actively participating in the LDS religion.
Correct.
So all of you understood the references that you were
Yes.
talking about. That's what I was trying to get at. And thank you, ma'am, for explaining that. I didn't understand, okay? And please excuse my ignorance.
Yes, he is. Two minutes. We're back in Letecia's. This is almost over, too. Perfect timing. I don't think he has any more questions. Look at Kay and Larry staring him down.
I think I asked you about the podcast and what the subject was. It was a religious subject, was it not?
Yes.
Who thinks Archibald is going to eat her alive like this?
Oh, I do. And thank you. Mr. Daybell was an author, is that correct?
Is he an author?
Yes.
Correct.
And he writes fiction, is that correct?
I haven't read all his books.
Objections beyond the scope, relevance.
Mr. Pryor?
Well, Judge, I think what she did is talk an awful lot about Mr. Daybell and her knowledge of Mr. Daybell. And I think, quite honestly, I'm using this as a way of trying to find out exactly how familiar she is with Mr. Daybell. She made a number of statements, and quite honestly, I think I ought to be able to inquire about, how much does she know about Mr. Daybell? I think that's perfectly relevant.
Mr. Wood?
fail to see how it's relevant at all, Your Honor. This is turning into a fishing expedition. Preliminary hearing.
States hiding
Preliminary
shit.
hearing is not for the defense to engage discovery. He's limited in what he's supposed to ask to what was presented on direct.
I agree with Mr. Wood. However, I think that there is some inquiry that can be made here. The question was about an author and what the substance of the books were, what genre they were. So I'll allow the questioning. You can continue to make your objection, Mr. Wood, if you'd like, if you feel it's going too far.
You haven't read all of his books, but the nature of it is that he's a fiction writer. Is that fair?
Fair.
Okay, and you're I don't want to say fiance, you're not engaged to Mr. Warwick, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Mr. Warwick is a writer as well?
No?
Oh, I was under the impression he was an author as well. He wrote some things. That's incorrect?
Incorrect.
Okay.
Yeah, I think because they gave her drugs. No, it does matter
Judge, I have
because
nothing further. Thank you very much. And
Okay.
thank you, Ms. Gibb. I appreciate your patience with me.
You're welcome.
Mr. Wood, and you redirect.
Your Honor, the state would ask for a 5-minute recess.
We'll take 5.
you see that, Shiz? They took 5 minutes. Mr. Wood needed 5 minutes.
Wood, do you wish to have redirect of the witness, Ms. Gibb?
Hopefully we can get this in.
Yes, just briefly, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Ms. Gibb, you testified that you were there when Chad and Lori met, correct?
Correct.
Now, Lori had told you, or is it true that Lori had told you she had read Chad Daybell's books?
Yes.
Before they met?
Yes.
And you recently testified that Lori and Chad
Looks like
met up several times, correct?
Correct.
And Lori told you about these,
So there's not going to be anybody here.
these visits, correct?
Yes.
And they were infatuated
So they
with each
can
other, weren't they?
Yes.
And Mr. Pryor asked you about your LDS beliefs.
All right.
Yes.
Questioned you quite regularly.
Court called 20 CR
And you-
1358, People versus Letecia
We are
Stauch.
back.
You're a member of the LDS
Jury's
faith.
not present in the courtroom.
And you
Is there
state-
anything
and you testified that Chad,
outside
to your
the
knowledge,
presence
is a
of the jury at this point in time?
Okay, here we go.
No, Your Honor.
Defense?
No, sir.
Okay, let's go ahead and bring the jury in.
That was great line of questioning, was it not? I can't wait until she testifies for Lori's because she is a liar.
I'm sorry. Whoops.
Oh, the relevance of the fiction versus nonfiction is that they're trying to say that he had this big cult and that all his novels were about what they were living out. And he was a fictional writer. So I don't know, man. I feel the state's being kind of snaky here too, even though I think the defendants are snakes. And Michael, you were warned yesterday. This is your final warning. If you talk like that again, you know it's out of line. I can tell you no. You're going to be blocked. And I hate to do that, but it's inappropriate, and I think you know that.
All rise for the
Did
jury,
I ask him
please.
to do that?
Stand up!
I am not Jasmine, I am Aladdin.
Thank you. May all be seated. We'll recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury. When we took our break, we were in the midst of a video. I think we're going to start it right at that same point. Prosecution.
We're gonna leave out. I think I told you guys it was like maybe 10:35 or whatever the time frame we left. So this is where I should have like made this mistake. So I drive to so Larson Ranch. At the end of Larson Ranch is a bunch of new builds, like construction, things like that. I drive to the new builds. I was going to be like, hey, look, here knows how to, fix it. Because if I get online and start calling people, then they'll be like, make an appointment. I figure I might find somebody that, would do like a little side job and come and help us fix when I say carpet, I'm talking about fix the living room, the spot that I had cut out or whatever. So I did. I pulled up. On the back part, there were some new houses being built, and there were some like Hispanic, and I'm not saying that to be like discriminatory. They were Hispanic people that were out there, and I was like, "Hey, do you know where you can get the carpet that is in the Lorson Ranch model home?" So I told him the model home, which was the same home that we had. I mean, I don't know if it's the model home, but I gave him the name because I asked, like, I looked online for the company for the name. And I said, "It's in this." He's like, "Everybody has that same carpet." Yes. So we got a roll of the carpet.
Where'd you get that from?
We got it from the guy on the scene. Like, I say guy on the scene, but the construction area. So we got the carpet from the guy in the construction area. Well, I didn't get it then. He said he was going to bring it to me. So I gave him the address. And this is where I messed up. I gave him, and this is why I couldn't tell you this in front of Albert. I gave him our code to get in. Because he was going to go fix it. And I just assumed working in the house, he was going to be okay, whatever. And me and Gannon left. I just said, hey,
Did you give him the garage door code?
Yeah.
And what about the alarm?
Well, if you go in through, say, like you're walking in through our house, there's no sensor. So we always keep it on our alarm, and you can walk in through the garage and the alarm will never set off or off. Never. Okay. And the reason for that is, like, there's no door. Like, there's nothing that tells that door that it's open. You can sense.
So you don't have a sensor there.
Right. So we just always, and the kids come in every day in the garage and never have to like set, reset, anything like that.
Okay.
So me and Gannon go on. I don't remember exactly where we went first. I know we rode a little bit because I was looking for different places to buy the dogs some like different cute outfits because sometimes I get them at Ross. But Petco has some really good deals going on right now. So I was like, I'm going to go to Petco. Gannon was like, at that point, it was like he wanted to lay down because his stomach was hurting. He wasn't complaining about like any like pain on his arms or anything like that. He just said he wanted to lay down because his stomach was hurting. So we were in Albert's truck. So we lay down. He lays down in the back of the truck. So he's just laying down, whatever. I went to Petco. I can't remember if I went in the store beside Petco. I know we went some places around town, just different locations.
What places did you go to?
I know I went to Petco. I know I went to a gas station to get gas.
Which Petco did you go to?
The one at, is it Nevada and something?
Okay.
I don't remember
the newer one. Like that
it's nice. It's a nice area. That's the area I basically was in for. I wasn't gone that long for most of the time frame. That was the area that I was in. And then I made the wrong. When you're coming back and it tells you go this way, I made the wrong exit. Like I got in the wrong one, so I went back. I guess that would be. I went north a little bit before I turned around to come back because I made the wrong one. So I get back and let's see. I can't. Did we go eat at that time? I feel like I didn't get anything to eat. Maybe I just got Starbucks. I could look at my credit card or something like that. See if you want to look and see what I spent that day. You want me to look?
No, eventually, yes.
Okay.
That would be helpful.
Okay. So I remember what happened. Then I realized I had to go back to Petco. That's why we turned around and came back. Because I started off, I bought 2 outfits, maybe 1 or 2. And then I came back in Petco and I got the rest of the outfits that were on there. Because I was like, I'll go 2 more for this price. So I did go back to Petco twice. So I'm sure you'll see that.
In between, did you go?
Let's see, if we left at 10 something, it's like a 30-minute drive from Lorson Ranch.
Mm-hmm.
So if I got there, got gas, got Starbucks, maybe I was there at 11-ish. I don't want to say a time. Because
so you go to Petco the first time, and then how long in between the first visit and the second visit to Petco?
Can I give you that, like, looking up?
A guesstimate or
maybe an hour?
Maybe an hour. Do you have like any tracker apps or anything on your phone? Because I know, like, for me, I have that Life 360, and it'll tell me.
Want me to show you what we think? Okay.
It'll tell me, what my short trips are. It'll even tell me if I walked somewhere. It's freaking awesome.
Okay.
Yeah, I just get tracked by Google. I have Android phone, so it just tells me.
My family likes to know where I'm at, so
Well, I do that to Harley because, Harley, was the only child, and then her father was killed. So it's always like she and I, and like she was like really all I had until I got remarried or whatever.
Mhm.
So I kind of like do maybe a little over board of stalking them.
Hey, you know what?
Right now I'm like, all right, let's see.
Do you have the one with the subscription? I'm like trying to figure out if I should get that or not.
I don't. She always says something about purchasing it. She said it would help if
Like
you
the
like
crash
right.
detection
That's what
and-
she was saying.
Yeah.
And she was saying that it was kind of like how the Apple Watch would do if you had a crash detection. It would alert the authorities. So say, yeah, okay, this is, I don't know if this is like a service thing, but it's on. I would say, I would say hour-ish because I'm a very indecisive person when it comes to like shopping. So I had to go back to make my mind up. I can leave it right here, but it's loading. I think maybe.
Can I see it? Maybe it'll give me better reception.
Yeah.
Oh shoot. Give a password or something. I can put it in.
No, I could do my finger.
Okay. Sometimes this corner, if you hold it up high, it'll. Because I know people watching, I want them to have my passcode in, and they'll know our code for a lot of stuff. All right, here we go. Is it working? No. Oh, that corner is like typically the sweet corner.
Hold it up here?
Yeah. We can set it down here. Just see if it kicks on. Okay. Okay, so you make the second trip to go back and buy more outfits.
Mm-hmm.
And then where do you go from there? Is Gannon still telling you that he wants to like lay down? How's he doing?
Something happened. There you go. Yeah, I told you this was a sweet corner. It says purchase could not be completed. I didn't purchase anything. The purchase cannot be completed.
Huh.
What does that mean?
I have no idea. I've never had that pop open before. The purchase could not be completed. Please try again later. Well, I mean, we tried. I guess it says to access signal, so.
Free membership includes two.
How long have you guys had that app?
Oh, God. Since I started driving for a long time.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe a long time. Yeah.
Because I want to say, like, it's never had me do a purchase.
It just says. It didn't even ask me to put anything. Purchase could not be completed.
That's bizarre. That is bizarre. You didn't hit anything. I didn't hit anything. Okay. So you go back to Petco the second time. Does Gannon, these places that
Sorry, I was going to say, it says crash detection disabled. Does that mean I don't have the...
Yours looks different than mine does. And you don't have a subscription?
Mm-mm. Like it gives me, but it sends me all the alerts. Like it says, like Carly arrived home.
Well, yeah. I mean, I get those too.
Yeah.
If you have certain places set, like
No,
work
I get
or
it.
home.
Yeah, well, I get the work at home, but it'll say completed a 4-mile drive, completed a 15 hours.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Like
I think we might have different versions because mine is Android. So anyway, that's neither here nor there. So when you and Gannon are out running around to these places and getting your gas and your coffee and Petco a couple times, and does he go into the stores with you?
No,
or?
but I parked, and I know you're gonna see this, so I'm gonna just say that I parked on the front, and like I don't know if you'll probably, if you see the Petco cameras, I'm in the, can I show you? Sure. I'm in the store a lot of times walking back to the front door doing this. And my point of doing that is because I was making sure that I didn't see him, like, if he needed something or like getting out or whatever. And he stays in the car, like, I'll really stay in the car all the time with like, just like Lena's in the car, and he'll be like, it's okay, stay here, sit here, buddy, we'll be right back. Didn't think anything of it because he had his Switch with him and he was playing his Switch.
Did he know what store you were in?
Yeah, Petco.
So like if he needed you or your house.
But and I did keep walking to the door the several times, and I'm pretty sure I did it on the second visit too.
walking back to the door just to make sure. You know, like if he was like, oh, you know, sure, if I need you, whatever. Sure. So yeah, you can see that on there. So do you need to know like what I did in there, or
So you're just in there shopping, and then
it wasn't even a long shop. Like,
okay,
like it wasn't.
and then you come back out, and then where do you go?
So I know we were right in that area, like different places, but I don't think I stopped anywhere else specific to get anything other than Starbucks. I made a wrong turn, and then the 2 times at Petco, and I was looking for Marshalls, but
After the second time at Petco, did you go anywhere?
I think after that Petco is when we started to head home.
Okay, so you go home,
and I want to give you like an accurate of that if I pull this up, because I feel like right after Petco we went home. I don't want you
to try and bring it up.
Yeah, I don't want you to think that I missed a stop or something. And I will tell you, on the way there, we did stop and get gas somewhere.
Okay.
I can't remember if it was on the way there or way home.
Do you remember what station?
But we did stop and get gas.
7-Eleven.
Here,
Come and go.
Do you gotta go?
I hate to do this. Yeah, I need to run out. I'm gonna come back.
Okay.
Okay. It shouldn't take me very long, hopefully. But please continue talking with Detective Houston, and then whenever I get done with that, I'm gonna come back in and we'll get back on again. Okay.
Yeah, I'm trying to pull this up too, and it's
Sure. The USA app is being slow too.
Is it my phone?
I don't. You can try that corner again. It might. The floor is a little weird. So after you guys left Petco, so did you buy something there that time, or
the second time? Yes.
Okay.
And I know she kept asking me about what was Gannon doing, what was he, whatever, blah 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 blah. So I'm gonna say this about getting back.
Okay.
So everyone has been like about this whole thing about camera footage and this happened because we didn't see this or didn't see this. So I'm very smart.
What do you mean, everyone?
So like my whole family is being harassed. My mom is being threatened to be killed. My daughter is being stalked. It took me a while to get here because I had to put some safety measures in for her own well-being.
Okay.
And my family from back home is being threatened. People are saying they're sending people after them.
Okay.
All those things. So, you know, there's always a world of people making situations and saying, let's be a good person, but then threaten someone else.
Okay.
And so being aware of that's what was going on. So in between all that and all these people were sending me like messages that people were saying and blah, blah, blah. I didn't respond to any of them. During all that, there was something along the lines of someone checked neighbors 2 doors down or something, camera footage, and never saw anyone do this or that. Like, I don't know, like specifics. But my point behind telling you that is, if this is what you guys, and I'm not saying this is what you're basing stuff on, but if this is what you're basing stuff on, is like in the day and age, timeline, security, things like that, you will see on somebody's security, Gannon and I run to the car at 10 something that morning and we're returning at 2 something.
Okay.
So I remember specifically the truck, I pulled it right in front of the ring. And like
our ring?
Yes, but we don't have a subscription.
Okay.
But according to these neighbors who can see all the way to the truck every day,
okay,
they should be able to show you during those time frames that we run in, we run out, he runs back in, or whatever.
Okay.
And then
so you leave around 10 something, and then you get back around 2 something.
I feel like it was like 2:35, 2:25, 2 something.
Okay.
Because I knew I had to be back in time to do a couple things, and then I knew Lane would be coming there. I knew Harley would be getting off work, yada, yada, yada. So that was the whole thing. So going on from there, Gannon goes inside, I think first. I don't want to misquote myself, but I'm pretty sure he ran in first, and I had the bag for Petco and all that stuff in my hand. Now, I don't.
Which store did you guys use?
We always go in through the garage if we like park like on the front part of the yard or things like that.
Sure.
So we go in through the garage.
Okay.
He goes in through the garage. I go in. I'm getting ready to put up the things, stuff like that. And this is where it got oh, I made a mistake. This is it.
Okay.
So as we got inside, I heard something, but I didn't think anything about it because I thought, maybe Gannon was like doing something. Maybe we were like doing whatever.
Mm-hmm.
The guy was in there. And I gave him the code.
The guy from the...
Yeah, it's all my fault. I gave him a code to fix the carpet. And he was inside. I noticed when I had like walked in and I saw we have like a little bookshelf thingy. I keep my shades in there too, but we also have like our guns and stuff. I saw it was open, but in my mind I thought maybe I left my shades or whatever.
Your sunglasses?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I didn't think anything of it when I heard the noise, and I just started walking downstairs. But I didn't walk downstairs with like a gun or anything like that. So I started walking downstairs, and then when I walked downstairs, I hear something again. Well, at that point in time, Gannon was on the sofa, and I saw him, and I heard something again, and I walked on around to where so Gannon's room is here, okay, and there's a storage closet here.
Okay.
And I heard something, and so I walked to the storage closet to open the storage closet, and when I do, it's him. And he was standing in there. He had on gloves.
In the storage closet?
Yes.
Okay.
He had one of those.
Okay.
And then he just knocked me down and like towards Gannon's room. And he was hitting on me. He was like hard, like on the ground.
Okay.
And he was trying to like, rape me, and I just told her. I said, I have to tell you about it.
Okay.
And like from there on was like in a blur because I was trying so hard because Gannon had a table in his room, and I went back and hit my head on it. Like with him, Gannon runs inside the room
Mm-hmm.
and like tries to like be helpful, do something, whatever. And from there, it was kind of like a blur. Everything else that was going on because I was just like crying, I was freaking out, and I swear to God, I don't know what. I really don't know. I don't.
Okay.
I don't. And I'm just like in the moment thinking, like these memories of like, wow, like the thing was open, he had the gun, and I didn't remember what happened there, and so I kind of like blacked out just a little bit, and so all these things are going into my mind as I'm blacked out. I don't know if like I know he was like when Gannon was like trying to get on him. I know he was like moving Gannon, and like and it was just all like so like a cycle to me, and so I'm like out of it for a little bit, just for a little bit, and then from when the time I woke up, I say woke up, but like I kind of like that a little bit, and I immediately like freaked out. I was like, I couldn't find Gannon.
Mm-hmm.
It was like the guy was still in the house. Lena was on the way. I didn't know where Gannon was at because I was calling for Gannon. I thought he was hiding. Like I legit thought he was hiding in like maybe the other closet that was on the other side, the other, whatever. I thought he was hiding. Like I was so scared. So I run up the stairs because I hear, I know it's like almost time for Lena, and I hear that the Ring app had like an alert for someone at the front door, but it could have been just like Amazon or something driving by because there was nobody at the front door. And then I run back downstairs because in my mind I was like thinking, where is Gannon? And I didn't want to leave and like run outside and scream and go crazy because I did not know where he was at the time. And everybody says to me, because I told Albert and him about it, and they're like, why didn't you like run to go get help? And I didn't want to leave to go get help, and I was terrified because I know Albert would kill me because Gannon was still in there.
Mm-hmm.
So then when I get downstairs, he has the gun, and he has Gannon, and I'm sitting there like freaking out, like what am I doing? Blah, blah, blah. And Lena does make it through the door at this time, and then so I go upstairs because I know that he was like, don't say anything, because I didn't know if someone thought like he was a cop or if someone heard something, or I didn't know anything. So my thought process was, if I say anything, Gannon's down here, I need to just be as cool as possible because we order things on Amazon like all the time, books and things like that. So it was Lena. So the reason I sent Lena away was because I wanted her to be safe too. So I sent Lena on a mission to go get like the mail. Lena, it never gets the mail. Nothing like that. I sent her on a mission to go get the mail.
Okay.
And so I just started making up random things for Lena to go do. And I looked at Lena and I said, she was standing there, I was like, just stay gone for a little while. Because I didn't want her coming back and then that, like her in the situation as we were too. So like in my mind, I think if I say anything, if I do anything, I just didn't know what to do. I was in complete panic. So I go back downstairs again and I'm like pleading and like talking and like all these things going on. Like just back and forth with him. And why are you doing this? Why did you hurt us? Why are you doing these things? And then it just started being like a hustle and puzzle, like back and forth. I don't even remember how it kept going for, like maybe I say 5 or 10 minutes, but I don't know if it was that long. And then he was like on top of me again. And then I kind of lied out again because he hit my head again.
Oh, really?
And then I was on the table that was inside, like in between there's a red blue table in there.
Okay.
He forced me in there again, and he was trying to do it again. And I was just like losing my mind, like completely, like Albert's sister was raped. And so like in my mind I kept thinking Albert's gonna be like I'm nothing, and I shouldn't have been thinking about that. I should have been, but I was. And that was all I could keep thinking about, was like Albert was gonna be upset, Gannon over here, Lena's coming, and all these emotions are running through there. And he was like, he asked me to give him a suitcase, and I gave him a brown suitcase. And then he hit me on the head again, and I was like, right here. He just kept like hitting me right there like that.
Okay.
And so then he did that, and then I wiped out again. I was having a panic attack. And then I don't know what happened from there. I really don't. I don't know. I just know that I did lie. I did. When they came, I did say, get a lift, whatever. You know that.
Okay.
But he never did. He never left to go play. I just didn't know what to do, and I panicked in the moment. And I didn't want Albert to be like trying to hurt us. We kind of get a lot of fights. Yeah. And I just want you to know that's the only reason that I made up the lie, is because I knew that I didn't want to face the consequences of, trying to explain to him all that was going on. Because he was saying to me, you're trying to make this about you. This is not about you. And I knew all those things because I've lived in it. So I panicked and I just told a story, and I was going to try to think of plan. I'm sorry that it might have delayed, like looking for Gannon, but I do not know where Gannon was. I do not know. I do not know his whereabouts from that point on. But it was still in the same time frame that I gave you guys. So there was no contradictory to that same time frame, because it still was about 4 o'clock.
Okay, so go over the time frame with me. What was the time frame?
It had to be around like 4.
Okay.
Because Harley gets off at 4:30.
Okay.
And so Harley had just gotten home, was on her way home or something. And my phone was like alerting. I knew Harley was on her way home. And I was going to tell Harley when she got there. I was going to be like, look, this is what happened. We need to get help. We need to call 911. And all I kept thinking about was, it's going to be my fault. Because I gave him the code. He brought the carpet. He did all that.
Okay.
And
did he fix it?
No, I had already cut it.
Oh, okay.
He brought the big roll of carpet. It's at the house. He brought that. Yeah.
Okay.
And
where's that at the house?
It's in the back storage room.
Okay. Is that the one that he was hiding in?
Huh?
Is that the storage room that he was in?
Yes.
Whenever you went down there?
Yes, I put the carpet back in the storage room. The reason I put the carpet back in there because it was laying so the storage room was right here. It had fallen over at some point when all this was going on. So I picked it up and put it back on the thing. I rolled it up.
Oh.
It wasn't all the way rolled out, but it was like somewhat rolled out through the commotion, and I rolled it back up and put it on the inside.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you doing okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So the time frame is that 4 o'clock is whenever.
I don't want to tell you exactly 4. I don't like saying that because
about
I don't
4
want
o'clock was whenever
We can say about.
Okay.
Okay. And then what happened after that?
So
Did
Lane
Harley come home or?
yeah, Lane is still out and about. Harley's home, comes home or whatever. I'm pacing the house, like trying to think of a plan of like, what do I do? And I should have like immediately like gotten on the phone, did whatever. But all I kept thinking about was, it's all my fault. It's my fault because Albert's going to say to me, you gave some stranger access to our home. You know, this is all on you. And in my mind, I thought I could fix it. Like in my mind, I thought I could fix this. And I don't know why I thought that. That was horrible decision making problem. But it also was in a very emotional state that in normal situations, people can say all they want. I will call, I would do this, I would do this. But if you're not in a situation, everybody handles things differently.
Sure.
And I was making an irrational decision in a panic situation when I should have immediately, being an educator, being all these things, it should have been one of those things where it was immediate, know how to answer. And you might think, this girl's going to want to be a flight attendant. She's got to be able to think fast. It was not that easy in the moment because my mind was in so many directions that I could fix it. I literally thought I was going to fix it.
Sure.
And that was where it went from there. So I was going to tell Harley. I didn't tell Harley. I paced around the situation and was thinking, okay, if I don't have any kind of like information, like if I don't have a plan in my brain by a certain time, that's when I'm going to call it.
Okay.
And so that's how.
So you had like predetermined a time that you were going to call if you hadn't figured it out?
I didn't come up with a specific time, but in my brain I kept saying, okay, I got to act soon. But I knew that, you know, I'm like thinking by 6:30, like I need to make a good decision because what am I going to tell the girls? Because they're going to be like, you know, like where's Gannon? Like because we were going to all go eat sushi, so that was where that time frame would have been like, what am I supposed to do? Go get in the car and be like, Gannon's not going with us. I couldn't keep going on and on with the irrational decision of not calling 911.
Okay.
And I had to stop the decision.
So what happened? So tell me what happened as it went on.
So I called 911.
Okay.
And they said, hey, sorry, you know, this is not an emergency. You have to call this other line.
Okay.
So I called the other line, and it was a 4-hour wait for them to get there.
Okay.
So 4 hours later, they came. I'm still in a panic set. I'm like, these people are, nothing I say is going to solve this situation. So I did say that, can't live at this time. Again, I've admitted it's a very rational decision because it could have been more helpful to be honest and say, this is the description, here's who we're looking for, instead of like the situation being like, he was gone. And that was horrible. I should have done that because I panicked.
Okay.
I made a decision.
Okay.
You know, and so from then on, that's when you guys came. They came through, asked me questions. They searched the house, every room, flashlight, you know, whatever. They went outside in the garage. They searched my car, blah, 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 blah.
Okay. And was Harley there at this time?
When they did the searches? Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Because it took like 4 hours. So it was like later in the night that this had happened.
Okay. So when you say they searched your car, which car did they search?
Like my car, like the black car.
The black car?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, like, so there was a deputy, there was like 6 or 7. And then one of those deputies that responded to the scene, he came around with a flashlight and he like searched like everything up and down every room, would ask me questions like, would this wallet be here? Would this be here? You know, like, would this be here? Would this be here?
Sure, trying to figure out what's normal, what's not normal.
And I put everything back in order. Like, like I told you I moved the carpet, you know, I fixed the situation because I was being stupid. And I should have told them what had really happened.
Okay.
And so he went through everything. He went through the outside, he went through the car, he went through the trunk, he went through everything.
Like he actually got into the car?
He wanted my ID.
Okay.
And he asked me, he said, do you mind if I look around? He was in the garage. He opened my car. In fact, he left my car to open because the next morning the back door was open.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So he went in the car doors. I mean, I'm sure you guys have a record of who was in there. But he opened the car, opened up the trunk. He looked through the bags that were in the trunk, He looked through everything in my garage, looked the bags, whatever over here, came back in. He did the same thing, and like in different parts.
So he's trying to be like really thorough.
Yeah, like trying to be really, really thorough. He was going through every part of the house.
Okay.
And he asked me, "Was anything missing?" And it was the truth. There was nothing missing because I did take the gun that he had. I did put the gun back.
Okay.
So.
Okay. Okay. So, was there anything else that happened on Monday? Like, did you talk to Harley about it, or
About what I told you?
Mm-hmm.
No, I told them the first situation.
Like what you told our dispatch?
Right.
That and that was that Gannon went to go play at a friend's house.
Right.
And do you remember the friend's house name?
I never gave anyone a name or anything at all.
Okay.
And also too, like, I didn't want to leave out any key points or whatever.
Sure.
I had my headphones on because when I was like upstairs when it all started, I had my headphones on, so my headphones were still on through the whole scene. So that's why if you ask me like where, like, did you hear any noises? Did you hear anyone leaving? Did you hear the alarm go back off? I had my headphones still on. They were still on my head.
When you came inside the house?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, like I had my headphones still on when I came inside the house. Like not coming in the house with them, but like in the house. When I went downstairs, I still had my headphones on.
Okay.
Yeah, like I did like this.
Okay, so help me understand.
Yeah.
So when you came into the house, you didn't have them on, but then you had them on when you went downstairs?
Yeah, because I came in doing like a normal, I would get ready to listen to music, I was going to work out thing.
Oh, okay.
So I like, you like move them back and forth.
What kind do you have?
Like I have Beats audio.
Like the ones that go over or like they come in?
Yeah, the ones that like they kind of like smash your head in or whatever. Yeah. So I always have to I always have to,
on your head.
I always have to like move them, like back and forth and stuff like that.
Okay.
Yeah. And that's what I was doing, like moving them when I was like, do I hear something? Because it's kind of like I heard something, but I wasn't sure that I heard something at all. And that's when I started going downstairs.
Okay. And are they like noise canceling or anything like that, or ambient sound, or do they just do like play regular music?
I mean, I think they would be noise canceling, right? Because that would be.
I don't know. I think you can get them either way.
That would be Beats. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think you can get them either way. Yeah. So I didn't know if you knew.
Yeah, I don't know. We have two different pairs, and the one we have two different, and I know one of them is like the push, like push in kind or whatever, and the other one doesn't push in as much, and I have the ones that like. So
okay.
that might.
Do you have two different pairs?
No, Albert. I'm saying like we have two.
As a family.
Yeah.
Okay. So which ones were you wearing?
Mine.
Okay. Which color are those?
I like they're like a gold or maybe like a matte gold or.
Okay. And what color are Albert's?
Black and red, I think.
Okay.
I think.
Okay. We just want to make sure that, like if we see them or whatever again, then we know which ones are yours, which ones are his. So that it's like, if you said that, that your head got hit and stuff like that, and we'll go back to that a little bit, but maybe if he like touched them or something like that, then we want to make sure that we get the right ones.
Right.
Okay. So was there anything else that happened Monday, like after the deputies left or anything like that?
No. So I went out to my car that morning because I knew that Albert was going to fly in or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And so normal, like routine, like I got up, whatever. I got in my car and I realized that the guy had left the back door open. And then so I was like, oh, my car might not crank. And I, drive out and I drive down the street because I was going to drive my car, blah, 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 to pick it up. And I decided to come back because it was too early. His flight wasn't coming in until 8:53.
Okay.
And I was going to honestly just drive. I had to think in my brain, I was like, this is the best thing. But I didn't. I just drove down the street, came back.
And that was in your black car?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then you ended up picking him up later?
Yeah.
And you took your black car to do that?
No. Yes. So what happened is I took my black car, but I sent him a message earlier and I said, hey, is it okay if we get a rental car?
Okay.
And he said, yes. I have a leased vehicle, so you can only put 1,000 miles on it. And I'm pretty anal about, I don't want to go over and that type of thing.
Okay.
So his car is very expensive on gas. So I was going to get I did get a little economy car, and I knew we'd be driving around everywhere. Everybody was searching. And in my mind, I was freaking out because I'm going to blame because they someone our codes and our home. And so I was like, I know we're going to drive everywhere all day. So I was like, I'm going to get a rental car.
Okay.
So I did. And so I got my rental car and I left my black car at the airport.
You left it at the airport.
Right. Because I had to have a way to, like, I didn't walk. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So Albert asked me where my car was at, and I told him it was at French. The reason I told him that is because Albert and I get in a lot of fusses about this whole working and changing career thing that you guys, I told you about in the beginning. And that was like a personal situation that I didn't want to fuss with him about, you know, like the working and changing, you're going to give up your career for this, and this. So I just said, he knew I had just worked at French. So he knew that. So I said, it was at French, one of my friends brought me. That's what I told him.
Okay.
So that's why he thought it was at French, but it was my way of, so he thought that I wanted he knew I had to go get my stuff from French because I stopped working there. So, and that's kind of, I wanted it to go with the story because I wasn't ready yet to tell him I wasn't returning at all to education. It just wasn't.
Okay, so he doesn't know that yet.
Well, he knows that, like, I'm gonna be a flight attendant, and oh, never mind, I can't do it because I've been back and forth. You're gonna go from making I make like 60 grand to, I think they make like $18 to $20 an hour, but you can only do so many things, like reserve shifts, you got my crash pads. So I'm back and forth on something I really want to do and the money. So I went back and forth with him on that, and that was just one of those things where I just wasn't prepared to be like, oh, you're gonna be a teacher again. Oh, you're gonna do this again. Oh, you're back at the school again. Blah blah blah. You know. Okay. So you're back at subbing again. So
you drove to the airport in your black car. Okay. What time did you do that?
His flight landed at 8:50 something. So I got there in time to park my car, and then I walked up to the thing, and he was coming down the escalator, and then I go over to budget, and I get the rental car. He's sitting on the little corner over here, waiting on his bags. We walk out, we get the car.
Okay. And so where did you park your car at the airport? Do you remember?
In the short-term parking, maybe about like a middle.
Okay.
It's a long, like the short-term, I say. It goes from, you got the rental cars, a section here, a section. So it went to like the farther section, and maybe like over here.
Okay. Okay. And then, so you're in your black car this morning?
Right. Because I had to turn the rental car back in.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. So you picked your car up this morning?
No. So I took the rental car back last night because I didn't know what time situation, he's upset with me for not telling you guys first, so that, it could have been a quicker search or whatever the case may be. So I didn't know, like, I thought we were going to have to stay, like in a hotel or something. So I parked my car. My Harley picked me up because I was going to get a room at a hotel.
Okay.
And so I thought you guys knew that because it was sheriff's there this morning. So.
Well, people are working different pieces,
yeah.
And so I just want to make sure that while we're talking that I have all of the information, right? So if I ask you something that you feel like has already been covered before, I'm not trying to be a brat or anything like that. Yeah. I just want to make sure we have everything. We're all on the same page with everything. Okay. So you drove the rental car back last night, early this morning.
No, it was last night. It wasn't that late.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And then Harley picked you up, and you left your car at the airport still?
No. Okay, so I drove my car. I drove the rental car back. Got in my car.
Okay.
Left.
Okay.
Okay, so I didn't have anywhere to go because they're fussing at me and people were not, everything's going on in the searches and things like that. So I just, basically, I didn't really have anywhere to go, and some of my stuff was at home, so I didn't have a car to get gas. I didn't have anything like that. So I was basically like just, like going somewhere, parking, like trying to stay warm because it got a little bit cold or whatever.
Sure.
So finally was gave in and was like, Albert, look, and he was like, I need you to tell me the truth. And that's when I started messaging her that, hey, Wood, I'm gonna come home and I'm sorry. I'll tell you exactly what happened. It's all my fault because I should have let everyone know that I gave someone the code, and I tried to replace the code. So at that point, I leave my car at the hotel, which was near Harley's work.
Okay.
And Albert was like, you guys coming? And I said, yes, we're on our way. I leave my car at the hotel the entire night, and leaving Harley's car. We stay at home tonight, last night, and then I come back with Harley when she came to work this morning, and I walk over to the hotel.
Okay. So had you gone and gotten a hotel room and then changed your mind and decided to stay home?
No,
or parked your car?
No, I parked my car because I was going to get a hotel. And my thought process was if we got in Harley's car and went home, and I didn't want people like his ex-wife is there. You know, I didn't want people like, no, the domestic type situations like going on, you know, just me, myself against, you know, like her family and that type of thing. So my plan was we'll just come back here and stay at the hotel if we have to.
Sure.
So that was the whole point of me leaving my car there.
Okay. Okay. Do you remember which hotel it was?
Yes, it's the IHG, the Holiday Inn that was right there.
Holiday Inn?
Yeah, and again, that's where the police were at all morning, where my car was at.
We were?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it could have been something separate, but I just assumed because when I got in my car to pick it up, I'm just like, hey,
work
at the one at Center Point.
Center Point, so over by like the movie theater and stuff like that. Okay. And it was sheriff cars or CSPD cars?
El Paso, whatever, white and maybe green, maybe white and something.
Okay.
I just assumed they were there because you guys think my car was there, but I parked it there because we only drove one car in case it came back. You know, to stay at the hotel. So.
Okay.
But yeah, it was parked there.
Okay.
And then I picked it back up this morning. So.
Picked it back up this morning?
Yeah.
And then you came here, or did you go anywhere first?
No, I was just driving around because I was on the phone trying to figure out situations for, like, my mom was getting, like I told you, was getting all those messages. So I wanted to, like, talk to them because they were freaking out and I hadn't been able to talk to them in the last 24 hours. So at that point, my mom was like really worried that I hadn't told her why are these people, you know, sending her death threats, you know. And so at that point in time, I had to make that decision to focus on making sure my mom knew, like, hey, listen, don't respond to, you know, anything people say, you know, and that type of thing.
So I just have one question. I know, like, and it was probably really frustrating. I know your husband was upset and stuff like that too. Like we took a long time to get out there for, I guess we were under the impression that it was a runaway or whatever.
Right.
So it took longer.
You know, sending her death threats, you know, and so at that point in time, I had to make that decision to focus on making sure my mom knew, like, hey, listen, don't respond to, you know, anything people say, you know, and that type of thing.
So I did have one question. I know, like, and it was probably really frustrating. I know your husband was upset and stuff like that too. Like we took a long time to get out there for, I guess we were under the impression that it was a runaway or whatever.
Right.
So it took longer to get out there to you guys. But in the meantime, like when we did get out there was like all these people out in the neighborhood and like stuff going on in Facebook and stuff like that. How did that happen? Like,
Albert had someone else start talking on Facebook. One of the kids' moms.
Okay.
So she like initiated something on Facebook, and then of course all the people comment on it.
Okay.
Because the community page is a quite active page for.
Okay. I didn't know if like you had posted something or if Albert.
Not originally. He had the little Cambria.
Okay.
To post an original post initially, and then.
Okay. Is that like a friend of your guys's or?
That's one of the kids, Braden's mom.
Okay. 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 All right. So I want to go back a little bit.
Okay.
Just to kind
of. I think I could like use the restroom really fast.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Sure.
I didn't get to eat all this. Do I have to like be like? Is it?
No, we're coming back.
Okay. I was gonna say, was it like a long-term process or something like that?
No, you can just leave everything wherever it is, and we don't have to like clean up anything or anything like that. And I'll just show you where the restroom is. Do you want to leave that here or move what? Your hot pocket. Oh, you don't want to take it to the bathroom, right?
Oh yeah, Got my poster on it.
Forward. Stretch break.
Yeah, no, that's a good stretch break. Take a 7th inning stretch break here. Okay, it is what it is.
Stand up.
Got the horn section over here, Jay.
That's the horn section everywhere. We good to go?
We are.
Okay. Okay, so we're good?
Thank you. Anything else? You need another comb? Okay, thank you. Water or anything? Okay. Yeah. No, I'm sorry, yeah. I know. I can't, but he'll lose his job. If he loses his job, I don't know. I don't like it wouldn't work out that well. Yeah. I know. I'm not gonna do that because Albert will lose his job. Okay. All right. Love you too. Bye. Sorry, I didn't know you were on the phone. It's okay. Sorry. You know, a little caffeine. Oh. Okay. So I just want to back up with you. We kind of have like a good overview of everything, but so we can start really narrowing down to try and find Gannon and everything else like that. I just want to try and get some more specific stuff on everything. Yeah. So I did write some stuff down. So, I did. So going back to the just a little bit to the fire part, you said that Gannon had some stuff on his arms. What part of his arms was that? Like I don't remember, like the inner area.
You just point to like wherever.
Like in this, like in the area like this.
Okay, so like right here.
Yeah, but like the burns were like not like you're thinking like round burns. It was more of like not like burns that are like this. Right here. It was more of not necessarily burns, but like a little bit like skin. Like it was like skin peeling, like in like.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And so that was like on his left arm, his right arm.
It was on both arms because remember when I came in, I took the covers and like basically like got on top of both of like on him and the fire. Not like him pushing him on the fire, but like you know like I was just trying to get the fire out.
Okay.
And he was like hanging off the side of the off the side of the sofa.
And he was still asleep.
No, he was like saying my name like he was alert like what's going on because he had just like woken up.
Okay.
Yeah. So he was not having a full conversation with me, but as in just like calling my name. And he's like, I'm so sorry. He kept saying he was sorry. He didn't mean to do it. Daddy's been got me for a year. So it was him thinking, oh my gosh, shoot. Like kind of like waking up being like, oh shit, I just made a mistake. Like we would say in the mind of a kid.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that for me. Okay. So the next day, you go to, like, you're trying to figure out how to get this carpet fixed. And you said that you had already, you cut the carpet?
I cut the carpet.
Okay.
Yeah.
What did you use to cut the carpet?
I had Albert has like these tools that are like wood working tools, like chisels and I don't know the specific name of the ones, but they're like a little saw things. And I just like took the carpet and did like this.
Okay. Okay.
I mean, I didn't necessarily saw it, but I just kind of was like, they're very sharp tools. He has a lot of woodworking tools and stuff in the garage. So I just took one of those things, got like a handle and.
What color? You know, like he used.
Because I tried with the box cutter, but I couldn't. Like it wasn't like deep enough to like really pull whatever.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because I tried a couple times with the box cutter until it kind of like started the process, but then I had to get like a stronger object or whatever.
Okay.
To do it.
Okay, sure. So you cut the carpet, and then you guys are gonna go try to figure out how to like get this fixed or whatever else. So you said that you went over to like where some new construction is. Do you remember? Can you tell me more about that?
I'm not familiar with the area. I mean, I could if you want me to drive you there, or like or whatever. I don't know. Like they give you street names if that's what you're asking.
Sure, that's fine. But can you just describe it for me a little bit better?
Okay, so like the school, there's the school in the back, and so there's a bunch of new builds.
Okay.
That are in the area right near the school.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember, like, when you went to the new builds and stuff like that, was it, like, the first house in or, like, 12 houses in? Or
yeah,
how far in did you have to go?
There was a couple. I'd rather just go show you because you're going to quote me on me telling you an estimate of the number, and I don't think that's fair to me. So I can give you an accurate description of which house it was.
Okay. Well, for now, let's go with what you kind of remember. Like, do you remember, did you have to drive far in there or just a short distance?
I don't know what you mean by like far in there.
Like into where the new builds are.
So they're all like you just go around. It's like in loops.
Okay.
So I don't know what you're asking.
Okay.
So far.
Sure.
I mean, I could show you. I just don't know your terms of distance that you're asking me. Like.
Okay. Well, I guess like so. You're saying that they're like in a loop or whatever.
No, the whole area is in like there's loops, there's streets, there's like different sections of the new build.
Okay.
Yeah, so there's like I can show you because you're gonna quote me on me giving you hand motion and things like that, and that's not fair to me being on a conversation. That's just not fair. And I'm sure if I had a attorney here, he would say we're gonna go show instead of just giving you something that would be an estimate.
So you went to the new build, and you found this guy and asked him about.
Yeah, his name was Eduardo.
Eduardo?
He said, or Eduardo. I don't know how to say the Spanish names right, but Eduardo.
Okay.
Something like maybe I'm saying it wrong, but I heard Eduardo.
With like a G?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
But it might be a J if it's the Spanish. I'm not sure how they do it, but I'm not Spanish, but Eduardo.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he said he told you that was his name?
Yeah, he said Eduardo.
Okay.
Yeah. And so maybe about like 5'8", really skinny. He had on a tool belt. Had on like a, it was like a sweater vest, like a sweater vest, like a cold weather vest. I think it was red. I'm not really, I don't really remember exactly, but he did have blue jeans on, and he had on the like the combat boots or whatever. I'm assuming in my mind that this was just like this was somebody who was like he looked like he was like a legit worker. There was people, like on the houses. There was people working in different areas, so I didn't think it was any.
Sure.
That he was a legit, not necessarily a contractor, but someone that was going to be able to.
Someone knowledgeable to be able to.
Yeah. Right. And I didn't explain to him what had happened. Like, I didn't say, okay, this happened. I said, we need a piece of carpet. You have the carpet that for this model of home.
Okay. And what did he say?
He said yes. And I was like, do you have the carpet? And I gave him like a hand reference of like the size that I would need. And he said, yes, we have a roll for that. They have the I don't know if he said they had all of them have the same, and there's model homes or the same color. He was saying something along, I don't really know the definition of that, but some certain homes have the same exact thing and everything.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like, might have the same floor in one, the same, because a lot of the homes are the same every 5 houses or whatever.
Right. Like they have like 3 or 4 houses that they build over and over and over again.
Right.
Okay. And they put the same finishings in them.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That was my assumption that I had taken from that.
Okay. And so he said that they had it, and then what happened next as far as like him having it?
So
do you need to get that?
No. It was I just always check to make sure it's not my daughter.
Okay.
Yeah, because you have to worry, mom. So he said he was going to bring the carpet and fix it, and I gave him the code to get into the garage.
Okay. And you had mentioned that you thought maybe you would find somebody that would want to do like a side job or whatever else. Like, how much did he say he was going to charge you for doing this and for the carpet and stuff like that?
Right. So we never had made that just like that conversation. I just said, hey, and I'll give you a small donation. So what I did was I said, okay, I think my ex-husband, Holly's dad, he used to like work in like sheetrock and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. So in my mind, I'm thinking, little jobs like this, back home would have been like $10 an hour. Here, it's probably a little more, like $15, $20 an hour, whatever. And I said, I'll give you a small donation. You didn't ask me earlier about the part, so sorry if we messed that up. And I said, I'll give you a small donation. And then in my mind, a donation was going to be $50. So that's exactly, I had cash. And that's exactly what I had was the $50 like on the counter. And I explained that to him, that it would be on the counter. Thank you for, doing it. Make sure the garage is closed. And like I said, you didn't ask me all that, but I did go through a conversation. I just didn't be like, hey, bring the carpet. Here's the guy.
And that's why
I don't want you to think that, because that is not what happened. I went through the process of make sure you close the garage back. We have a security system. I told him we had cameras. I talked it up through the conversation. Okay. To let him know that this is the steps and the processes and stuff like that were followed.
Okay. So let's talk about that conversation a little bit, just because we didn't, and that's why we should go back and get more information and everything else like that. So he says he has the carpet, and then did you ask him like, okay, can I just have the carpet, or did you ask him like, can you fix it for me, or did he volunteer to fix it for you?
What do you mean just have it?
Like, did you ask him if he would just give you the carpet, or like?
I was going to be like a package deal. I was assuming. It's just like, I wasn't asking for like the carpet for the size room. I gave him like the like the size. So in my mind is he's bringing a scrap like rolls or scraps or whatever. That's already some extra from the job.
Okay. So you didn't ask him to just like bring you carpet so you could fix it. You asked him to come and fix it for you.
Yeah, I heard it.
Okay.
I had in my mind to fix it. But then I was like, you have to measure, and then like, because I changed tools, like one side was going to be like this length, so if you cut it different on that side, and it just was a little out of my thought process so that I could.
Okay, yeah. Have you if you've never done carpet before, I would imagine that like trying to patch something would be kind of hard, especially if you had to use different stuff to cut it. Okay. Okay. So he agrees to come to your house to fix it. So you give him the address.
Yes. I went through the whole spiel of, here's where it's at, like here's money, how much, we do back home. I mean, it was probably like a, good 2-3 minute conversation.
Okay.
Of the specifics that needed to be done. And I did that out of panic because I needed to get it fixed. I didn't want to put it on Craigslist because people say call me or this and they upcharge and we need to replace the whole section and things like that.
And did he tell you like what he would charge you, or did you just say this is how much I'm willing to pay?
No, I just immediately said that I was going to give a donation, like in the terms of I didn't really have a lot to give you, but can you like hook me up? But I kind of was like, can you like hook me up like that? Being more of like a please do this for me, I really need it type. I don't have a lot of money.
Like a favor?
Yeah, I mean, because if he's on the job working and he makes so much an hour and can make an extra $50 that day, that was 150 might turn into 200.
Gotcha.
So in my mind of thinking of doing that was back to the times that Holly's dad would do the same thing. He would be like, don't go pay a subcontractor. Just go get someone who wants to work after hours, or whatever. And so that was my thought process. That'd be cheaper, faster. Someone will come do it right away, and then we're done with the situation.
Okay. So, what did you tell him as far as like how to get into the house and stuff like that?
What do you mean how to get? I just gave him the garage code.
Okay.
And I explained where the carpet needed to be replaced. So, I mean.
Okay.
There's no when you enter the home, there's no specifics. You just upstairs, downstairs. That's it.
Okay. So you told him it was downstairs and kind of the area that it was in, or?
You walk downstairs, you would have saw it.
Okay.
Like it wouldn't have been like you needed to go search for it. I mean, that's common sense.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm not saying you common sense. I'm saying to the person that's common sense, like, oh, that's carpet, Because see, I had took the rug right here when I showed the police when they came. I had took the rug and put like a piece of carpet that was on it. But the problem with the piece of carpet that was on it was that was a piece of carpet that was from the outside.
Oh, okay.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like we walk on it. And
it was like an extra piece.
Right. And I mean, sure, they could have, used the same carpet, but I needed a carpet to fit a specific size. So if someone had extra carpet, then why not go ahead and fix the whole thing,
Sure.
And we could have a little extra roll for hopefully if there's ever any emergencies or anything like that.
Okay.
So yeah.
Okay.
Because I thought that there would have been some somewhere. Like
in your house?
Right.
Okay.
Because, sometimes, I knew, when we had our home, we sold it, we left our square, what are they called, the hardwood floors? And we left, maybe, 10 little sheets and things like that. So, I thought, but in my mind, okay, no, I'm just going to go. I hadn't seen anything, so I had to, go find it, yeah.
Okay.
And you act so much differently when you're trying to be impulsive and hurry up and get it done, quick decision, when I probably could have just been like, hey, let's look at something that we have maybe in the back corner. We could have cut a piece out or something like that. But I didn't want to go mess up another lady's house.
An old lady's house?
Another lady's house. But it's her house. Like the renter, like the owner, we rent from them.
Okay, so you rent. Yeah, okay. Yeah. I thought you guys owned.
No,
my bad. Okay. So, so you left, so you went there, you said that he was about 5'8"?
Yeah.
Okay. What color hair did he have?
I say 5. My husband's 6, but just a little bit shorter, skinny, dark hair like mine. You might think I'm Hispanic, so I'm really brown in the summer, but he wasn't here too.
You're Hispanic.
I know, but people always think that. So skin complexion was a lot darker than mine.
Okay.
So, I don't know if you want me to give you a skin complexion thing, but I would say middle to tannish.
Okay.
Color.
And was his hair did it have texture to it? Was it straight? Was it curly?
Well, he had a thing on his head, so it was like a little.
I do, Mandy.
That piece or something, and it was just I can't tell you a hairstyle because he had a little brown strap thing around it, but it was just almost jet black hair.
Okay.
But it wasn't long.
Okay. And then
our mascot is Eduardo.
What was his face shape like?
Maybe a little chubbier than mine.
Okay.
More rounded.
Was there anything about his face that like stands out that would help us be able to find him? Like that would we be able to be like, that's the guy right there? Like, did he have?
Well, I was noticing there was like
or-
some bad sand, but like maybe like a little bit of
Very greasy.
craters or like the little holes. I don't say holes. No, like you know how you can see some people and it's got like a little like holy like skin from the acne.
like acne?
Yeah, like scars.
Yeah, that's really good stuff.
Yeah,
Don't
so
feel bad about telling us.
like acne, like scars were kind of like present just a little bit there.
Okay.
And not bad though, not like, you know, super bad, but it could have been like even more like wrinkles or like whatever. But it's just a little section of like right here, but you can tell it was just like from like age or whatever.
Okay.
Very greasy.
Or maybe even from dryness. I don't know. I wasn't giving him a skin consultation, but I do
'Cause
remember
she's
there was like little
very
spots
greasy.
here.
Okay. Did he have any facial hair?
Yes. He had a mustache that went right here, like around in this area, and that was completely it.
Okay.
It went like this here. Like the.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm trying to give you this because I don't know how to say the wording.
Okay, just the mustache.
Yeah.
Okay. And you said his hair was like jet black. Do you remember like could you tell approximately
greasy.
how long it was?
For his hair?
Like, was it long, short?
Yeah, I just told you that. I just said it wasn't long. It was the belt like barely fit around it and like flat, like, you know, like little flat pieces
Very
here.
greasy.
So, not bald, but not long. Nothing was hanging on the shoulders or anything like that.
But it wasn't like a military cut or anything like that.
Yeah, no, not a military cut or anything else.
Okay. So kind of like medium length. Okay. And then how old do you think he was?
I would say easily late 30s, early 40s.
Okay.
But and based upon me thinking that too about the facial structure, you know how you can look at some people's skin and the lacticity or whatever it is different. So like those little, you could tell that had been there for a while.
Okay.
Almost like it was like I don't say a sunburn, but almost like you could just tell something had been. That's a very unique feature I just wanted you to have because that wasn't something that, you know, like, hey, did the person have lipstick? This was, you know, on their face that would be permanent.
Sure. Do you remember seeing any tattoos or any other like
No,
large
I didn't remember seeing. I just remember the vest. I didn't see any tattoos. He had a shirt under the vest. I don't know, shirt or jacket.
Okay.
I mean, like, I say under the vest, but like, you know how you have the vest over and people wear the shirt? Yeah. That's like a Colorado thing, but kind of.
What color was the jacket? Do you remember? Or
I just remember the red part because remember I told you earlier I was like I think it's red, but I was talking about the top layer.
Yep.
Yeah.
That the vest was red.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I didn't know if you remembered what color the shirt was that was underneath.
No, I
or if
don't.
you- Okay.
I don't.
And then you said he had boots on.
Yeah, he had on like the Rocky boots or like the construction boots that everybody wears.
Do you remember what color they were?
Yeah, they were that light tan color, like a sand.
Okay.
And he had, remember I told you he had the belt thing. I know everybody had the belt, but I just.
You said it was a tool belt?
Yeah, it was like a strap thing that had his pocket.
Okay.
And remember I told you that at the scene. I don't remember like a specific color. It was just, oh yeah, you know, you see somebody, you're like, oh, person in black shirt or whatever. I didn't.
Okay.
I do, but the face did stick out, and I wish I was good at drawing because I'd want you to like notice that or whatever. And it was like more rounded, kind of like craters type thing.
Sure. And then and you went through the fact that so you guys left there and you went to Petco?
Well, we already talked about, I don't know if I got gas beforehand or not, but I told you guys I would be more than willing to give you the information from an exact travel for the route, but we immediately left the Worsted Ranch area of Bethel.
Okay. Yeah. So you had said you were going to leave him the cash on the bar. Did you go back and put that there, or were you going to or had you left that there whenever you left?
No. So we have, I always have like everything that was in with all the notes and everything like that was in the drawer that sits on this side of the kitchen or whatever. Okay. I had cash put in there because I had gotten cash. playing the lottery. So I got cash back from the lottery, and I had already laid it out on the counter. My mindset was the reason I already laid it on the counter was not because I had it predetermined I was going to leave it out for a specific person. I already had it laid out on the counter because I was going to give that money to Harley until because Harley has been paying on the dolls because Chance, we financed him.
Okay.
I say finance him, but she's paying him back or whatever. And we always give her a portion of Chance and a portion of her car payment. So I was going to give that back to her anyway.
Okay.
And so in that moment, I don't even remember when I came in that I checked to see that the whole month I left her $100, but I didn't check in the moment if that $100. Like when I walked in, I didn't say, hey, there was only 20 there. And my mind wasn't thinking about, like it was gone. So I thought, okay. But in my conversation with him, here's how much you want to do, donation, blah, blah, blah. So when I come in, I didn't think to go look to see if he left the remainder of the $100. Like that just wasn't in my mindset because
it was already there on the counter whenever you had left.
Right. And that was just because when Holly got in, I was going to tell her that was usually like I Zilly her money or, like whatever we pay.
What?
Zilly.
Oh, I haven't heard of that one.
Yeah. Everyone else does Zilly. Like, so it's kind of like Apple Pay or whatever. Okay. So usually like I Zilly her money or things like that. But I would have this. I haven't had my USAA credit card in such a while, so I didn't have a way to to go get it or whatever. So I had lottery ticket money.
Okay.
So I was like, I would use the lottery ticket money that I'd been stashing to go buy new lottery tickets.
Okay. And do you remember, was that like when you put it out there, was it like 20s?
Yeah, so it's always tens, and the reason it's always tens is because I tell myself I'm not playing anything like above the 10 amount.
Okay.
And I go to the save weight all the time and put it in that machine.
Okay.
Put more than $10 in that machine, they're going to keep it. And you have to.
Oh, okay.
You have to ask, like, I put a 20 in there. You got to spend 20 in lottery tickets.
Okay. So you had $10 or $100 and $10 bills on the counter when you left.
Yes.
Okay. So you weren't worried. You didn't have to go back to like put that back out for him before you went out.
Yeah, no, and I didn't intentionally like leave it and say, whatever. In my mind when I left, because I didn't know like, hey, what time. I didn't have a specific time. I knew I needed to be back before Lena, but usually Holly gets off at 3:15. So I was assuming she might beat me back home.
Okay.
But she works. Remember I told you like they were having people having to take shifts and all that. So she ended up working till later in the day.
Sure. Okay. All right. So, and then you come home. Let's talk about what happens when you come home. Okay. And I know that that it can be difficult to talk about.
And I didn't want to talk about that part without. I'm one of those people that tries to like not think that mental health is always an issue or like things like that. And in my mind, I was afraid of the whole like, oh, it's causes mental health problems, like that type of thing. So
sure,
talking about it, I'm trying to like. I think if I'm like emotions, I'm trying to be the blocker to think that I'm not going to let that be a stigma that I'm going to have mental health problems because of this. So that's
no, and what I was going to say is because I've been a special victims unit detective, and so I've had to investigate different types of assaults and sex assaults and stuff like that with adults and children, and so I just kind of want to let you know, and this is I would let anybody that I was going to have this conversation know that that's what I've experienced with, and that it can be a hard thing to talk about, and that I understand that, and that it can be kind of a sensitive subject, and like people don't always want to say specifics, but for us, like to be able to document everything and to be able to really pursue it, we have to get into the specifics. And I just want to apologize up front for that because I know it can be uncomfortable. Does that make sense? Are you okay? Do I have to talk about that? I don't want to I don't want to be dreaming. I'm sorry, you don't want what? Dreaming.
want to dream anymore. Maybe I keep saying it. Like in my mind, I keep saying it. And I'm trying to block it. I'm fighting a battle, blocking out exactly everything, you know.
Sure. Well, so
if you would just ask, like, I can say yes or no. Or I just don't want to be like really specific in terms of. Are you talking about like you're gonna ask me questions about like?
So what I'd like you to do is start by telling me what you remember hearing whenever you came in that day, and then and as you walk me through it, I'll have to ask you some questions. Okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So you, and correct me if I get anything wrong. Okay? You had said earlier that whenever you came in, that you thought maybe that Gannon had come into the house first.
I'm almost positive he went into the house first because I had to get the bags that we had purchased.
Okay.
Like the Petco bag.
Sure. And you guys came in through the garage, correct?
I want to say the garage. I'm like 80% that it was the garage because we parked on the front without the shut.
Okay. So you come in through the garage. Gannon has already come inside. What's the first thing you remember seeing whenever you come inside?
I usually always go in to think about, hey, I need to let the dogs out. Hey, I need to do this. Like that is my mentality, is to go in to do that. And the alarm could tell if no, it won't, because I had put those things on there. See, that's where the hard part is, because I can't give you the exact time, because yeah, but it might. And some of the sensors, remember I told you I had the things going on and we had put the little towel things on them or whatever. Some of the sensors were picking up, but some of them weren't. So I can't give you the exact count. If I went in, I could tell you if I went in and went upstairs or went downstairs first by the motion. But the motion was all off because I had put
towels.
Right.
You hadn't pulled those down from the night before yet?
Yeah, in my mind, that was not like, some of them, like the one in the corner, like hangs off the side, so it might have picked it up or it might have not. So if it wasn't for that, I could tell you by that, did I go straight in and go straight to the basement? Because it would say there's most activity.
I want to, so with this kind of conversation, it's really all about what you remember and what your perspective is. Okay.
So I remember it was just basically being, like normal, because I'm excited. We got, new clothes for the pets, and we're coming in the door, yada, yada, yada.
Okay.
The day's halfway through. I knew I had specific responsibilities to continue out through the rest of the night. My brain hadn't said, hey, you need to go check or anything with the money yet, because I just wasn't on that, that direction yet.
Sure.
I was on the direction I wanted to work out, I wanted to listen to my music, I wanted to relax. That was my mindset. So it wasn't to be like, okay, this here, this here, this here. That type of thing. Sure. It should have been, because I gave someone the code to get into our house, but in my experience in Lorton Ranch, it's been that, most everyone has people, they give people their codes and let them come in to fix things, and like you can do the Amazon packages and have them delivered inside the door. So I wasn't thinking, like I need to run in and check, make sure it's okay. If I felt that I was doing a harmful situation, that would have been my first off, I wouldn't have done it, but second off, I would have went in immediately and been like, did he fix what he's supposed to do? Did he think something from the home? That would have been my initial thing. So it was a normal, I want to listen to music, I want to work out. I don't know, I might have got something to drink. I don't, up and down dogs, that type of thing. That would have been my, mentality. But what I didn't hear anything until I had my headphones on, and I thought, it's one of those things where you thought you heard something, because the downstairs, if anybody makes any kind of noise, like a boing, it's it echoes really loud.
Oh, really?
It has a louder echo through the vent.
Okay.
So even sometimes, whether you're asking about noise counseling or not, even having things on or not, sometimes it's just the way that, they're sitting on there, you hear something, and that was almost like an echo noise.
Okay.
And that was, and below my room would be that storage room.
Okay.
So
you were in your room when you heard that?
So when I heard that, I don't remember if I was, I know I had the headphones on.
Okay.
I don't remember if I was in the room or walking back and forth, because I had a big speaker box over here, and then either I played the big speaker or played the headphones, or however on the big speaker back and forth. So I don't know if I was here, there. Again, I wish I could give you the motion thing, because that would give you a better time, like a 254 to whatever, 25 here, like that. But when I heard it, that's when I was just kind of like, oh, did I hear something? Remember, I even told you earlier, I had a couple of times before I even thought that would be of a concern.
So when you thought you heard something, what happened there?
So I don't remember if it was 1 or 2 times or whatever that I kind of was like doing this here and like back and forth. And that's when I told you that I, started to walk down the stairs. And I told you that Gannon was on to the right of the area.
Okay.
Like when you walk down the stairs, he was on the right of the area.
Okay.
And the guy was over here.
Okay. And was the guy just out, or?
No, the noise was probably because of like moving around, I guess, or whatever. And the door was like almost not necessarily like a semi-crack, but well, maybe a little semi-crack. I don't know if he was looking out, like peeking out or anything like that. And so I noticed that someone was right there. And that's when immediately it was just, there was no, it wasn't like, hey, how are you? It was, if someone's in your home, they're not there to, when they're not supposed to be doing whatever, they're not there to like talk to you. It was immediate from then on. That it went to that, and Gannon came in, tried to get on.
So let's flow all that part down.
Welcome to the lounge.
So you go downstairs, you notice somebody's there. What's the next thing that happened?
So I noticed that he was there, and he had, I told you, when I went in my room earlier, one of the things that I remember triggered, not that it triggered, but I thought was odd, but I had my shades, and I remember I told you my doors were open to the cabinet in the room.
Okay.
So I noticed that they were open, so that kind of, my mind was like, did I leave that open? But that also set off the fact of when your brain runs rapidly and you're looking, you're like, gosh, that's why that door was open. Because
so like you put it together.
Right. I put it together very, very quickly. And so that part ran back in my mind. And so immediately when he saw that, he saw me, I don't know if the intentions was to us to come in that soon. I don't know the intention if it was to do anything, because I don't think the intentions was going to be like taking anything from us, because it was he already had on gloves. He already had obtained a gun from our home, like had already done those things, and immediately it was in attack mode for me.
Okay.
And from there, and I didn't mention to you, I did go in the cabinet because I take a lorazepam for anxiety, and I was like already super anxiety from like having all this, like going on and stuff with the like fire and stuff like that. So I took 2 lorazepams. So I did go in and take two lorazepams and blah, blah, yada, yada.
And that was in the cabinet, the lorazepam, or was that somewhere else?
Like in the kitchen?
No, you said that you went in. Where was?
I'm sorry. Like in the kitchen, we have a kitchen cabinet. I should say that to you.
Okay.
The cabinet that I'm talking about, that the doors are, is a bedroom cabinet. I say cabinet. It's like a armoire, like a smaller one has doors that open. Okay. I should specify cabinet thing or something.
Right.
The bedroom one, the kitchen one would be where the
medication.
Right. So I did take. That's why I said I think I might have got some drink or something, but I did take 2 lorazepams. Okay. And so that I did do that, and then I did come down with it.
Okay. So just so we're clear, the kitchen cabinet was where your medication was. Describe for me the armoire in the bedroom where the shades and your gun was.
So you want to know like what's in it, or like what?
What does it look like? What color is it?
Sorry, so it's silver, like almost like a chromish color with like glass.
Okay.
And it does have handles, like a little knob that you can pull on or what, like pull open. And then of course they have like, I keep my important documents in there, like a passport. Or,
does it have drawers or anything?
No drawers.
Okay.
It has the insert,
like shelf.
The shelf.
Okay. Perfect. And where does that fit in your bedroom?
If you walk in the room, like say I'm like opening the door, walking in the room, it's exactly right here.
We have one more upgrade of Eduardo.
Is it on something, or does it have its own feet?
Like is it on feet?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I just want to make sure that we're talking.
Yeah, it has its own feet. Okay. Yeah, and like if I had to do like I don't know what samples or whatever, I just wanted to tell you about the medicine because I didn't want you to be like, but I mean it's prescribed to me anyway. So.
Yeah, sure, that's.
Yeah, and I had already taken one that morning too. So
he's got his prescriptions now.
I only have to take them in panic attacks, but I just had taken a lot a lot. I don't say a lot of it. It's not that, but I'd take him. Yeah, I don't take any at all unless I'm having a panic attack. And I had
It was a little bit more than usual.
right. Just because it was just, like
Okay.
the whole anxiety of it. So.
So you go downstairs and you see him, and you said that he had already found a gun.
He had already been in the home, like in our home, like moving, like I say moving, like doing something, because you wouldn't have just walked in and known, hey, there's something here. You had to go in, and most people would probably look through drawers and things like that. I don't know. I'm not making that assumption. I'm just saying he had already obtained one. So I'm kind of like, I can't speak for what, like what went on or anything. Okay.
What, can you describe the gun for me?
So it was our black gun.
Black gun.
I don't know what make and like what the brand was or whatever.
Okay. Was it? Okay. Do you know whether it was like a revolver or like a
No, automatic. It's automatic.
Automatic.
Yeah, like you just pull the trigger.
Okay. And is that like, and do you know the caliber maybe?
I think the 380 maybe?
380?
Or 9, one of those.
Okay. So you said it was y'all's black gun.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. How many guns do you guys have?
4.
4? Okay. What kind are they?
I don't know the big one that Albert has. It's kind of like an AR something.
Okay.
And then there's the shotgun. And so I think they're both 2 380.
380?
Yeah, like I think I think it's like a 380 or like a they're both 380s.
Okay. And are they both black or like sometimes they have like the colorful one?
Yeah, mine's like a teal color.
Okay. So you have a black one and a teal one?
Yeah.
Okay. 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 I just wanted to cover that really quick. Okay. So you go downstairs. You've already obtained a gun. You think it's your black gun.
Right. No, I don't think. I saw the color black.
Okay.
So I was assuming where I told you that my mind went through that was like
that it was
our black gun.
Right.
Now at that time I wasn't 100% if it was or not because there's plenty of black guns.
Sure. So tell me what happens next.
So do you want me to go through the whole like assault again?
Well, we need to know like more specifics about it. So you said you saw him and that he had the gun and then he attacked you. How did he attack you?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take a recess.
Oh my God, I was going to say, do we need like the Jeopardy song? But they paused it.
Don't discuss the case with anyone else. Don't do any research about any aspect of the case. With that, if we can have everyone back in the jury room at 3:15, we'll be able to all rise for the jury, please.
Stand up.
Oh, whoops.
Ugh, that pink top. What does she have underneath it? Like a Hanes t-shirt from the commissary. Commissary.
Exhibit E. EXHIBITY.
Thank you. May all be seated. Record should reflect the court hearing.
It's like, that's about right.
No, because I know there's another video that's, I don't think, it'll probably be mid-morning Friday where they get to me.
Okay,
So
it is what it is.
Yeah, we may there will be some empty time, I think, in the room that we'll just push through, but when I mean empty, nobody's in the room.
Right.
Yeah.
But it's not gonna be like 30 minutes, right?
I can't remember. Honestly, there's a chunk though.
Okay, well, we'll just, if we get it finished today, great. If we don't, we'll finish it up on Friday. Okay, It is what it is.
And my docket tomorrow is virtual, so you can leave everything here.
Okay.
You don't have to clean off tables, you don't have to do anything.
Good. Thank you.
And
All right.
it's like a
All right,
meat locker.
thank you, court will be in recess then.
All right.
If you look at the bottom, you see the bottom edge of what? I'm confused. Oh, a vest? Is what soundbite Lana's voice? No, I don't have any voices of Lana on my thing. Which one? Exhibity? No, that's a lawyer from the Brooks case.
Exhibity. EXHIBITY.
Oh, wait, are you saying that she would say exhibity? Oh, Eduardo is the person that Leticia's blaming for everything. Eduardo did it. Eduardo did it. Eduardo did it. Eduardo did it. So Eduardo is on the screen. No, it's not her mic. Yeah, there's no court tomorrow. We resume on Friday when this wraps up. She just talked for like 2 hours straight without taking a breath.
It's inappropriate.
I agree.
It's just it's olive. It's just a vest. and the judge wears a vest. It's just a vest. Just a vest. Dude, Melissa B, I think I'm gonna. No, it's not her mic. Nope.
I'm sorry. Whoops.
It's just the best. God, I know we all need a freaking day off. I mean, I got eggs up on here calling it Eduardo with T's hair. I mean, what's going on? We're only on day 7 or 6 or whatever it is. Oh, Lord. Save me from myself. She feels like she's had an out-of-body experience. I think I played too much Chad Daybell.
Like, what the fuck is this? And everybody's like, what the fuck is this?
No, Britt. Let me look it up right now. Hold on. Is it which one? There's several. There's one where she's wearing like a butter costume, and then there's one where she's riding butter. Do we want the riding butter? Oh shit. With fire behind her? You Oh shit. Okay, there's 2 hilarious ones. Hold on. Whatever happened to her? Remember she got called out for being like racist or something? Remember that ordeal? Whatever happened with that? Okay, here's the first one. Hi, Cheryl. It is Eduardo all day, every mofo day. Okay, so here's the first Paula Dean meme. Oh my God. I didn't see any captions, but this is hysterical. Look at her feet. She has those stupid sandals. They just took her off Food Network, but is she doing anything? Like, What does she do? Does she have a show? Oh my God, Britt, hilarious. It's a decade old. This is how behind the times I am. Whoa. Why is that thing going crazy? Whoa, that was weird. Did you see it? It flew off. Did you see her on the butter? She flew off the fucking screen. Let's try that again. Hold on. Why'd she do that? There she is. You butter, be my Valentine. This was my favorite. And look, she's wearing a pink top. Oh my goodness. Look at her feet. She's wearing those stupid sandals. Oh, Mary, we're just losing our minds over here with Paula Dean and some butter.
Very greasy. Just based on my observations, her hair was very greasy, very greasy. Just based on my observations, her hair was very greasy.
Oh, shit. Thanks for the laugh, Britt. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Riding that butter pony. So we are on just a little recess. I was just getting a new command up in chat because I think we need one towards the end of the afternoon. You guys are like in here talking about edibles and puff passing and all this shit. So I'm giving you your own command. When you get to that time in the afternoon, you're going to have your own little command to use. And it's called, you can't use it yet though because it's not situated. But it's going to be exclamation point puff. And wait, I'm going to get really creative. I'm going to go back to my AOL days and you're going to see me create a little picture. Hopefully it works. I'm going to make a picture. Hold up. This is the only thing I know how to do on here. With little
Just help a
symbols.
brother out here.
Help a brother out. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, wait. How did I do that? Oh, man. I lost my skills. Hold on. Oh, I remember. I do it with 2 lines. Okay, I gotcha. Hold up. I used to do this in AOL chat rooms. I was so crafty. Way ahead of my time, I tell you. If you hear some weird things, our TV has like, I don't even know what it is. Cops or something. Oh, I don't know if I can do it on stream. Oh, damn it. All right, I'm going to have to do it the cheesy way. You'll get my gist. You're going to think it's a penis, though. I know it. You guys are sick like that. I just know it. This is not a peen. I don't even know if I should post it. I've got to now. Okay.
Just help a brother out here.
Help brother out. Just because I got another super chat. Okay. Do exclamation point puff. CR, thank you. And Tara, thank you so much. Canadian. It's a we got a birthday in the house. Oh my God, Eduardo. Eduardo needs to wish happy birthday to Tough Tiff. Are you ready, Tough Tiff? This is from Eduardo.
Happy birthday to you. Happy
Happy birthday, 'cause you're awesome. Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday, Tough Tiff. It's your 50th? Ah, that's even more exciting.
I heard Eduardo with like a G.
Aw, I hope you have a great day. I hope you got lots of birthday wishes today. You guys, we're 73% to our weekly super chat goal, and we are 60% in our membership goal. That is amazing. That's amazing, my Eduardos.
I heard Eduardo with like a
Very greasy.
You guys want one Jennifer or two Jennifers?
Would you like one Jennifers or two Jennifers or by Jennifers?
You guys want one Jennifer or two Jennifers?
Bye, Jennifer.
Yes, Casey. Casey got the birthday wish yesterday. We got to do it 2 days in a row. So we had a 40 and we had a 50. That's pretty awesome. Yeah, do exclamation point puff. Yes, Eduardo is just being a little bit obnoxious, but didn't the Madeline McCann case have a bow on the lookout sketch that looked like an Eduardo? I don't know. I just figured everybody was talking about their edibles and their smoke. I'm like, here, I know how to like make a cig or a joint out of symbols, but I couldn't do it on Streamlabs, so it ended up looking like a peen. Yeah, it does. You just have to give it a chance. Maybe you guys are using it too much. Because it worked a minute ago. I just saw it. I seen it already in chat. You guys just didn't notice. You're so unobservant. That's why you're Eduardos.
I heard Eduardo with like a G.
Yeah, like I put it out because you didn't get it. You got to pay attention when it's past. If you miss it, they skip over you. If you're not paying attention, you get skipped over. Oh, shucks. I'm pretty sure it's probably overloaded. Kind of like my brain right now. Oh, you know what? I put it on a timer. You know what? You're right. It isn't working because I didn't make a command. Whoops.
Everybody does
that. It's okay. I'm sorry. Whoops.
Okay, let's try that again. Puff. Confirm. Okay, now do it. Now you have a command. Sorry. Ann John saw it. She said it looked like a peen.
Okay. So we're good?
Well, now it'll work.
Why are people such idiots?
Brian Koberger.
This is one of my favorite Nancy clips, but I don't get to use it as much as I'd like to.
Did I ask you what somebody I don't even know thinks?
I feel like playing that every time someone comes in and goes, such and such creator said this.
Did I ask you what somebody I don't even know thinks?
No, it works. There you go. Oh, I need to put some of that. Yeah, there you go, Megan. All right, I just did it on the fly, dude. What you gonna do when they come for you? The puff of smoke is perfect. What else? I'm not a big texter, so I'm not really up on all the emojis. I forget about them. Unless I type and it pops up, I don't really use emojis. You know what I mean? Okay, let's see. Oh, yeah. Let me throw some. Instead of those little squigglies, now you guys can't say it looks like a peen. But I'm going to keep my little symbol thing up there. This is going to be cute. You know how much time just one little command takes? Do you have any idea? Oh, it's something else. Okay, try it now. Let's see. And you also, here's another new one. I forgot I made these. We're all naughty over here. Okay, so try exclamation point unmute. That's if my dumbass is muted and you need to let me know. Short of hooking a taser to me. And then exclamation point, yeah. It's a pretty good one. And then exclamation point, puff. Those are your new commands. New Eduardo commandos. Oh, Eduardo needs pock face. Oh my God. Yes, CR, yes. I'll perfect him in the next round of this freaking audio that we have to listen to. I wonder if there comes a point in this audio though where they tell her like, hey, you're getting arrested. Does she get arrested in this audio? A smoking peen. Do you love it? Yeah, there's lurking. There's uptime, but it doesn't work. I'm trying to think what else. The crater. Yeah. Let me work on that. I'll forget. I got Paula Dean over here with butter. I've got Eduardo. I've got crater faces and peens that look like doobies. Let me get my stuff together here. See how you guys, I'm like an octopus. You pull me in like 50 different directions. I love it though. I wouldn't have it any other way. Paula Dean. I'm probably the only person on the planet that has ever gone on Canva and did a search for egg with hair. I figured it would be Shell. Egg with hair. Imagine if someone searched my history. What would they think of me?
I heard Eduardo with like a G.
Everybody does.
Everybody does that. It's okay. Sorry.
Yeah, you're going to get an Eduardo emoji faux show. We definitely need an I'm muted t-shirt. Does anybody, okay, you know what? Send in your designs to the email. Hang on, let me put another command. I don't think we have an email command, guys. Let me get that up really fast. But I want you guys to send in your ideas for designs because I'm tired of designing the shiz. I want you guys I want to get ideas from you guys, even if I like put a couple of them together, and I'll definitely give you guys credit, but I want to see your ideas for I'm muted, because I'm the one that's always muted. So like, I need you guys to like, I can't make fun of I mean, I don't, you know what I mean? You guys make it funny because I'm the asshole that's always muted, if that makes sense. So what command was I making again? What the hell? Oh, the email. Did it work? Jesus, I did have one after all that. Wait. Where is J for J podcast team? Yeah, okay. Yep, perfect. Thank you. J's for Justice, don't answer your door. What was that about? I am all over the damn place. It all of a sudden got really quiet in my house, and it got really quiet with you guys. When was she arrested? I don't know. It's 3:15 there.
We ready to bring the jury back in?
Yes, Judge.
All right, let's go ahead and bring them in. Sorry.
Very greasy.
I had a hard time hearing you. Do you mind pulling your microphone down and then aiming it up at your chin? Pull it down below your chin and aim it at your chin.
Oh, my history. Yeah. I love this.
Pull it down below your chin and aim it at your chin. Do you mind pulling your microphone down and then aiming it up at your chin? Pull it down below your chin and aim it at your chin.
Aim it at your chin. What? Oh, my God. One more time, just because I'm immature.
Pull it down below your chin and aim it at your chin.
What? And what?
Bye, Jennifer. You guys want one Jennifer or two Jennifers?
Sorry.
The way he says.
Pull it down below your chin and aim it at your chin.
All rise for the jury, please.
Megan! Holy shiz.
I am not Jasmine, I am Aladdin.
She's not. Ooh, look at your hair. She's like running her hands along it. She's squeezing it.
Thank you. May I all be seated? Court will recall 20 CR 1358 People versus Letecia Stauch when we took our break. We were in the midst of the video interview of the defendant. That's where we
Lord.
will
All right.
resume.
See you guys on the flip side.
I know you said you worked with like victims and stuff before.
Mm-hmm.
But hard to tell someone about people like touching me.
Sure, I get that.
Because you're a liar.
And I just need to like not relive that right now. Can I get a little bit?
Like, you want to take a break, or
I just, you're wanting me to give you like play by play basically of an assault is very hard for you to ask me to do.
okay?
That's not like me explaining how to play a game. That's very difficult to explain what you remember.
Well, and we can take it slowly, and you can tell me what you remember, what happened, and stuff like that. You know, I want to make sure that you're okay, and I want to try and find Gannon, right?
Right.
Okay. So the more details that I have, the better it is that I'm going to be able to try and help you and to try and help Gannon. Okay.
Well, me telling you about an assault on me is not going to get like a faster result unless we like actually put some action into it, you know?
What do you mean?
Like, I don't know, like action, is it too late to like check your body? I mean, is it?
No, it's not.
Like those type of things, is that?
It's not too late at all, actually. No, it's not. And if you want to do that, we can actually absolutely get that set up so that we can make that happen. So it's definitely not too late.
Is it like a private like area, or like how does that work?
So what it's called a SANE exam, and they're done by forensic nurses.
Okay.
At the hospital.
Okay. So it's like in a actual, people wouldn't know that's what you're there for.
No. And so, I mean, well, obviously the nurses would,
Right.
but
The
not
nurse
like
is
just
the one they tried to
whoever else is in the
discredit.
hospital. No.
They do the
And
test.
so, because it is like because it's a forensic thing and because it's part of a criminal case, you know, obviously this person who assaulted you, you know, so that we could gather evidence to make sure that, you know, when we find them, that we can prosecute them and stuff like that. We would want to take you over there to the hospital, and we get the forensic nurse to come and talk to you.
Okay.
And then they have paperwork to go over with you, just like any other kind of like bureaucracy or anything else like that, right? And they get your permission to gather that evidence from you and to do an exam. Okay. And they're all female, all the nurses.
Okay.
So, and you know, they have their process that they go through, and they collect all that evidence, and then that's turned over to us. So it's not too late at all to do that.
So that was my.
But we need to know what happened, because just like if, you know, like, and this is just like a totally off the wall example, but like if your kid comes in and tells you, hey, mommy, I'm hurt because I fell down. Well, you need to know where they fell and how they fell and whatnot, so you can help them.
But that's the easy, easy thing. But when you're doing several different things in your brain, and not to mention you're being violated physically, it's hard to give that specific, you know, details. I remember the pushing me in the room. I remember having my head hit. I remember those things.
Sure. And what I'd like,
I remember my clothes getting taken off.
Okay.
Okay. But I don't want to be telling this got taken off. I don't want to be on that.
And that's not what it is.
I would tell that to like a nurse, you know, in the specifics, so that that could assist in the process. But maybe I would. I say I would, but I don't know. It's just a hard thing to be like, okay, your pants are tight. You remember this, you remember that, like that.
Sure. And really, we need to know like the narrative of it, and there will be some stuff that I would ask specifics of. And if you remember, you remember, and if you don't, you don't. Or what you can say is, you know, well, I remember that, but I don't want to say.
No, I'm not trying to not tell you anything. It's just a hard process. I guess maybe I'm thinking you're asking me too much details. Maybe I'm overthinking what you're asking me. So do you want me to like I said, do a play-by-play of what I remember? Like as far as like moving?
Like, well, just start at the beginning and tell me what happened. Okay.
So, all right. So when he pushed me into the room,
okay,
I remember like a battle process of like, you know, like back and forth, you know, like that type of thing. I remember that type of thing.
Tell me more about that. The battle back and forth.
Well, if someone he's not much bigger than me, so it's not like it was this big, powerful person that I mean, I feel like I'm fairly kind of a little strong. So it wasn't just here, get on the ground. It was you know, like getting like move around the room. I don't really remember like which direction. After I hit my head the first time, that's when it started to be the a little blur into what was happening then.
Okay. So, and remind me, what was it that you remember hitting your head on that first time?
I think I want to say it was that red and black table. I'm sorry, red and blue table that was in Gannon's.
Red and blue table?
I feel like it was the red and blue table that was in Gannon's room because I remember like going back to hit my head.
Okay. Okay. And you keep motioning back here. Did
Yeah,
you
like
the back of your head?
Right, yeah. So like it was in like, well, there was a couple, like the ground was a big force, but I was also fighting back. So I don't want you to think that it would have been some sort of, and I did have like, I was gonna like show you that I did have the blood in there a little bit because from the little scratch, but I did have the ability to push back some because he wasn't like overpowering that. It was just like, here you go. And
sure.
That sounds awful to say, but
okay. So when you got pushed into the room, and you got pushed, like you guys are doing this battle back and forth, and you hit your head, did you end up on the ground first?
I don't remember. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I don't. I just remember hitting my head, and I remember the next time I hit my head, the second time that he came back after me and tried again. So there was a couple of times that I kind of was in and out of it. And so not to mention I had taken lorazepam a little extra than usual.
Mm-hmm.
So it was, a little bit. I don't say like I did not like that, but it was
sure
kind of like being like zoned out a little bit.
Sure.
It was almost like I was out, like blacked out.
Okay.
Because it was one of those things where I could like hear what was going on, but I didn't like know what was going on, or vice versa.
What do you remember feeling?
There was not like pain as far as like your female part. I feel like the pain was on the struggle of like your body was tired.
Okay.
So like it's tired in trying to like your brain's telling you don't give in, but your body is just in a tired mode.
Okay.
And that was more of like I just almost like I was giving up, but I wasn't. Like once we were, I can't talk about.
So are you saying like once did he penetrate you?
I remember my clothes coming off. Not my top part.
Okay.
Remember the bottom, and I don't remember if this was the first time or on the second time, which wasn't a successful time. I remember my clothes coming off like on the bottom, and I remember having my top on.
Okay.
And I remember I was pushing like pushing back.
Sure.
And then I like out of my mind, it was almost like a little blur because I hit my head again.
Mm-hmm.
Like you're like trying to push up, like to push somebody off, and you get pushed back down and hit your head.
Okay.
And then it's kind of let it. Yeah, we did it. Like,
I'm not gonna. Here's the thing: is that this conversation, like what we talk about, is not. I'm not gonna run and talk to your husband about or his ex-wife or anything else like that. Okay.
I don't want to give in because I didn't agree to it, but at that point it feels like I did give in.
Okay. And thank you for telling me that. I appreciate that. When you say that you gave in and that he completed it,
I don't remember about when I say completed. I mean as in I was able to like but like I have that bolt of energy to like get up again, you know. It's like, I don't know if there was like completed. I can't, I'm not wanting to think about that. That's disgusting.
So I'm not asking if he like ejaculated or anything else like that. That wasn't my question.
I'm sorry, that's what I thought.
So my question is, did he put his penis in your vagina?
Right, yes.
Okay. Do you know? Okay. Sorry, that question. And that was when you were on the ground? Okay. And you said that he was pushing you down. What part of your body was being pushed down?
I don't remember.
Okay. So you said that like you kind of like came back up.
At some point, I don't remember.
Okay.
I don't want to give you wrong information about step by step about my body being violated. I don't think that's fair. Like, I don't think that. And then every time I have to keep saying to you, like, if it's happening, I have to say that to you again, and I have to say that to you again. Difficult.
Okay. Was there anywhere else that you were penetrated?
No. You mean like an area?
Yeah, anywhere else on your body?
With the penis?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no.
Okay. And then at some point it ended. Okay. What happened next after it ended?
So, but it didn't end at that direct moment because remember Gannon comes in.
Okay.
Like
tell me about that.
Gannon comes in to like jump on him.
Okay.
Like, to like kind of help me out.
Okay.
And so I don't remember anything but like laying back, and I remember that I could like hear that Gannon had came in.
Okay.
I could hear that he knew this is not what you're supposed to do.
That Gannon did?
Yeah, like Gannon was aware that someone was trying to harm me.
Okay.
He might not have understood the complete in essence of it, but he understood someone was in our home and wasn't supposed to be doing what he was doing.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
I mean, our home we're very open. We're always like, we talk about like, oh, you don't have a girlfriend, you don't do this until you're married. So,
okay.
So he's very aware of, you know, like that's not how things happen.
Sure.
In his mind. So he came in at that point in time. And then I do remember that Gannon was like, I don't want to say thrown, but like he can't jump on a big guy. That's a big guy to him.
Mm-hmm.
You know, 5, 6, 7, 8-ish
mm-hmm.
is a big guy to him.
Sure.
Because he's 4 something. And I don't remember from there. I just remember that Gannon tried to jump on him, and I remember Gannon was over here at this point in time, and then it was just kind of like a blur about what happened. But I do remember after, when I say finish, I don't mean what you're asking me about exactly. And I do remember when that was like getting up,
mm-hmm.
that it was a situation. So that was when he had the gun again, and afterwards, not necessarily at him, but had the gun and had Gannon.
Okay. Can you tell me more about that?
So I just know that in the way he had him was kind of not necessarily at like a here, or if I had like a dummy to show you, it was more of like a.
Can you have a look?
Okay. It was more of like a just wrapped around, but like Gannon was he recognizing like the gun, he wasn't trying to at that point fight back to him. Okay. He was just crying like to me, like to help him.
Okay.
And so that's why I made the decision to try to send the other kids somewhere else. Because what if I would have ran for help at that point in time? I had every opportunity to run for help then.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not a good enough shooter to like, or really don't, to like go, feel like I'm going to shoot somebody, you know, because I don't, what else are we going to do? You see what I'm saying? So I'm just not, my mind wasn't thinking that of trying to create harm if I made a dumb decision.
Okay.
And that was probably where I should have done some sneaky technique of, I thought about it after. I should have like gave Lena a letter, you know, or something like that and said, hey, go to the mailbox, take the neighbor's letter. Like, this is something I thought about after, but I didn't think about it at the time.
Okay.
Like, in the
So,
time frame.
so when you were on the ground and Gannon came in, what do you remember hearing?
Him yelling.
What was he yelling?
Like, he was yelling my name, like, directed specifically at me. As in, like...
Gannon was?
Yeah. Like,
what does he call you?
He goes, well, I just remember I told you about my name thing.
Yeah, that's what I was asking.
Yeah. So he was saying Tesha.
Tesha?
He was like saying, are you okay?
Okay.
And then that's when he realized that wasn't. Like, not that I wasn't, but he realized I was kind of like in and out of it.
And what were you saying?
I was like immediately like doing the first part was doing the first time was doing the pushback, like get off of me, get off of me. So I wasn't
said that,
but I wasn't communicating with Gannon.
Okay.
Like I wasn't saying Gannon go, you know, do this specifically, or like I didn't say like run go do it. I didn't say anything directly that I recall.
Okay.
Now maybe I did, but that I recall wasn't specific direction, you know, to guide him in any direction. That was more of like a battle, like a back and forth thing instead of being. But at that point, I do remember like when I was down and you kind of get like that little concrete where your head jars back a little bit, right there, where your head jars back a little bit. Kind of made me a little like dizzy a little bit.
And was the man saying anything?
I don't remember anything but noises.
What kind of noises do you remember?
Noises?
I can't guess. That's the thing, right? So like I can't put words in your mouth. I can't guess. So I know like I'm sorry. Pleasure noises.
Yeah, I don't know how to describe it, like pleasure noises, but like sound.
Okay. And so he's making pleasure noises, and then Gannon comes in and yells your name. What does the man
I don't remember specifically. He just came and yelled my name or could jump first, but
okay. What does the man do?
It was more of like a this, but he was still inside of me.
Okay.
Kind of. I say kind of, but like he's moving.
Okay.
So obviously he's got to put more like force on your body.
Okay.
And that's just when I just started to cry. Because it was like a giving up, kind of like a giving up type moment.
I'm sorry that you are upset by that.
And it was just, because what, why are you supposed to do at that point?
Sure.
You can keep trying to fight, but they already taken something from you that you only have pursued yourself.
Sure. Do you remember Gannon saying anything else other than your name?
I know he was hollering help at some point, and I think that would have been when he had. I don't remember. Oh gosh, I don't remember like any anything other than I think I feel like I remember the second. I don't remember around the second time of the battle he was saying get off of her.
Okay.
But I don't. I'm telling you, when I tell you that, and I hope to God that you are never in that situation, but it's just almost like a blur because you're so disappointed in your like emotional feel, like your self-worth.
Sure.
And how you feel about yourself.
Sure.
You feel like you're nothing.
What did you smell when this was happening?
I was going to say that to you. I forgot to, like earlier, and again, you didn't ask me that because I wouldn't think about it. I could smell like a very strong, like paint or like almost like a paint, like someone had been painting or like they were around a house that might have had the drywall, almost like it was like a work smell
Like you're doing this like the drywall. Are you talking about like paint or like the texture smell?
Yeah, like the powder of the drywall. You know how like you sand,
sure.
and it has like that smell. Like I could smell
Was it her bath salt?
that part on them, but I feel like at one point I thought I smelled alcohol.
Okay. And you said that your ex, Harley's dad, did drywall. So the drywall smell is something that you would be familiar with?
He would have did it a while ago.
Sure.
But I know like in our home and things like that, I'm pretty, I don't want to say like know a lot about drywall, but just from being around the work sites growing up, I think with him, I was young when I was with him. I remember a lot about, like drywall in general. So
sure.
I don't know if it's specifically drywall. It's more of like a sandpaper-ish smell.
Okay.
Like
Did you smell anything else? You said you smelled alcohol.
At one point, I remember smelling not like a deep, strong alcohol smell, but I could have like a sense of alcohol, like a breath of it.
Sure.
Come up like aroma.
Okay.
And it kind of was like I don't know, like almost like a foodish, like a salsa type smell. I remember at one point.
Okay.
Okay.
Cedar.
You kind of like you walk into a restaurant and it smells like some fresh tomatoes and that.
Okay. What do you remember feeling on your back?
Just a couple of days before this, I have been having like a lot of lower back pains like already. So it took that like pain away. And it was almost like it was just like, because I'm getting pushed back, but I'm straining. So it was almost like I felt a little bit of nerve, but I didn't feel it. Like I didn't have any, hey, there's a back pain. Oh, back to this. It wasn't like that. I knew that there was nerve being shifted or, changed in some direction.
Okay.
That it was Florida.
What is she even talking about?
And just remind me, you went upstairs and told Lena to go away, basically, to keep her safe. And then you came back down, and that was when he had Gannon, or he had Gannon before you did that?
You mean?
Like when you said that he had his arm wrapped around?
Right. So once he had him, once I came back, because once I got up and whatever, there was the ring. Remember I told you about the lotion and things. So he grabbed him then. He had him still when I came down, but
you grabbed him then?
Right. Remember the ring is what triggered, because there was the first ring that wasn't there wasn't anybody on the ring, or there was no one there. Because I think I went up and down, or maybe I don't remember if I went up one time and down, or up one time twice. I don't remember exactly, but I remember there was two alerts.
Sure.
Or two triggers to the door.
Okay.
And I was like, yeah, so two triggers. I feel maybe it was two times, because the first time there was nobody there.
Okay.
There was no. Something must have set it off. Yeah. So and then there was this. Lena was the next trigger.
Okay.
But I knew the next one was Lena, because I knew the timing always perfect, and you can hear from our house when the bus hits its brakes.
Okay.
So I didn't have to go look at an app or anything like that, because I knew that, timing was just the same as normal.
You're being a
that you can hear the bus is right there. You can hear, kids are on the way, like that type of thing. And
sure,
I knew it was Lena, and that was my first thing I open up, I let Lena in, I had a conversation with her just like it was a normal, day. But then that's when because I didn't want to be like, here, go. I did quickly say, here, go, whatever. But I wanted to not just open the door and be like, here, go right now.
Okay.
Like, I had to at least make a 30-second, 1 minute, maybe I'm exaggerating, 1 minute, but 30-second dialogue Of here, I need you to go get milk. Or here, go, daddy said go ride your bike, or sure, that type of thing. Because later on, I knew she was going to have to eat snack at some point, and I figured just that later on she was eating. I figured out another time she eat snack. I was worried about getting her like, out and about that time.
When
I'm sorry, I
She's
should have given
talking
her
to
a
her
note.
lawyer with the tomato face.
I should have given her a note.
we don't, we don't need to go into like what you should have done or shouldn't
Why is
have
he so
done or anything
red?
else like that. Things are never perfect, and we can beat ourselves up for 100
Yeah.
years about things we should have done. Right.
Okay,
So
it
that
is what it is.
that's not. I'm not here to judge you or anything else like that. I'm here to understand what happened,
Right.
and try and gather as much as we can so that we can help you and we can help find Gannon. Okay. When the attack was going on downstairs, you said you got hit? Your head got hit a couple of times. Were you hit anywhere else?
Are you asking like about like punch or like?
Yeah. Were you punched, slapped, kicked?
I don't remember. I don't remember being hit anywhere else.
Okay. Do you have any injuries?
I don't have like any specific injuries here because I was grabbing like this, like pushing up. Most of it was just like head. I don't want to say trauma, but head force on my head, and then the nerve in my maybe spine. That part.
Okay. And then
I did like have like a little like this about a little part like right there was like bleeding.
Okay.
And then my nails, I know they look crazy now, but they were, and then of course that was the burn mark, so that was so my nails were like that because when I get nervous, like I bite my nails or whatever. So, but that would have been from me.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you go upstairs, tell Lena to go, and then you go back downstairs, and he still has Gannon. What happens next?
So he still has Gannon. Hold on. Can I like be kind of try to read?
Yeah, do what you need to do.
So like he was the first time my body, and then he has Gannon, and I don't want to make sure he's not hurt, so I go upstairs, come back down. Oh, that's when he was asking. Well, he wasn't asking me. He was demanding different things. He was demanding like I probably didn't tell you that earlier, but I do remember that now.
Okay.
He was like demanding things from me. He was demanding me that I was not to say anything, that there would be consequences. He didn't say the word there would be consequences, but it was in a louder tone of direction of saying.
What exactly did he say?
I don't remember exactly. I just remember there was some sort of you gotta make sure you don't tell anyone at the door. And I had common sense enough to know if he had Gannon and has a gun that I'm not gonna make a stupid decision. So coming back down, at that point in time, I remember being like, I don't remember if I was pleading or asking. Gannon was saying help. I didn't have a weapon. I couldn't just go grab and hurt him. So somehow, I don't remember exactly what, we end up being in it again, being in a commotion again. And that's the second time that he was attempting to try. And that's when I kind of went completely blackout, and I don't remember, I remember I told you he was demanding different things, and I gave him a brown suitcase. I gave him a box that was in the room. He asked me, he demanded the brown suitcase. Well, he didn't demand the brown one, he demanded a suitcase, and I just gave him the brown suitcase.
Okay.
And in my mind, I didn't know.
Can you describe the suitcase for me?
I don't remember. I just remember we have like 10.
Okay.
I just remember the brown.
Is it like a check bag, a carry-on bag?
Yeah, maybe like 27 inches, maybe.
Okay.
Like,
So
you
it's
know,
like
like-
when you would check, not when you
No,
carry
you
on.
can't check 27. You can only check 20, 21. So
So check is the ones that like you give to them.
like that, it can't be over 21. Like spinners or whatever can't be over 20. It has to be over 21. It doesn't have to be over 21 check, but if it's over 21, it can't be a carry.
Right.
So the bigger, like
So it was
about,
the bigger one?
yeah. So like I'd say about 27
Okay.
inches or I say inches or whatever. And I thought he was gonna put things in our home and like take all of our stuff and like our anything that needed. I thought he was gonna like take the gun.
What did he do with it?
And take, like I don't know. I provided what he asked for or demanded, and then we got into it again because there was yelling, and I don't remember what we were yelling about, but it was just anything I could do. If I give you this, take everything, and we just whatever, and
Okay. And you said that he wanted a box.
yeah, he that was one of the things that I'm trying to remember all of it. And that's why I said I thought he was gonna pack our like whatever there was in our home. Originally I didn't think that he was in our home to take. Remember I told you I didn't think he was in our home to take something because he was found a gun. But at that point I thought he was gonna like clean us out with or I say clean us out, take whatever he could.
Like steal things.
Yeah, like steal things from us because you can, if you're in Lorson Ranch and you're like, oh, I'm going to the airport, but it doesn't look like you're walking out the front door with a TV. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So that was my mindset of like.
Oh, so you think that he was going to, correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds like what you're telling me is you thought he was going to take stuff from your house and put it in the suitcase in the box.
Right.
It looked like he was going to the airport.
Yeah, like
not like he was stealing.
Yeah, yeah, and I don't want to say specifically the airport, but like it looked like to make it
travel.
Yeah, so like in my mind, I'm just thinking he's about to clean this out, but I don't really care. Take everything.
Sure.
That he wants to take. That was like in my mindset, and then I remember there was like talking or yelling, or I don't remember how we got to part. The second part, but I remember he wasn't able to, And of course, between all that, I mean, I wasn't running around naked. I had to put my pants back on.
Sure.
And and that was a awful feeling. Like, I mean, it wasn't like, I just ran upstairs and I had to, like put myself back together.
What do you mean by put yourself back
like
together?
my pants. Like I couldn't. If I would have showed up at the front door or whatever with Lena or anyone. I mean, I walk around in like shorts and all that. But I'm saying like it would have been, and like you say, we're not going to go on what I should have done, but it could have put off alarm to this is what you need or whatever. But this is my daughter. Is it okay if I just let her? Uncle wants to. Okay.
Sure. Do you remember? So can you describe the box for me?
Brown box.
Was it like a cardboard box?
Yeah, like
a wooden box.
Yeah,
like a metal. Like, did it have stuff in it?
Yeah. No, like there was nothing in it, but it was just a regular like shipping boxes. Like that's why I mean that makes common sense of I'm putting stuff in there but he could have easily have gotten that himself, but he would have had to have let him again and go, but that was his way to have control of the situation.
Sure. And where was that box at before you got it?
In our storage room?
Okay.
Yeah.
And is that where the suitcase was as well, or?
Yeah, I got the suitcase and the box, and I was saying things because I did think he was going to rob us. Like I say, like take all of our stuff, and I started out with being like, upset about being robbed, but then it was like take anything you want.
Mm-hmm. That sounds really scary.
Yeah, it definitely is. Because in my mind, I'm like, but I knew if I'm giving into the situation, then I can get what, like what I would expect the result out of it, which would have been that everybody would have been safe and he's going to get what he wants. And your intention was he saw someone that he wanted to take advantage of.
So you give him the stuff, there's another altercation, and you said he couldn't, and you kind of trailed off.
Yeah, like he couldn't at that point in time, like take my pants back off. It wasn't like the first time. Okay. Because I was more of in a like lackadaisical thing at that point, because once we were when I hit my head the next time on the thing, I think that hit some sort of spot that I don't really remember after that.
Where was Gannon when that?
I don't really remember
altercation
after that. That's where it kind of was. Everything from then was a blur, and so it was me telling you that was like, what do you mean you don't know what happened after that? And no one's going to, understand that unless they're there in that moment that I don't remember.
That's not what I'm saying at all. I have to ask the questions, right? Because if I don't ask the questions, then somebody later is going to be like, well, what happened? What happened next? Where was he? And I can't say, well, I didn't ask, right? Like I have to ask the question.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I wasn't. Yeah. I was just saying, like in general, not specifically.
Right. So if I ask a question, I'm not trying to make you feel bad or anything else like that. I'm just trying to understand and make sure that we cover everything.
Right.
Okay. So you say that you hit your head again. You kind of don't know what happened next. Do you remember, or I guess, can you tell me how this ended?
I just remember being out of it, but I could also, in my mind, I could hear, loud banging, but I don't remember, I couldn't see, what was going on or anything like that. I just, almost like I could hear a little bit of a struggle, but I don't know what was going on.
Okay.
And that for me is hard because I need to know, and I hope that because dreams, I'm maybe I'll dream and remember what was going on, or maybe I'll have a recollection later of, oh yeah, I remember this, but I clearly have been pounding my brain to give it to you about exactly what was happening.
Sure.
At that.
Sure.
At that point in time.
What's the first thing you remember after this incident, after the attack, the second attack?
I just remember being like, where's Gannon? And I was freaking out because I didn't know where he was at.
Okay.
And I didn't see anything that would have told me. And I thought he was hiding.
Okay.
I thought maybe he was in the closet or, somewhere hiding so that he knew, he would be okay, away or whatever. I thought he was hiding.
Okay. What was the first thing you did after this happened?
I was calling his name because I did think he was hiding.
Okay.
And at that point in time, once I realized that he wasn't hiding, I went into that mode of okay, I'm fix this.
Help me understand how you understood that he wasn't hiding.
Well, because if I am saying to him that I assumed that everything was, I didn't see the guy in my sight. Mm-hmm. I'm assuming that he was hiding, in my mind. So I didn't see the guy, so I'm assuming he's hiding. So then I'm asking him, Gannon, where are you? Gannon, I'm assuming he's hiding. So then I'm asking him, Gannon, where are you? Gannon, or maybe he was in the closet or somewhere hiding, so that he knew, he would be okay, away or whatever. I thought he was hiding.
Okay. What was the first thing you did after this happened?
I was calling his name because I did think he was hiding.
Okay.
And at that point in time, once I realized that he wasn't hiding, I went into that mode of like, okay, I'm fixed.
Help me understand how you understood that he wasn't hiding.
Well, because if I am saying to him that everything, that I assumed that everything was, I didn't see the guy in my like sight, I'm assuming that he was hiding, you know, like in my mind. So like, I didn't see the guy, so I'm assuming he's hiding. So then I'm asking him, you know, like, Gannon, where are you? Gannon, where are you?
Okay.
So then when I realized Gannon would come out, or again, I can't say we do different things at different times, but if Gannon was thought it was safe, he'd come out. So then, in my mind, to be honest with you, when I said I'm gonna fix this, I thought Gannon was still hiding. So when the detective like searched the home, I really was hoping that that's what was going to happen, and he had been scared to come out because he didn't know if it was safe. Or maybe if he was like, you know, had hit his head or something after what I don't remember, he could have been, you know, hiding and maybe got, I don't know. I don't want to make assumption of how he could have maybe not been aware or alert. My thought process was when the guy said he was going to search the house, that I was going to find him. Like we'd find him. That's when it really set in that. But I didn't know where he was at.
Has Gannon ever hid in the house before?
Not that I'm aware of. I mean, they play little like back and forth of like, you know, like hide behind the sofa or like boo. But it's only like, you know, a little bit of time. But but we don't have like a violence of, you know, him seeing another man hurting someone. So I would think in that moment he would have been hiding.
Okay.
But he wasn't, you know, prone to be like, I'm gonna hide out. But his personality is very in like actually getting along with people and that type of thing. So
yeah, I didn't think that somebody had talked to the school and like they had said that he was pretty laid back and quiet.
Right, and that would have been, you know, my thought. Again, Gannon wasn't on his medicine, so he has a different the way he acts is differently than when he isn't.
Sure.
So he would be a more hyper, you know. So that's why I would have expected, you know, that he would have come right out. But on his medicine, he'd been like zoned out, how to make decisions correctly, because he would have been, he's just like that. When he takes it, give it to him, he can't do any schoolwork unless he has a medicine.
Okay.
Like, I mean, reading off everywhere. So my mind was thinking he didn't take his medicine, you know. So
what's his behavior like when he doesn't take his medicine?
It's not bad. Like it used to be where you couldn't get him to focus on anything. Like if he went to church, he could not sit in church without electronics. And I know that might have been a little bit willful, but it was, he needed something to have that attention. But for the HD, he needed something to have that on. So without his medicine, he could, and like on the hike, he might run way up there, and then we take up, you know, because like that much energy.
Okay. And is that what it was like on Sunday?
You mean at the hike? Yeah. It was like he had the burst of energy, but then his stomach was, when his stomach got hurt, and he didn't see him. That's when he took more of he was able to control it because he was focusing on his obsessions on cleaning his body. Because, I mean, imagine like walking around.
Sure. That would be uncomfortable for
right.
pretty much anybody, I think. Okay. What happened to the gun?
So the gun. This is how I knew. I didn't know in the time that the gun was out. I didn't know the time ago. I just assumed
very greasy
what color that it was. You know? So remember, I said that I put the stuff back in the closet. I put everything back the way it was because obviously at that time I had told them what had happened because I was in that mentality of I'm going to fix it. So I put everything back in the position that it was, and he did not take the gun.
where he couldn't have because the gun when I left it would have been upstairs. But I didn't bring it downstairs, but that was our gun. So that's how I knew for a fact that he had to have our gun, or either he had it in the process of stealing it and somehow it fell and he maybe had another gun. I'm not sure about that part, but I do know that I put it back in it.
So where did you find your gun?
Correct. My gun or
after it was over, and you said you were putting everything back where it belonged.
Yeah.
Where was it whenever you found it to put it away?
So, like at the carpet, because the carpet roll piece had like fallen off, so it was at the carpet.
Okay. And and you said the carpet was kind of
like leaned
in, but kind of had fell over coming out of that storage area.
Right. So it was like, I want to say it was in like pieces. I want to say it was
the carpet or the gun?
No. I want to say that the carpet had like not necessarily multiple pieces, but I remember like maybe different directions. I don't remember, but I feel like I saw different directions.
Okay.
But yeah, it had fallen over, but the gun was there. I didn't see where Gannon was at. That's why I assumed in the situation that he was hiding.
Okay.
I didn't think that there was a concern, at the time that,
Okay. Describe for me what Gannon's room looks like after this happened.
I just remember putting things back together. Like I say back together, but like I remember I had already like straightened out his room from before, because when he had the like burns and stuff. And I do remember Gannon was I do remember Gannon was bleeding. And I think from the hospital could have been something with his arm.
Okay.
But I do remember he did have like blood and stuff like that. I do remember at some point that he was bleeding. I want to say I remember he was not necessarily on me. I feel like at some point in that, and might have, when the first time he might have like landed on me, or somehow I was like holding him, not necessarily holding him, but I feel like he was there.
Okay.
So I had that knew he was here, but yet I was still taken advantage of.
Okay.
And but yeah, back to what we said about the ring. So I put like everything, back in its order. I want to say that it might have been 15 minutes or 20 minutes. I don't know. It would have had to been till because Harley would have gotten off at 4:30. It might have even been. It might have even been a little bit longer that I remember being out of it. And the reason why is because just the time frame.
Okay. And this all happened on Monday, right?
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that I had it all right. So you put this stuff back together. You found the gun on the floor next to the carpet that had fallen over. Where did you put the gun?
I took everything and put it back, because when I had to tell like Albert, that was the first question that he asked, was like, where are all the guns? Are they all here? That type of thing. So I put them all back together.
Okay. And I don't live in your house, so I don't know where it all back together is. So where are the guns typically stored?
Either in that shelf that I was telling you about.
The silver one?
Right. Or in the closet.
Okay. And
so I put the other guns were never had never been touched until you guys.
I haven't seen you.
Well, you're the person. Okay. So they were already in the closet, but the handguns usually are in different sections, which would be accessible in case of emergency. You don't need the shotguns to be that accessible. So I put my handgun was already in its place.
Your steel one?
My handgun was already like in its place completely. I mean, I don't know if it was in the exact same location, but my handgun was present.
Okay. Where was it at?
In what you just told me.
In that,
yeah.
In that.
I think he's letting everybody know that
Ladies and gentlemen,
everybody's
we're gonna
ears
take
are
about a
bleeding.
10-minute recess. So if I can have all of you head back to the jury room, we'll be back in 10 minutes. Don't discuss the case among
10
yourselves.
minute.
Don't discuss the case with anyone else. With that, all rise for the jury, please.
I heard Eduardo with like a G.
Stand up!
All right, we've got a 10-minute breather. I would have been like, Judge, let's just keep the shiz rolling and let's go home 10 minutes earlier. Oh, we got a hot mic. Enjoy the hot mic.
We only got.
Oh, I didn't tell you about the situation yesterday. So like, I'm watching it.
I know, it was funny. The timing was perfect. It was
Yeah, but I was doing it for you.
No, yes. And then he stood up, so I'm like, oh, there you are. That was funny. I need this in here.
Yeah.
Like, how do you? And then, so I was like, you got to see the vibe. I got to see the accent on your back. I got to the station. They were like, yep. I was like, and I thought, no. The audacity. Oh, I don't make a problem. Okay, absolutely.
That's why I read it.
I feel like, I don't know, like, it's
Yeah.
one song for me. That's like my least favorite is asking. That works. Doesn't I help? Yeah. I was like, I was done that off.
Roro causing Pawpaw.
Roro? Who was Roro?
Wake up.
Yeah. The one person. Yeah, I was like, it was real exact. Because it's the they cast. No, I know. Oh, yeah, I went down and got one. Just asked me to shake your head and be like,
It still lives here now?
yeah, in the basement. Take a caffeine. It was really fast. And that's what happened. This thing has changed. And like 2 hours later, different since a whole entire reminded them.
They finally mute. I feel like I've been cut off from life. Yes, exactly. Cut, cut, cut. Send your unmute t-shirt ideas to the team email if you would like to give us your idea, even if you just want to explain it. Yeah, I don't know. Need you to cut my mic.
For donuts?
I just had a donut, by the way.
I heard Eduardo.
Very greasy.
I had a hard time hearing you. Do you mind pulling your microphone down and then aiming it up at your chin? Pull it down below your chin and aim it at your chin.
Pull it down below your chin and aim it at your chin. Oh, it's the funniest shit I've had all day. It's just a test. Just a test. We're on a little leg stretcher break with Teabag. They had to undo her from the floor.
I am not Jasmine, I am Aladdin.
I wonder if she feels like a princess now. I wonder.
Roly poly, daddy's little Betty. Betty's gonna be a man someday.
So just as a reminder, we have no court tomorrow. Off on Thursdays. We will be back in court on Friday. I know, Sander. I was just messing with you. I was going to see what you were going to say. I was going to say other things. I was going to say you got yourself a little thing going on. Well, it's a cinnamon powdered donut. To be exact, and Potato's probably going to puke. But it's an Entenmann's Softie. Have you ever had the Softies? I don't want to know what goes into them that makes them soft. Softer than normal donuts. But these motherfuckers stay soft forever. Like, in 100 years, you can grab a box of Entenmann's Softies and they'll still be soft. Ooh, churray for churros. Is it good? Does it have churros in it? And are they crunchy or are they soggy? Oh, Sandman. I hope you're doing okay. You've been mentioning the doctor lately. I'm starting to think you and Angie are married.
Sorry for the interruption. We have,
It's okay, sir.
we need to wait just 1 minute, I think,
Okay.
for one of the jurors.
Oh, all right. I think she's still pooping. Yikes. Oh my God, the drywall. I forgot about the malted ball. I saw that. I wondered if the churros were
Go ahead and bring the dirt back in.
There's a Mexican restaurant here that makes homemade, like their own
I
churros.
in that direction.
I know.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, yeah, I'm sure it's tape. Is it?
I'm sure.
Oh yeah, she's.
I'm on the recovery.
It's not as bad during the day.
Is everybody hot? Is it the finer, the flour? Is that why cake flour is finer? Because it makes the cake more soft? Never
On
knew that.
openings, I did too. That was my word. I felt awful the night before. I was like, "Are you freaking kidding?"
I don't even know.
Angie, that's hilarious.
I felt pretty bad. No.
All rise for the jury, please.
Yeah, I would have too. Except for it makes you feel kind of screwy.
It makes you feel kind of screwy.
La 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 la.
Ooh, Oreo thins dipped in coffee. How about those hard oatmeal cookies that are iced, dipped in coffee? That's so funny, Angie.
Thank you. May all be seated. Court will recall CR 1358
Look at her.
versus Letecia Stauch. Record to reflect the jury is present back in the courtroom. Sorry for the interruption, ladies and gentlemen. That was an emergency I had to deal with unrelated to this case. With that, go ahead and start with the word.
And then just as far as timing goes, Judge, do you want us to just play it right up till 5 and then
About 5 till.
5 till? Okay.
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah. So everything was already there. I say gun. When I tell you put the guns back in their place, there wasn't multiple out in different places. I just want to make sure you know that it was It was I put that gun back with its partner gun.
Okay.
To make sure it was in the same position.
So you put the black handgun into the silver armoire thing, chest thing, with your teal handgun.
Right, in the same chest.
Okay. And have they been moved since then?
Well, Albert took them.
Albert took both of them?
Mm-hmm. He made me give him mine too.
When was that?
Today.
Today?
Yeah. So like he took all of them when you guys, I'm sorry, when in your department, I guess they went through my closet or whatever.
Okay.
They still left the guns in the closet, but they weren't in the same place that they were.
Sure.
And so Albert took all them too because he was like, "Oh, well, I don't want you to harm yourself," and things like that. He was saying those things to me, so he took them all and made me give him mine as well.
And that was today?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have a history of trying to harm yourself?
No. Say things like, he tried to say something about, like, I'll grab a knife. That is not true. I do not do that. Like, I have never done anything like that in my entire life. Never have received any kind of counseling for anything prior to anything like that, disturbing, nothing like that. So there would be no, reason. And right there in the beginning, that mental health thing, I've always tried to put a blocker up because I know that, things in your life can cause those problems. And I just never did anything like that. Like, I might be like, 'cause I was raised in the country, so it might be like someone says something about the funny thing, like, you're without, like that type.
Sure, yeah.
But not anything that would have been like, I'm going to cut myself and harm myself. He was, like in his military mode, protection mode. And,
well, he cares about you. That's good, right?
He wanted to just take everything away. Okay. From there, so.
Okay.
He's like, I don't want you to hurt yourself. And I was like, what?
So I just want to kind of like sum up what I think about, or what I kind of know generally about what happened on Monday. Okay. So Albert didn't go to school that day, or not Albert. I apologize. Gannon didn't go to school that day because he was not feeling well, and because you guys wanted to get the carpet fixed,
brother out
right?
here.
You went to the new build area, and you met Eduardo. And you arranged for him to come over to your house while you were gone to work on replacing that piece of carpet for you.
You said come over to my house while I was going to work on replacing that carpet?
Yeah. You gave him the garage code and stuff so he could come in and
But she said I was gone when replacing the carpet. I was on shopping while he was
gonna do the carpet.
Okay, I got you. I thought you said it. I was making sure that you hadn't twisted the way I said it.
And that's exactly right. I want to make sure that nothing's twisted.
Yeah.
Okay. So you were gonna go to Petco, do some running.
I didn't set out to go pick us out to go shopping to get dogs some new.
Yeah.
Just have to do that.
Yep. So you were gonna go do some shopping, and he was gonna go fix the carpet. You left the house around 10:30-ish, 10:30-ish, and then you go. At some point you got gas. You went to Petco twice.
And I said Starbucks earlier, but it was actually Dunkin' Donuts.
Okay. Coffee. Yeah. Dunkin' Donuts, maybe. Okay. And then you get home about 2:30. 2:30. You come in, and you said you wanted to listen to your music and work out.
Yeah, I was in the kind of like donut mode, not in the remembering, oh my gosh, it's going to fix something.
Okay. And then sometime between that 2:30 or after you got home at that 2:30 time frame, you were getting your headphones, putting your headphones on, music, zone out, whatever else you thought you heard something. You went downstairs, and that was when this attack happened. And then what time does Lena come home from the
This
school
girl
bus?
sounds like she really believes her as she's
It depends.
recounting.
They change the school hours. It could be anywhere between 3:15 and 3:30.
Okay.
Depending on.
So 3:15, 3:30 is the typical time. Lena comes home. You don't want her to be in danger, so you send her out to go ride her bike and check the mail. And you go back down. Another altercation happens. And whatever, the next thing you remember is that you kind of come to, and Gannon is missing.
Right.
Okay. So, and that was probably like around 4 o'clock? Rough estimate.
Yeah, because it would have been, or it could have been 4:30, but it wouldn't have been after 4:45, because, let's see, Hollywood took 30 minutes to get home, so she hadn't got home. Lena was still riding the bike or out and about. Yeah, it had to be 4-ish.
Okay.
4:15, no later, like I said, than 4:45, because that would have been already like on her way home.
I think I have a pretty good idea.
I'm pretty sure that was exactly right.
Okay.
Because I think I told, yeah, because then I sent Harley and Lena to Dot Street. Yeah. Yeah, so Harley would have to drive Lena.
What is the, you have an alarm on your house? What company do you use for that?
ADT.
ADT? Okay, let's write that down. And you have the same, is the passcode for the ADT stuff the same as like your garage door code and stuff like that, or?
Like, you mean like the login?
Like when you go in to disarm the...
Oh, yeah. No. It's different because the alarm is Gannon's birthday.
Gannon's birthday?
Yeah.
Okay. 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 I'm going to take a break. If you need to use the restroom.
No, but I really need to, I haven't showered and haven't eaten, and I'm just getting tired.
Okay.
So.
Okay. All right. And we had talked earlier about whether or not it would be able to take action at this point as far as like gathering evidence and stuff like that with whether it had been too long, and I told you that it wasn't. Is it something that you're willing to do?
Right, yes, definitely. I would do anything for you to figure out who Eduardo is and make sure that.
Okay, and it's perfect that
I found you to say that. Make sure that I could just like.
Okay. What pants were you wearing when all this happened?
There was a set of like clothing, and I had like washed the stuff like you and you guys. Yeah,
sure.
People
I get it.
had taken some of the stuff, I don't know, whatever, but I put it with all the stuff that like I had washed and stuff like that. I don't remember if it was the black and purple or the black and blue, but it was like sporting athletic things. They were on my chair when I went home last night.
Were they like leggings or joggers or?
Yeah, they were like.
So
like
she hasn't
like
showered,
this.
but she washed her
Like,
clothes.
Yeah. Well, but more of the nylon-ish material.
Okay. So they were like black and maybe purple or blue.
Yeah, it was one that I wear like a lot of Nike and stuff like that. It was one of those.
And you didn't give them the alarm code, right? You just gave them the garage code.
Yeah, because you don't have to have like the alarm code to come in the house.
Okay.
You have to have, and that's assuming that I even set the alarm. I mean, I may or may have not. I mean, typically I try to, log into my phone and do it if I forget. That's just assuming if I had, whether I had or not set the alarm, but I'm pretty positive. I don't say positive. I'm almost certain that I set the alarm.
Sure.
But it doesn't have a sensor on the door. Like
Are you able to see if you log into your alarm account whether or not it was alarmed at that time?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to show you, but I couldn't serve it.
Okay. You might need to like plug into the Wi-Fi or something like that.
Yeah.
To do that. And there's open Wi-Fi. It's like EPC. Yeah. It doesn't require a password or anything like that. If you want to do that, can you use the restroom or anything like that?
No, I'm actually, I mean, am I like free to leave or?
We're not holding you here. We'd like to get you over to the hospital for that.
I would totally do that, but I really am. I just want to get some food and take a minute, and I can drive myself to the hospital. I don't want to feel like I'm some, person they're going to look at differently because I am showing up with, police and people, and that's why I asked you where the secret, like where people would know, because I understand you have a goal and a purpose, and that is our common purpose to have done here.
Mm-hmm.
But I also am thinking about how emotionally.
Yeah, and I get that. And so I will tell you that if we drive you over there, we don't go in the front. We go in a back way. So you wouldn't be seen by the general public or anything like that. And obviously we're not in like uniforms. Everything is concealed, all that other stuff. So it's not like we walk in with a scarlet letter or anything else like that. So, okay. Let me go check on a couple of things really quick, and then be right back. Okay?
Okay, you said I was free to go.
Let me go check with my boss.
Are you wanting to leave right now?
I'm really hungry. I'm thirsty. Look at my lips. They're chapped.
Okay.
They're like really bad.
Okay.
I mean, you guys know it's not like I don't answer or talk to you.
Robin.
Or anything like that.
Okay.
I've kept some communication with you.
I gotta go talk to my boss,
Okay.
make sure.
Can you give me just a few minutes to just check to make sure that I've covered everything that I need to cover, and then I'll come back in?
She said that I would be able to go. Like, she didn't say I would be. Like, I mean, I'm sure I've been here hours. And she said specifically that I would be able to go.
And I'm not saying that you can't. I'm asking if you can give me a few minutes.
I think if you can just call me, or I mean, I still have like, I have to maintain my mental health in this whole situation, and that's very important.
Mm-hmm.
And I just want to go. My lips are burning, and I want to take a shower. I mean, look at my fingers and all those things.
Right. So it would be better to get the forensic
I'm
exam
not
done
going over there like
before you
not
shower.
like not like things. I'm not doing like as in stage and things like that. I'm not doing that. I haven't showered in 2 days. I like that. That's disgusting. I'm not doing that. But I will gladly go.
Well, I mean, if you're saying you want to go take a shower before you go get the
No,
thing
I
done?
didn't say I was going to go take a shower. I said I need some time to like to just rest. I'm exhausted. I want to take a shower. My hair is nasty, and I'm not going over there like dirty, smelly for someone to.
But you realize that's how we gather evidence, right? So if you go take a shower right now, and I understand that you're like uncomfortable, right?
Take a
And that
shower.
you want to take a shower,
Right.
so that's why I would like to get you over to the hospital to get the exam done.
Okay, well, then I'm driving myself there because I'm not getting
She still
escorted
hasn't
to an
showered with
exam
the
when I'm
state.
already going through a difficult time with having someone violate my body
Mhm.
to whether you go in the front or the back. I mean, am I not allowed to take myself there?
I didn't say that at all. I'm trying to figure out, and I'm trying to
my
impress
boss,
upon you, like,
right?
if you go take a shower, then you wash away the evidence.
I know, I understand. I just said,
And you said you weren't going to go over there while you're.
yeah, I don't want to
Well,
get
you're-
dirty. I can at least go freshen up or something. Like I'm.
Okay. All right. I'll be right back.
Okay, so can you tell me how to leave?
Please. I have to go over here. Let me get somebody to escort you out.
Okay.
Oh shoot. Is this when they arrest her? Is this when they cuff her or what? Look at her. She getting ready to go.
Oh,
She's
hi.
like, it's time.
Said that I could go.
Well, can you talk to me about what?
And you told me I could.
I know, but I'm left.
I understand that.
I'm left, and I just want to get the fill in. So I have a couple questions about Sunday, if you're okay filling that in. I know you're tired.
I'm tired. And it said that I could. So I just want to take a break. That's all I'm asking for.
Where do you want to?
That means I want to go to rest. Like she said, I could drive myself to the hospital. So I just don't want.
What do we need to go?
Am I able to just go? I mean, what do you mean? Am I okay?
But I've been hearing about a hospital. I mean, what's going on with that?
This is why this is frustrating because I have already given her information that you guys can fully like watch and see, and you can know why I'm going to the hospital because she wants to get DNA, or to have your body checked. So, right.
She's more worried about her stupid body than Gannon.
When did that happen?
It happened on Monday.
On Monday?
What? I can't right now go through it again. I can't.
Okay.
Can't.
So let me make sure that we've got everything lined up for a singing exam. That's what you're talking about.
Right, she's gonna do that, and I'm gonna just take a break. I want to get food. Look at my lips. So chapped. I haven't.
You want some food?
I know.
What do you want to eat?
Okay, she just said I could be escorted out. Okay. And I promise you have my number. I haven't not.
You're done with all this?
Right, I haven't not communicated with you. I have been.
Are you done with that Coke?
Nothing but. Can I not take it?
You can if you want. I just didn't know if you were done with it. We recycle them too. So
Okay.
okay. Hang tight for me just real quick. Let me make sure that she doesn't have any other questions because
She finished what you just said.
I get that. I get that. Let's just let me double check with her.
She said I could go. That she
finished up the interview. I don't know.
holding me here.
I'm not holding
Okay,
you.
so can someone walk me out?
You want to leave?
I will clearly answer your questions. I just want to take a break. Like I've literally done followed all your.
Where do you want to go for your break?
I want to see my child. I want to get lunch with her.
Well, I'm more than happy to get you lunch or to bring your daughter here or whatever needs to happen. I'm not saying that you can't leave, but I would like to finish up this conversation with you. There's a couple of questions about Sunday that I have, and this is the first time that I'm hearing that you're sexually assaulted.
You go stand right.
That would be, well,
Lean towards the door, so open the door. If you'd like to have a conversation in the room, we can. It's up to you. But like I said, I missed out on a bunch. So I'm not being able to just go and chill out. Doing this is in the drink. Where do you want to go? So am I not allowed to? I'm maybe asking the question. Well, I'm trying. So I guess our communication isn't the greatest at this point in time. Are you wanting to leave the office to go get something? Right. Yes. I clearly you have my number. I'm not gonna not answer you for anything. I need to answer you.
My name's Bethel. How are you? Good. Good. So let me talk to you.
Sorry.
Wake up.
I am not Jasmine, I am Aladdin.
Man, I just want to get directions.
I get it. And so, once again, we're back in the interview room.
Okay.
We're on camera. Mitch Mahalko, you think the investigation section. Okay. So at this point in time, we were just a step outside and tell me if I'm wrong, that you decided that you wish to leave and that there's no problem with that. I asked if,
You didn't ask. You took.
at that point in time, you really, I
You didn't relinquish the phone. You took it.
I took the phone and I told you that we would be applying for a search warrant.
You said applying.
That's correct.
I'm not going anywhere. I literally just need directions. I mean, I have family numbers in there I don't have.
You're going to be applying for a search warrant. Is that understood?
I'm going to ask you one favor. You let me find out, or you show me something that you can legally take my phone and you don't have a search warrant yet. You show me that. Can you show me that? Can you show me that?
We're being video recorded.
I understand, but can you show me that, sir? Because that feels like that's kind of a little unconstitutional.
And if that's the case, that can be something that you can bring up.
No, that sounds
At this point, we're going to go ahead and hold on to this phone.
okay. Can I use another phone to call the attorney? That is unconstitutional.
There are multiple phones here. In the kitchen. So
I'm not hiding anything from you. I just want directions. I want to be able to call my family. No, you don't understand. No, you don't. You are doing something that's unconstitutional. You need a warrant, have it. Thank you.
So we're going to hold on to this. We are applying.
But why? You don't even have a warrant yet. I just want directions. I want to get directions. I don't know. I want to be. Oh, wow. That's all I want. That's the call. You can. It's not about the phone or the number. That's the call. So, teacher, at this point.
We got you for phone recording. At this point, we're going to be held so we can do a search warrant. Okay. Okay. So I'm going to hold you here until we get that search.
Do I have to sit in the room?
Yes.
Do I have to stay with the door? I mean, I've been shut up in here, ma'am, and I've been nothing but respectful to you. Sure, and I just can I speak to you too? I don't care that you had the phone. You took it out of my hand, and that was very disrespectful. If you would have just asked me for it, I would have given that to you. I would have said sure. But it was the way that you did it. Okay, so that was my thing with you on that. And then all I'm saying is, we'll have to be trapped in a room.
So, Keisha, I understand that, and I hear what you're saying about feeling disrespected about the phone being taken, and that was disrespectful.
Okay. Look at her lawyer.
And I'm sure that,
What
I'm not letting him speak right now, but I'm sure if I did, he would say that he is sorry for making you feel disrespected.
That's fine.
Okay. At this point, I'm being told that you have to stay, and this is where we have to keep you. Okay. This is going to be the most comfortable environment. Okay. There's a couch and whatever else, or other interview room.
What was he saying? Payload for what now?
Getting search warrant.
We're getting drunk for the phone.
For you.
For me, what does me do?
Because you've given us multiple different stories.
Oh, you're talking about like the thing we talked about in there.
Yep.
Oh, I was like, okay, I got it. I see what you're saying. I got it.
Because at this point, you have evidence potentially on your body.
I got it.
Right?
I'm sorry. I see what you're saying. Okay. Can I at least like go to the bathroom and like
no
wipe off? Nothing. I can't see nothing.
I can tell you that a forensic nurse examiner is accustomed to.
So, yeah.
We're not telling you can't go to the bathroom. Okay. What we're telling you is that you can't go into the bathroom.
No, I had to like
hold up. And I've offered you the opportunity multiple times to go to the bathroom.
I know, but I wanted to confess.
Okay. So here's the thing. Okay.
You can take whatever you want from my life.
Right. We're not saying that you can't go urinate or defecate if that's what you need to do. Okay. What we're telling you that we can't allow to have happen is you go in there and get paper towels and begin wiping possible evidence off of your body.
Do you want to watch me?
We will get back with you and we'll get you to the bathroom in just a minute.
Okay.
Okay?
So just have a seat for us and we'll be back with you.
You just watch me. What about like a older drink or something? I don't know. Hot meal? Mm-hmm.
So you need a colder bottle of water or a Gatorade?
Are you taking my drink? What in the world?
The fake is off. The fake has been on. Now it's off. This is T. This is who this dude married.
Am I able to make a phone call? Can I make a phone call? You said I could make the phone.
Yeah. I told you I'm going to say that. We're not asking you a question.
I'm not allowed to make a phone call. I have a right to.
Okay, so things have changed since I made that statement to you.
What?
Okay, and so that is at this point in time.
I just want to know why.
You're no longer. Please let me explain to you.
I'm sorry.
Things have changed. Initially, you were free to leave.
Right.
And, you could stop answering questions.
Right.
Whenever you wish, et cetera, et cetera. Now, through the course of the investigation, we have reason to believe that you potentially have evidence on your body, and we're applying for a search warrant.
So basically, that's what it was. You want to put me there.
Free to leave.
Didn't want to be escorted there. Basically, I'm not stupid. I'm very.
We know you are. We know you're very educated. So, and then somebody who's very educated, we're trying to get you to cooperate with it.
So we are going to apply for the search warrant.
I know. I said, could you just take me over there?
Here's the thing. Because you've already said that you didn't want us to do that, now we have to go through the process of getting a search warrant because you've already declined that option.
I understand.
So it's going to take a little bit longer.
Okay.
And right now I need you to have a seat on the couch.
But I cannot call him back. I can't call him.
Right now you're being held.
Okay. Can you do those questions then while we're the time, or you said something about you had questions?
You've already asked for an attorney.
No, I
was out in the hallway. You said, do I need to call an attorney? I'd like to make a phone call and all that stuff. So here's the thing. I don't want to get into all of that
Any other questions? Because you've already said. I was saying for attorney to ask them, I know, and the thing is, I do not want it to be misinterpreted in any way, shape, or form. Right. Okay? So we're gonna hold off right now. So you're saying you don't have those questions asked me while we were saying? Not at this point in time. Okay? If something changes, I will let you know. Okay.
All right.
Here we
We'll take
go.
our
We're done.
evening break. If we can have all of you where you need to be on Friday morning, we should be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss cases with yourself. Don't discuss cases
Sure.
with anyone else. And research about any aspect of this case. Enjoy tomorrow. See if you can get some sunshine. And then we'll see you on Friday morning.
He is
9
so
o'clock.
cool.
All right, for the jury.
He told them to get some sunshine.
Stand up!
Oh God, look at her hair sticking to her head or her forehead. Blech. Oh, stop it, Teabag. So we have a day off. Thank God. You guys get some sunshine. You guys take a break from this. Whatever you got to do. And I may or may not see you before then, but it won't be about this.
Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. As I said, my docket tomorrow is virtual, so you can leave everything here. There's not going to be anybody else here except for myself and Mr. Sproul. So you can leave everything here if you want. It's up to you. If there's something that you want to walk out, let us know. You can put it in the closet.
Thank you, Judge.
And get out of here. Yeah.
Okay, I will,
See.
Mike.
All rise.
Stand up!
When I move, you move.
Exhibit E.
All right, I'll see you guys. I'll see you guys on Friday. The event is up. Actually, I'm going to have to change it. I think I made it for tomorrow. But go and hit that notification bell, because if I do go live or upload a video, you want to get that notification. Make sure you are subscribed and you've got that little bell clicked. For some reason, they make us do that little bell. So I will see you guys on the flip side. Dance it out.
Give a damn, I don't really care about you and your problems. I don't give a damn. You talk way too much. I have heard enough about you and your problems. I don't give a damn. 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 You wanna be with me. You wanna feel something real, but I'm feeling differently. You're making plans to get to friends, but don't wanna face the fact that I ain't got time, I ain't got time, I ain't got time for that. Staying up late, sleeping all day, dreaming about Cadillacs. Buying new shoes, hanging by the pool, sipping on Coke and Jack. Calling my phone when you feel alone, but I'll never call you back. 'Cause I ain't got time, I ain't got time, I ain't got time for that. I don't give a damn, I don't really care about you and your problems. I don't give a damn. You talk way too much. I have heard enough about you and your problems. I don't give a damn. 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 You're mad at me for not giving you comfort. You say that I'm away so much, and now you don't feel the way you felt when we were younger. But that's okay for me, 'cause